Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1, Train Starting. Please hold on tight. Qizhao rubbed his throbbing head and woke up in the train carriage. Why am I on a train? Am I being sold to northern Myanmar? Qizhao, an orphan who grew up in a welfare home, had just graduated from university. He finally landed a job, but he was still in his internship period. No wonder that female supervisor kept making me drink last night. That woman didn't look like a good person at all. Where's my phone? I need to call the police. Qizhao tried to find his phone, but apart from the clothes on his body, he had nothing left. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the carriage. Welcome to the train survival world. Here, you will find endless treasures and unknown dangers. Explore the stations and survive. The following are the train rules. 1. The train runs automatically and requires no control. Every morning at 8 a.m., the train will stop at a random station and depart at 11 a.m. During this time, you may choose to get off and explore or stay on board. Please ensure you are inside the train when it departs, or you will be left behind at the station. 2. Collect supplies and level up. Each level up grants an additional carriage. New features will be unlocked at specific levels. 3. The first 12 days are the internship period. During this time, your carriage's temperature remains constant and absolutely safe. No creatures from the station will enter your carriage. However, other train conductors are an exception. Protect your train. Train starting. Please hold on tight. A loud rumbling sounded, and Qizhao felt the train begin to move. He quickly ran to the window, but outside was pitch black. He couldn't see anything. So, I wasn't sold to northern Myanmar? This is really like those novels, where I've entered another world and been forced into a survival game. Welcome, everyone. So I'm not the only one here? Qizhao walked to the front of the train, where a display showed, train conductor number 19,990,526, Qizhao has logged in. The avatar was his own close-up photo, looking full of energy. Train conductor, Qizhao, level 1, number of carriages, 1, initial carriage, length, 5 meters, width, 3 meters, height, 2.8 meters. After closing his personal information, he noticed 2 additional modules on the screen. Train conductor chatroom and trading platform. Qizhao clicked into the chat room and saw that he had been assigned to the public chat room of Area 2000 with 10,000 online users. The input box displayed, daily message limit, 10. Windifa, what is this? Some kind of massive performance show? My announcement said this is a train survival game. Are you guys seeing the same thing? Is this still our country? Hahaha, no more 8 a.m. classes. Kawan, are you there? Is the kid with you? Please reply if you see this. Fuck, I studied for 10 years and finally passed the civil service exam. Don't mess with me now. The chat room had an automatic translation function. Any messages sent by avatars of black or white people were automatically translated into Chinese. Although there was a limit of 10 messages per person, the sheer number of users made messages explode like popcorn. Guys, there's a newbie gift pack in the small cabinet at the front of the train. I got a bottle of mineral water. Mineral water? Finally, a useful message. Qizhao smacked his lips. His mouth was parched from the hangover. He desperately wanted a drink. He opened the door to the front of the train. Sure enough, there was a small cabinet next to the control panel. Qizhao eagerly opened the cabinet door. Inside lay a red card with no text, patterns, or any markings. What the hell? Why isn't it water? Qizhao was a little disappointed. Holding the card, he returned to the screen. I got a bucket of mineral water. Not bad, a box of instant noodles, a box of water, and 3 packs of sausages. Jackpot, lucky bastard, my cucumber suddenly doesn't taste so good. They all got food, but I got a useless card? Just as Qizhao was speechless, a message popped up in the lower left corner of the screen, module card detected. Activate? Yes or no, so this is called a module card? Of course, I'm activating it. What kind of question is that? Qizhao reached out and clicked yes. The card in his hand vanished instantly. Activated special module. Station forecast. Station forecast. Updates with detailed information on the next station every time the train departs. Next station, Sunshine Gym, single-person station. This station is a gym. No danger. Note, single-person station. A station where only one train stops at 8 a.m. daily. A special module? What is this? My cheat ability. As Chi Zhao was contemplating, the broadcast sounded again. The train is arriving soon. Please hold on tight. Chi Zhao clearly felt the train slowing down. Before long, it came to a stop. Near the train door was a button that controlled the doors opening and closing. The label indicated that the train conductor could also use voice commands to control the doors. Chi Zhao pressed the button, and the train doors opened. Outside was a staircase. He hesitated for 2 seconds, making sure there was no danger before stepping out of the carriage. As soon as he exited, Chi Zhao froze. He had assumed the train was running through a tunnel, which was why it was pitch black outside. But there weren't any tracks under the train at all. It was as if the train had just spawned here out of nowhere. Too eerie. Chi Zhao shook his head. His priority now was to explore the gym and find supplies. After all, the train would only stay for 3 hours. The staircase had about a dozen steps. At the bottom was the gym. The first thing that caught his eye was various types of gym equipment, fully stocked. It was so quiet that he could hear a pin drop. There was no one here but him. Water, water, I need to find some water first. Walking past treadmills, spinning bikes, ab wheels, and other gym equipment, Chi Zhao reached the restroom. He eagerly turned on the faucet. No water. The women's restroom was the same. None of the faucets worked. Chi Zhao even checked the toilet tanks. Completely dry. Leaving the restroom, he spotted the reception desk diagonally across from him. Next to it stood a red cabinet. With a mix of anxiety and hope, Chi Zhao approached the front desk. It was a vending machine. Chi Zhao pounced on the vending machine and saw neatly arranged bottles of mineral water, soda water, electrolyte water, and lemon-flavored sparkling water inside. Gulp. Chi Zhao unconsciously swallowed. He returned to the gym area and picked up a small dumbbell. With a crack, the vending machine's glass was shattered by Chi Zhao. He tossed the dumbbell aside, carefully avoided the shattered glass on the ground, reached in, grabbed a bottle of soda water, twisted off the cap, and tilted his head back for a deep drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Refreshing. Chi Zhao drank 2 400 milliliters bottles of soda water in one go. Feeling revitalized, he took out all the remaining bottles. 4 types of water, 10 bottles of each. After drinking 2 bottles of soda water, there were 8 left. Chi Zhao carried all the bottles back to the train, including the 2 empty soda bottles. Looking at the water, he suddenly felt a strong sense of security. 38 bottles of water. Good. The water problem was temporarily solved. After resting for a while, Chi Zhao entered the gym again. The gym was huge, but there were no entrances or exits. It was a completely sealed, independent space. Only that staircase connected to the train. Chapter 2, Delicious Cactus Fruit Inside the Changing Room. Since there was no electricity, the locker doors weren't locked. Chi Zhao opened them one by one, searching through the men's locker room first before heading to the women's. In the end, he collected 2 towels, a pink yoga mat, and a mechanical wristwatch. Chi Zhao stuffed everything into a handbag he had just found, climbed back up the stairs to the train, and adjusted the watch to match the time displayed on the screen. After 3 minutes of comparison, he confirmed that the watch's time was perfectly synchronized with the screen. Chi Zhao finally felt at ease. Great, with this watch, I won't have to worry about missing the train departure while exploring. It was now 9:50 a.m., with a little over an hour left before departure. At this point, the only things left in the gym that he could carry were the metal weights. And those weights were exactly the materials needed for upgrading the train. Chi Zhao tapped the upgrade button, which allowed him to freely designate an area inside the train as the material input zone. Materials needed for upgrade: metal, 300 kg out of 0 kg, plastic, 150 kg out of 0 kg, wood, 100 kg out of 0 kg. Using the screen, he could set any part of his initial carriage as the input zone. Chi Zhao designated an area and tossed in an empty plastic bottle. It vanished instantly. The plastic collection progress updated to 0.02 kg. Chi Zhao glanced outside at the gym equipment. Wasn't all of this perfect upgrade material? 11:00 a.m., the train departed on time. Huff. Huff. Chi Zhao leaned against the carriage, sitting on the yoga mat, panting heavily. Damn it, why is this gym so huge? The metal dumbbells, the heaviest items, were the farthest from the stairs. Combined with having to climb up and down repeatedly, he had only managed to bring back a few small dumbbells within an hour. Chi Zhao set the train entrance as the input zone and tossed the dumbbells directly into it. After dumping them in, the metal requirement was fully met, with even extra left over. Material collection progress: metal, 300 kg out of 400 kg, plastic, 150 kg out of 5 kg, wood, 100 kg out of 0 kg. Chizhao put the remaining dumbbells aside instead of rushing to throw them in. 9999 plus messages in the chat room. Where did you guys stop for your first station? I ended up in a grassland. Fuck, nothing but grass everywhere. I stopped in a rental apartment. Only found a pack of biscuits and some clothes. Do not throw just anything into the input zone. I tested it. If it's not metal or wood, it won't vanish. Bro, what did you throw in? I took a big dump. Oh yeah, does anyone have toilet paper? I'll trade for a roll. Lamau, bro, I admire your scientific spirit in testing the game mechanics. Here, take a leaf as my sponsorship. This guy was a legend. Compared to them, Chizhao felt pretty lucky. He had 38 bottles of water and had collected a lot of upgrade materials. Any girls selling their worn panties? I'll trade food. Aren't survival games supposed to have hot girls trading their underwear for food? Hurry up, kid, I got some. Fuck, you're old enough to be my grandma. I said I want a young girl. Read properly, young girl, bro, would a femboy work? Since it was only day one, no one seemed to feel any sense of crisis. Chizhao shook his head and opened the trading platform. He needed to trade for some food. Just drinking water wasn't enough. He listed half a bottle of mineral water in exchange for a pack of instant noodles. A glowing portal appeared inside the carriage. Chizhao placed the mineral water into the portal. The glow flickered, and the water vanished. 3 minutes later, the screen displayed, "Trade successful." Chizhao clicked claim. The glow flickered again, and a pack of instant noodles appeared on the floor. The trading function was pretty convenient. The train is arriving soon. Please hold on tight. It's already the second day? Chizhao was woken up by the broadcast, pulled off the towel covering his stomach, and sat up from the yoga mat. Yesterday, because it was day one, the stress of the situation plus the exhaustion from carrying dumbbells had made him fall asleep early. Chizhao got up and walked to the train screen to check the next station's information. Next station, Cheyenne Town, single-person station. This station has a vast cactus forest with vipers lurking around. Danger level 1, vipers. Danger level 1? Those things are venomous, right? Wouldn't a single bite be game over? The moment he opened the train door, a wave of scorching heat rushed in. Damn, it's hot. A vast, endless desert stretched before him. Chizhao stepped out of the carriage, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the sun. Squinting, he spotted a huge cactus forest not far away. Atop the cacti grew purple-red fruits. Cactus fruit. Thinking about the sweet, juicy pulp inside, Chizhao swallowed involuntarily. But then he remembered the vipers and calmed himself down. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Chizhao sighed, picked up the handbag he found in the gym yesterday, left the carriage, and walked toward the cactus forest. Vipers are usually nocturnal. It's daytime, and the temperature is high. It should be fine. Chizhao reassured himself. Holy shit, this is sweet. Chizhao picked a cactus fruit, peeled off the purple-red skin, and took a bite. The rich juice exploded in his mouth. It tasted even better than dragon fruit. Under the scorching sun, Chizhao transformed into a fruit farmer, picking the ripe cactus fruits. After filling his handbag, Chizhao carried it back to the train. 9:35 a.m., an hour and a half until departure. I can make one more trip, but the remaining fruits are too high. I can't reach them. If only I had a knife. Chizhao opened the trading platform and searched for a machete. The glowing portal flickered, and Chizhao finally traded half a gin of cactus fruit for a hatchet. Although it was rusty and the blade was a bit chipped, he couldn't afford to be picky right now. Chizhao dumped the cactus fruit into the back of the carriage, grabbed the hatchet and an empty bag, and set off again. Inside the cactus forest, Chizhao swung the hatchet, carefully avoiding the falling tall cacti as he continued harvesting cactus fruit. He glanced at his watch. 10:30 a.m. Chizhao picked up his half-full bag and headed back. Humming a tune while munching on a cactus fruit, Chizhao was almost at the train when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Gulp. Chizhao swallowed hard. Not far from the train door, a triangular-headed snake was flicking its tongue at the entrance. Chapter 3, Kai Family Village, Level 1 Treasure Chest. So unlucky? It's the middle of the day, and instead of sleeping, you're blocking my door? Chizhao just stood there watching from a distance. He noticed that the snake was slithering back and forth, never straying more than a few meters from the carriage door. Chizhao glanced at his watch. 10:50. No, if he kept waiting like this, he'd miss the train's departure. Staying in this vast desert was no different from being dead. Chizhao put down the handbag, gripped the hatchet tightly, and slowly crept toward the snake. He moved lightly, cautiously, afraid of startling it. Right now, the snake's attention was still on Chijiao's train. 3 meters. 2 meters. 1 meter. Chijiao suddenly lunged forward, gripping the tetanus-ridden hatchet with both hands and slashing down at the snake's neck. The dull blade wasn't sharp enough. It didn't cut through. The snake recoiled in pain, its body writhing wildly as it moved away from the train door. Chijiao seized the opportunity and bolted onto the train. The Viper, seeing Chijiao retreat into the carriage, had finally locked onto its target. Enduring the pain, it lunged toward Chijiao. But as soon as Chijiao got inside, the snake stopped at the carriage entrance. It slithered around the threshold, as if blocked by an invisible barrier, flicking its tongue in frustration but unable to enter. Train rule number 3, you have a 12-day probation period. During this time, the temperature inside your carriage remains stable, and it is completely safe. Creatures on the platform cannot enter your carriage. Thank you, newbie protection. Chijiao let out a sigh of relief, tossed the hatchet aside, and slumped onto the floor. Looking at the snake, then at the half-bag of cactus fruit still outside, his frustration flared. No way. He had to figure out how to kill it and retrieve the fruit. Chijiao picked up a 5-kilogram dumbbell, hesitated, then switched to a 10-kilogram one. At the carriage entrance, he extended his arms out, dumbbell in hand, and aimed at the Viper below. Then let go. Bam. The snake's head was crushed into pulp. Damn, its head is splattered, and it's still twitching. Chijiao gave it a few more chops with the tetanus-ridden hatchet. After confirming the snake was completely dead, he retrieved the dumbbell and wiped off the blood and flesh with sand. He picked up his handbag and was about to close the train door when he hesitated, then bent down and dragged the bloody mess of a snake inside. No way to process this. Might as well trade it for something ready to eat. Viper, 1. Looking to trade for instant noodles or a bottle of mineral water, Chijiao sent the message, listed the trade, and started sorting his current food supplies. About 50 to 60 pounds of cactus fruit. 37 bottles of various types of water. He needed to ration them. Who knew if the next stop would be in the middle of nowhere? A light flashed. Chijiao received a pack of instant noodles. The Viper he had just listed was taken by a bald man with a bushy beard. Seeing that familiar profile picture, Chijiao's lips twitched. "Yi? The train is about to depart. Please take your seats and hold on tight." At 11:00, the train departed. Chijiao looked out the window. The desert had disappeared. It was replaced by total darkness. At chat room, fuck, how am I this unlucky? 2 days in a row, and both stops had no food. Same here, I already finished my newbie gift pack. Chijiao finally noticed that today's online player count had changed. Online, 9,701. On just the second day, 300 people were already offline. Damn it, today my train stopped on a snowy mountain. Slipped right out the door and nearly fell into an ice crevasse. Barely made it back. By the way, anyone want to trade for snow? Risked my life for this. Anything edible will do. Hurry, it's melting soon. So, a lot of people were like him. Blindly exploring, encountering danger, and dying out there? Chijiao had an advantage because of the station forecast. He could anticipate hidden dangers and prepare in advance. Nodding, Chijiao clicked to check the next stop's details. Next station, Kai Family Village, multiplayer station. 2 other trains will also stop here. This station has zombie chickens. Eating them or being attacked by them will cause infection. Danger level, 2. Note, zombie chickens have deteriorated vision and rely on hearing to locate targets. There is a level 1 treasure chest in the village chief's house. Possible rewards, 3 train coins, 1 revolver, 20 oil-sealed bullets, 1 G silver coin. Note, multiplayer station. Multiple trains stop here every morning at 8:00, a multiplayer station? 2 other trains stopping. That meant he would run into other people. Zombie chickens with bad eyesight. Wonder if they all have that signature middle part haircut. Chijiao's focus was drawn to one thing. Treasure chest. A chest he could open. A revolver. An actual firearm. The tetanus-ridden hatchet could retire immediately. And what were train coins and G silver coins? Never heard of them. What were they for? At Kai Family Village the vegetable fields were lined with neatly grown produce. Purple eggplants, red chili peppers, vibrant green cucumbers. Damn, these cucumbers look great. So fresh. I've been starving for 2 days. Finally, food. A man in green rubber boots and a white tank top, his eyes squinting into slits, picked a cucumber. He wiped it on his shirt and took a bite. As he ate, he picked more, stuffing several into his waistband. Damn, there are even chickens. A whole braised chicken with mushrooms, here I come. Tossing the cucumber aside, Wang Delai stealthily crept toward a chicken on the road. His steps were light, careful not to startle it. Gotcha. With practiced hands, Wang Delai grabbed the chicken by its wings. No matter how much it flapped, it couldn't break free. Boil the water, get the pot ready. Wang Delai ran toward a villager's house, chicken in hand. Before long, smoke curled from the chimney. Holy shit. This guy's got guts. Qi Zhao, who had been crouched by the train window observing the scene, was stunned. Zombie chickens were handled just like that? So, it wasn't that their vision was bad. These chickens were fucking blind. After the man left the vegetable field, a plump middle-aged woman stepped out of another train. She looked around cautiously, making sure there was no danger before entering the field and picking cucumbers. Qi Zhao watched as the middle-aged woman gathered some cucumbers and eggplants, then returned to her train without coming back out. Without hesitation, Qi Zhao picked up his hatchet, stepped out of the carriage, and shut the door behind him. Only the train conductor could open the train door. If someone wanted to enter another person's train, brute force was the only option. Avoiding the house where the squinting man was roasting chicken, Qi Zhao headed toward the village center. Along the way, he spotted a few more chickens. But those chickens really were like blind fools. As long as he moved lightly, he could walk right past them without issue. If any blocked his path, Qi Zhao threw stones to create noise and lure them away. Just like that, he smoothly made his way to the village chief's house. Climbing over the fence, he used his hatchet to cut through the paper-covered window and slipped inside. Chapter 4, G Silver Coin. Qi Zhao rummaged through the house and finally found the treasure chest under the bed in the bedroom. He opened it. Inside lay a revolver, along with a box of oil-sealed bullets. 20 rounds in total. Nice. Qi Zhao took out the revolver, loaded it to full capacity, and instantly felt much safer. At the bottom of the chest, there were also 3 gold coins and 1 silver coin. Qi Zhao pocketed the gold and silver coins, climbed out of the village chief's house, and retraced his steps back. Damn, this train is awesome. Wang Delai stood next to Qi Zhao's train, nodding in approval. Red. Fiery, like a wild horse. I like it. He pressed against the window, peering inside the carriage. So much food. Mineral water, instant noodles. What's that? Dragon fruit? No, dragon fruit is way bigger than that. And iced red tea? Don't tell me it's homemade like mine. Wang Delai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I really wanna drink iced red tea. Something cold and refreshing. The homemade stuff is way too damn sweet. He took a bite of the human hand he was holding, blood dripping from his mouth. Pah. Disgusting. That fat woman's hand is covered in grease. He tossed the severed hand away, bent down, picked up a rock, and bam. Smashed it against the train window. Iced red tea, iced red tea. The glass only showed a small white mark. Damn, this thing is sturdy. Just as Wang Delai was about to throw another strike. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and a spray of red mist burst from his back. Wang Delai staggered, the rock slipping from his hand. Huh? What the hell? He turned around and saw Qi Zhao standing there, gun in hand. Qi Zhao noticed his eyes were clouded, bloodshot. There were several wounds on his face. Peck marks from chickens. Fuck, you really shot me? Bang. 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 Gunfire echoed through the village. The zombie roosters immediately perked up at the noise, turning their heads toward the sound. Qi Zhao fired 4 shots. One hit Wang Delai's neck. One pierced straight through his open mouth. The other 2 missed. Wang Delai took 2 steps forward, his knees buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Ice. Ice. Drink. Ugh. His lips trembled a few times, then he stopped moving. Qi Zhao shook out his wrist. It was a little numb from the recoil. Goo-goo-goo. Crap, the gunshots had attracted the zombie chickens. Hearing their cries, Qi Zhao turned to see a dozen zombie roosters charging toward him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Open the door. Qi Zhao sprinted past Wang Delai and dashed for the train. Just as he made it inside, he felt a sharp beck on his backside. His heart turned cold. He quickly yanked down his pants to check. Luckily, no wounds. Qi Zhao let out a long breath of relief. Just a hole in his pants. He pulled them back on. At the entrance, the zombie roosters couldn't get inside the train, but they didn't leave either. They just wandered in circles outside. Damn, these chickens were fast, like they were running on borrowed legs. On the way back, Qi Zhao had seen the middle-aged woman's corpse. Her nose had been chewed off, one arm missing. A gruesome death. Qi Zhao knew that man must have already been infected. She had been killed by him. Good thing he returned in time, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. Qi Zhao ran his hand over the window where the rock had struck. Luckily, it was only a small mark. No cracks. Through the glass, he saw that the woman's train door was wide open. Thump. 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 Chijiao's heart pounded. He checked the time. 10:09. 50 minutes until departure. Loot the place. Chijiao reloaded his revolver, tossed a bottle of iced red tea outside, and used the sound to lure the zombie chickens away from the door. Inside the woman's train, aside from 2 empty mineral water bottles and a filthy, tattered blanket, there was nothing else. On the train screen, a message was displayed: train locomotive and initial carriage cannot be dismantled, stored supplies can be transferred, metal 2 kg, plastic 0.3 kg, wood 3 kg to train conductor Chijiao of train number 19,990,526, damn. She was broke as hell? Risking his life for practically nothing. As Chijiao stepped outside, he noticed the door of the other train, previously shut, was now open. What the hell? Did train doors open automatically when the owner died? Chijiao slipped inside. Aside from a few bottles of piss, there was nothing else. Speechless, he transferred the remaining scraps of supplies and left. Back on his own train, Chijiao shut the door and let out a deep breath. You have received new transferred supplies. Please check your inventory. Chijiao clicked to collect them. Once he confirmed everything was accounted for, he exhaled again. Sigh, even mosquito meat is still meat. More importantly, he had gained some valuable intel. 1. The train locomotive and initial carriage cannot be dismantled. 2. When a person dies, their previously locked train door automatically opens. Chijiao placed the revolver, bullets, dagger, and dull hatchet back in their spots before pulling out the coins. The golden train coins had a train design embossed on both sides. The G silver coin had an engraving of a chicken. Currency. What's it used for? Right, might as well check the screen. Last time, the module card had only activated when he brought it near the screen. G silver coin detected. Activate? Yes or no, as expected, it triggered something. Chijiao clicked yes, and the silver coin in his hand transformed into a streak of light and disappeared. G silver coin unlocked. At the same time, Chijiao's personal information was updated. When he clicked in, a row of gray cartoon animal icons appeared beneath his avatar. It was the 12 zodiac animals. And the chicken was now lit up. Looks like he'd need to collect the full set of silver coins to find out what they actually did. Meanwhile, bringing the train coins close to the screen didn't trigger any response. At 11:00, the train departed. Half an hour after Chijiao left, a pink train appeared in the village. This train had 12 carriages, its overall design resembling a pink worm. Each carriage had 3 round black windows on either side, looking like the spots on a worm's body. The train door slowly opened. A woman stepped onto the village ground. She wore black stiletto sandals, a halter neck red cappelle, and had short hair. With fair, slender legs, she strode into the village. At village chief's house, seeing the open treasure chest, a look of confusion appeared on the woman's face. Then, she reached up and removed her red-colored contact lenses. A faint blue light shone from her eyes. The blue light scanned the ground, revealing a trail of footprints. Following the footprints, the woman tracked them all the way to Wang Dalai's corpse. At this moment, Wang Dalai stood there, head tilted, his mouth opening and closing, wandering among the zombie chickens at the spot where Chijiao's train had been parked. The one-armed middle-aged woman was also there. Now infected and turned into a zombie. No sign of him? The woman pulled off her disposable gloves and tossed them to the ground before heading back to her train. Behind her, Wang Dalai, the middle-aged woman, and all 10+ zombie chickens had a bullet hole right in the center of their foreheads. All headshots. Back inside her train, she summoned a light screen and tapped on a special module called Station Travel. Search for multiplayer stations connected to Kai Family Village. The screen displayed 5 stations: Yomo Bridge, Deaver Chapel, King's Station, Idone Manor, Orange Island. Chapter 5, 3-year agreement. Chijiao opened the chatroom, wanting to see if there was any discussion about train coins and silver coins. Online users, 9,021. So many fewer people today? FK, the kid from Jejia town who fought me for potatoes today, remember this. Don't let me catch you again, or you're dead, who the HL smashed my train window. The wind is blowing straight through my carriage now, no news about train coins or silver coins. Judging by this, a lot of people are at multiplayer stations. No wonder the numbers dropped suddenly. Not only is there danger at the stations, but people are also robbing each other. Surviving today's stop alone was already an achievement. Why does it always have to be about fighting? Can't people just cooperate? 2 people together clearly have a better chance of surviving than 1 alone. You can team up. I'm on someone else's train right now. Plus, upgrade supplies can be transferred. We pooled our resources, and we're about to hit level 2. Damn, Never thought of that. That's some high-level play. I'm 168 centimeters, pure and sweet college girl. Looking for a big bro to team up. 185 centimeters, six-pack ABS, good-looking guys get priority. Hey, still young. Looks don't matter. What's important is endurance. Chizhao knew about resource transfers, but boarding someone else's drain? Teaming up? Could it really be that simple? Unless you met someone you already knew from real life. Family or friends. How could you trust a complete stranger in a situation like this? Getting on someone else's train so easily, even transferring your collected supplies. In a world without laws, without social structure, where everything functioned on the rules of primitive survival, the top priority when encountering others was always staying alive. Reality was simple: one monk carries water alone, two monks fight over it. Chizhao glanced around. Right now, everyone's profile still displayed a 1, meaning no one had reached level 2 yet. No telling when he'd end up at a multiplayer station again. He needed to upgrade fast and see if it unlocked any new functions. Chizhao checked the next station's information. Next stop, Liaojiang Electronics Store, single-player station. This station is a digital store, no danger. The station forecast allowed him to see in advance what kind of supplies he might get and whether there would be any danger. A digital store? That meant no food this stop, but at least there wouldn't be any threats. Chizhao felt relieved, lay down on his yoga mat, and conserved his energy. Chizhao was woken up by a strong urge to pee. He got up, grabbed a half-empty bottle of iced black tea, and let loose. Maybe because he hadn't been eating much, but it was already the 4th day, and he still hadn't needed to take a dump. For breakfast, he planned to eat some cactus fruit. Only to find most of it had started rotting. The carriage temperature was constant, yet it still spoiled. Was this stuff that hard to store? Chizhao quickly put it up for trade. He managed to exchange dozens of kilos of fruit for 2 bottles of mineral water, 5 compressed biscuits, 3 packs of crispy noodles, and a roll of toilet paper. A low-priced sale, no doubt. But it was better than letting everything rot in his hands. At 8 a.m., the train stopped. Chizhao put on his shoes, grabbed his handbag, and stepped into Liaojiang Electronics Store. A quick scan. Just like the gym, it was an enclosed space. But unlike the gym, there were clear signs that someone had already been here. A lot of things had been looted. TSK. Looks like I wasn't the first to visit this stop. Chizhao started eyeing the store's tables and chairs. He left one chair, just high enough to sit comfortably and look at his screen, and threw the rest into the material input zone. 3 hours passed quickly. As the train started up, Chizhao checked his resource collection progress. Metal, 300 kg out of 426 kg. Plastic, 150 kg out of 17 kg. Wood, 100 kg out of 83 kg. On the 4th day, more than half the resource collection was done. Chizhao twisted open a bottle of electrolyte water and ate some compressed biscuits for a quick lunch. Sitting in his chair, he browsed the chat room. Finally, no more standing while lurking. Brothers, anyone got food? I haven't eaten in 2 days. Who's willing to trade? I promise pure and sweet college girl quality, me. I've got a pack of instant noodles. Nobody take it from me, I want in. I'll offer 2 packs, come on, dude, at a time like this, you're still price gouging? Food is this important, and you're wasting it on that? Brain damage much? Bro, I'm short on everything except food. So what? Chizhao was curious. Would anyone actually trade food for that kind of thing at a time like this? He clicked on the girl's profile. Sure enough, she had listed a trade, any food in exchange for underwear. The next second, the trade record updated to completed. 6. I still have socks. Any brothers want to trade food? This time I want water, me. Damn it, who was so fast just now? I didn't even get a chance. Nobody snatched this one from me. The socks trade also completed instantly. This stuff was selling way too well. Seeing nothing of value in the chat, Chizhao checked the next stop. Next stop, Snowy Mountain, single-player station. This stop is a mountaintop with a danger level of 1, a snow mountain. The next day, 8 a.m., the train arrived at the station. Chizhao wanted to collect some snow, but the moment the train doors opened, he reached out his hand. Only to be hit by a bone-chilling wind. Dressed in just a short-sleeved shirt, there was no way he could endure this. Looking at the endless white landscape outside, he finally understood the despair of those who landed in grasslands, snowy fields, or forests. Few resources, difficult collection, and the effort-to-reward ratio was completely unbalanced. As the train started up again, Chizhao sat in his chair, staring at the screen, silently praying, no grasslands, no forests, no small deserts. I swear I won't touch my craftsmanship for 3 years. Just give me a shopping mall, A supermarket, or a food street. Next station you updating. Next stop, Sanshan Station, single-player station. This station has a large supermarket, no danger. Damn, I was just joking around, and you actually made it happen? Chijiao's mind was already filled with images of shelves stocked with snacks and drinks. Not to mention, supermarkets also had all kinds of tools, kitchenware, clothes, and bedding. Right now, he really needed a blanket. Long ago people had a natural instinct to cover their stomachs while sleeping. It was practically in their genes. A towel was way too small. He also needed a pillow. A laptop was way too hard and uncomfortable. Just as Chijiao was getting excited, a sharp pain hit his stomach. 5 days in, and this was the first time he actually needed to take a dump. Chapter 6, $0 Supermarket Haul. Chijiao went to bed early yesterday, just to rest up and get ready for a proper $0 haul today. He got up early, ate and drank his fill, and made sure he was in peak condition. As the train reached the station and the train door opened, Chijiao threw the handbag full of poop out of the carriage. Only 3 hours. Gotta move fast. A left turn out of the train led him straight to the neatly lined up shopping carts. Chijiao grabbed one. First stop. The food section. Chijiao dashed through the aisles and made it to the fresh food section. There was plenty of water and food, the shelves were nearly fully stocked. But there was one problem. The food section was the farthest zone from his train. Straight line distance had to be over 100 meters. The good news was, the kitchenware and daily necessities section, stocked with tons of metal, plastic, and wood, was the closest to the train. Stick to last night's plan. Gather materials first and level up to level 2. Only by upgrading could he add more carriages. It's not every day you find a supermarket. One carriage just wasn't gonna cut it. 1 hour to gather materials and upgrade. If progress wasn't enough, he'd spend the remaining 2 hours stockpiling water and food. Chijiao made up his mind quickly. After piling the current cart full of bottled water and bread, he hauled it back to the train. Then he grabbed a new empty shopping cart and headed for the kitchenware section. He quickly snatched all the cutting boards off the shelves. They were all wood and plastic. 1 cartload of cutting boards pushed into the material input zone brought his wood collection progress up to 100 kilograms. Perfect. Now all that was left was plastic. Chijiao checked the time. 8:20 a.m. Progress was going fast. Thank goodness the kitchenware section wasn't too far from the carriage. He grabbed 2 more shopping carts, filled them both with plastic cutting boards. That brought the plastic progress up to 82 kilograms. 8:57 a.m. Only 3 minutes left until the planned upgrade deadline, but he was still way short on plastic. Was he not gonna make it? All the plastic cutting boards were gone. The other plastic items, cups, basins, etc., took up too much space and didn't weigh enough. Chijiao looked over at the rows of shopping carts. Wait a minute. They're made of plastic too. Each shopping cart had more than a jin of plastic. He needed 68 more kilograms. So 140 carts max should do it. Rows upon rows of shopping carts were pushed into the material input zone by Chijiao. The material input zone looked like an endless abyss. Just kept swallowing up carts without ever filling up. This thing was super handy. No need to search or carry. The plastic progress shot up quickly. 85 kilograms. 97 kilograms. 126 kilograms. 147 kilograms. Just as there were about a dozen carts left, a message popped up on the screen: all upgrade materials collected. Proceed with upgrade. Yes or no. Finally, time to upgrade. Level 2. Gained, a regular carriage, max stop time extended by 1 hour. You may still choose to depart at 11:00. Train upgrade module unlocked. A second carriage appeared out of thin air, linked to the original one. Chijiao opened the door between the first and second carriage. The new one had no train windows or train doors, looked just like a standard container. Except with a light on the ceiling. He'd heard upgrades could add carriages, but the extra stop time was an unexpected bonus. It was now 9:15. He had 2 hours and 45 minutes until departure. Chijiao rolled up his sleeves. Time to work. Chijiao was chewing on a chocolate bar, sprinting back into the carriage with the cart in tow. 11:58 a.m. Cutting it real close. Looking at the supplies stacked halfway into the first carriage, Chijiao sat on the floor laughing. So this was the joy of a $0 haul in a certain beautiful country. The train door shut. The train took off. Chijiao leaned on the train window, giving a nostalgic glance at the rows of shelves outside. If things didn't eventually run out here, it wouldn't be a bad place to stay. He stretched and started tallying up today's haul. First, water, 60 boxes of 596 milliliters bottles of Hyuga mineral water, 24 bottles per box. Then, over 300 bottles of various drinks. About 10 bottles of strong white liquor. Chi didn't drink, but he took the liquor just in case. Good for sterilizing wounds. He couldn't find medical alcohol or disinfectant. Main issue was time. This supermarket was huge. He could only carry as much visible supplies as time allowed. For instant noodles, Chi only took the bagged kind. Box versions were too bulky. He hauled 40 boxes of various flavors, 24 packs per box. For fruit, he picked 2 storage-friendly kinds, apples and oranges. 4 crates of each, 50 yen per crate. His shopping carts were also filled with all sorts of stuff. Cart 1, high energy, space-efficient food. Chocolate, candy, etc. Cart 2, meat goods. Cured meat, sausages, jerky, bagged roasted duck and chicken, meat floss, etc. Cart 3, canned goods. Beef canned food, luncheon meat cans, yellow peach canned food, and so on. Cart 4, 5 50-kilogram sacks of rice, dozens of packs of dried noodles. 5 10-liter buckets of blended cooking oil, a dozen packs of salt and sugar, and 10 or so bottles of chili sauces, including lao gan ma, mushroom sauce, beef sauce, chopped chili sauce, etc. He couldn't cook yet, but grain, oil, rice, and flour were still worth stockpiling. Unfortunately, the kitchen appliances, rice cooker, induction stove, microwave oven, all needed electricity. The train had no power supply. Still, Chi took them anyway. Who knows? Maybe someday he'd need them. As for ready-to-eat stuff like self-heating hot pot, rice packs, chips, he only took 1 cart worth. Symbolic more than anything. Didn't fill you up, and a whole cart didn't hold much. The final cart was stacked with various men's clothing. T-shirts, work pants, boots, slippers, socks, underwear all jumbled together at the bottom. Even a snowfield down jacket. A little heads up from that snowfield guy. You never know if the next stop will be a freezing snowy mountain or a burning desert. Always better to be prepared. On top of that were 2 wash basins, 2 trash bins, a trash bag bucket, and a tissue box bucket. 4 packs of toilet paper, 5 packs of sanitary pads. He grabbed those along with the toilet paper. Got both pink and purple. 2 pillows, 2 wool blankets, 1 air conditioning quilt. The only halfway decent weapon he found in the supermarket was the kitchen knife. Chi grabbed a few. Too bad he didn't see any machetes in the fresh food section. Those would have packed more punch. Oh well, better than nothing. As the saying goes, if the neighbor stockpiles food, I stockpile weapons. The neighbor is my granary. He didn't have guns, but that didn't mean he should only stock food. After inventorying everything, Chi nodded in satisfaction. This slightly cramped carriage now gave him a strong sense of safety. A wave of sweat odor hit his nose. Chi took off his clothes, opened a bottle of mineral water, soaked a towel, and wiped himself down. After cleaning up, he changed into fresh clothes. He grabbed an apple, sat in the chair, and while munching, looked at the screen to review his status. Train conductor, Chi train level, 2, number of carriages, 2, 1 initial carriage, 1 regular carriage. Chapter 7, train modification. Personal information has been updated. The amount of supplies needed to upgrade to level 3 has not changed, it's the same as upgrading to level 2, metal, 300 kg out of 185 kg, plastic, 150 kg out of 0.2 kg, wood, 100 kg out of 1.8 kg. After upgrading, the most surplus material is metal, while the other 2 are running low. Exiting his personal information, Chi checked the new module unlocked at level 2. Train modification. Modifications can be unlocked using train coins. Modification options will refresh with each upgrade, so, this is what train coins are used for. Chi looked at the 3 available modifications. Let it out. Obtain 1 train-specific toilet, 1 train coin, a train-specific toilet? Forget it, the trash bin and garbage bag combo will have to do for now. He only had 3 train coins and couldn't afford to waste them. Bulletproof glass. Upgrade the windows of the initial carriage to bulletproof glass, 2 train coins. Ever since someone shattered his window last time, Chi had been on edge. 2 train coins. It was worth considering. Dynamic cloaking. Linked to account, the train can blend into its surroundings, achieving invisibility or shape-shifting. Free to use for 1 hour daily, with the option to extend the duration using train coins. 8 train coins, invisibility or shape-shifting? That means he could go invisible at crowded stations and play the ultimate sneak move. Unfortunately, the free usage was limited to just an hour a day, and any additional time would require train coins. Linked to his account? Did that mean if he changed trains in the future, he would still retain this modification? Chi opened the train conductor chat room and sent a message. Anyone got train coins with a train emblem? I'll trade food and water for them. 596 milliliters bottle of mineral water for 1 train coin. 596 milliliters. Chi Zhao's message instantly caused an uproar in the chat room. Trading mineral water? Did I read that right? What even is this train coin, more valuable than water? Wait a minute, a level 2 big shot. You leveled up that fast? It really is level 2. I haven't even gathered half of what I need to upgrade. How did he do it? Must be in a team. No way he leveled up so fast alone. Isn't this the long-lost father I've been searching for? Dad, your child is starving. Please feed me, you shameless man. Chi Zhao, I can call you daddy too. Chi Zhao received a flood of friend requests but barely glanced at them before ignoring them all. As soon as he posted 10 sets of his trade. 1 bottle of mineral water for 1 train coin. A notification popped up showing a completed transaction. A flash of light appeared, and a gold coin quietly landed in the trading platform exchange area. Chi Zhao was thrilled. He hadn't expected to get a trade as fast. Just then, a friend request caught his attention. Do you have any supplies for a girl's time of the month? I can trade train coins for them. The request came from a girl named Zijian. Long hair, big eyes. Looked like a real person. After accepting the request. Sanitary pads? Yeah. He hadn't expected something he picked up randomly to be useful so soon. Chi Zhao pulled out a pink pack of sanitary pads and tossed it into the trade portal. 1 more train coin in hand. That made 5 train coins. Just 3 more, and he could unlock dynamic cloaking. After lunch, Chi Zhao started sorting through the supplies from today's $0 shopping haul. He worked until 8 p.m., finally organizing everything. All supplies were neatly stacked in the second carriage, arranged along both sides with a 1-meter-wide passage in the middle. During this time, he managed to trade for another train coin. Then, Zijian sent another message. Do you have the night use kind? What a coincidence. He did. Chi Zhao pulled out a purple pack of sanitary pads and tossed it into the trade portal. 1 more train coin secured. What are train coins used for? Zijian asked. To modify the train. Like, I could install a toilet in your train, for example. A toilet? That must take a lot of train coins, right? Just 1. 1 train coin for a toilet? Oh, that's not much. Rich lady? No, broke girl. Chi Zhao chuckled and closed the private chat. Then, he checked the station for tomorrow's stop. Next stop, Ren Family Village, single-person station. This station has 1 Ren family elder zombie, no danger. Note, the zombie wakes up after 8 p.m., at which point the danger level rises to level 3. Inside the zombie's coffin, there is 1 level 1 treasure chest, which may contain 3 train coins, 1 regular healing potion, similar to the last level 1 treasure chest. Looks like they usually contained about 3 train coins. But this time, there were no silver coins. A zombie? No danger during the day, so all he had to do was quickly find the elder's grave, dig up the coffin, open the lid, grab the treasure, and then let the zombie do whatever it wanted after sunset. Chi Zhao rubbed his chin and nodded. For grave digging, he needed a shovel. He opened the trading platform and searched for an entrenching tool. A flash of light later, he had spent a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of soda water to trade for a military shovel. Chi Zhao swung the shovel. It was in great condition, practically brand new. With tomorrow's work tools ready, Chi Zhao spread a wool blanket over his yoga mat, rested his head on a real pillow, and drifted off to sleep. At 7:30 the next morning, Chi Zhao woke up. Sometime around dawn, he managed to trade for another train coin, bringing his total to 8. Chi Zhao continued posting trade offers for train coins in the train conductor chat room, making sure to keep all 10 trade slots filled. For breakfast, he ate a pork floss bread and drank a bottle of milk. At 8:00, the train arrived at its stop. Ren Family Village. This time, the train had stopped on a hillside. Chi Zhao looked down through the train window and saw a cemetery nestled in the mountainside. In the cemetery, a crowd of people had gathered around a large grave. Wasn't this supposed to be a single-person station? Where did all these people come from? Chi Zhao recalled his previous experiences at single-person stations. There had never been anyone else there besides himself. Could it be? Chi Zhao tapped the dynamic cloaking modification button on the screen. Next to the screen, a section of the carriage wall recessed inward, revealing a coin slot. Chi Zhao inserted all 8 train coins. As the coins vanished, dynamic cloaking activated. Chapter 8, Ren Family Village. He had originally planned to activate it only when encountering a multi-person station, but seeing so many people here, he had no choice but to activate it just in case. After equipping his revolver and military shovel, Chi Zhao opened the train door and stepped off the train. Time to test out the new feature. With dynamic cloaking activated, the train blended seamlessly into its surroundings. As the train's owner, Chizhao could still see its faint, semi-transparent outline. To others, even if they got close, they would only see faint, shifting transparent lines. Next, Chizhao tested the shape-shifting function. At his command, the train instantly transformed into a massive loaf of bread. What an incredible modification. An absolute must-have for stealth. Deactivating dynamic cloaking, the train returned to its original form. With only 1 free hour of use per day, he couldn't afford to waste it. As Chizhao quietly approached the cemetery, a voice suddenly called out, "You're finally here. Come with me, hurry, hurry." A man, about 1.6 meters tall, dressed in blue and styled like an old-time landlord, grabbed Chizhao by the arm. "Move it. If we miss the auspicious time, don't even think about getting paid." Just like that, Chizhao was dragged into the crowd. He found himself shoved into a group of men holding shovels. Right in front of him was the Ren family elder's grave, with an offering table set up in front of it. A man dressed in a yellow Taoist robe, wearing a Taoist hat, with a square face and straight eyebrows, stood solemnly before the grave. Ninth uncle? Chizhao was dumbfounded. He had considered many possibilities, imagined various scenarios, but he never expected this. He was actually in the world of the movie Mr. Vampire. Could the train really bring him into fictional worlds? Thinking back on the previous stations he had visited, it actually made sense. Back at Kai Family Village, there were zombie chickens. Those definitely didn't exist in the real world. While Chizhao was lost in thought, a loud voice rang out, "Ritual complete. Start digging." Before he knew it, he was being pushed forward with the other laborers to dig up the Ren family elder's grave. As he dug, Chizhao kept thinking about how to get his hands on the treasure chest. In just over 10 minutes, the coffin was fully unearthed, and the lid was removed. The moment the coffin was opened, a thick black smoke billowed out. The Ren family head and his relatives all dropped to their knees with a thud, crying out, "Father! We've been unfilial." Chizhao took the opportunity to sneak a peek inside. Where was the treasure chest? He craned his neck and finally spotted a corner of it. It was pressed beneath the Ren family elder's body. How was he supposed to open the treasure chest and take the items with so many eyes on him? Chizhao scanned his surroundings. People were packed tightly all around him. TSK, no way to make a move like this. Having grown up watching Ninth Uncle's movies, Chizhao was extremely familiar with the plot of Mr. Vampire. An idea quickly came to him. Seeing the black smoke rising from the coffin and the well-preserved body of the Ren family elder, the Ren family head. The same old man who had dragged Chizhao here. Cautiously turned to Ninth Uncle and asked, "Is this burial site still usable?" Ninth Uncle clasped his hands behind his back, about to respond, when suddenly, a sigh came from within the laborer group, a dragonfly skimming the water. A truly excellent burial site. All eyes turned to Chizhao. But alas, a dragonfly skims the water once, then again, but never on the same spot. Chizhao clapped the dirt off his hands and shook his head regretfully. This site is ruined. The Ren family head, seeing that it was just a laborer speaking, immediately grew angry and pointed at Chizhao. "What nonsense are you spouting? You're just a laborer. What do you know?" He then turned to the foreman. "Keep your men under control. No more random talk." The foreman glanced at Chizhao, looking just as confused. "But, Master Ren, I don't even know him. He's not one of your laborers?" "Wait a second." The Ren family head stared at Chizhao, suddenly realizing something. You're the one I dragged over earlier?" Chizhao gave him a look that practically said, "What do you think?" At that moment, Ninth Uncle spoke up. "This young man is right. A dragonfly skims the water once, then again. This burial site is no longer usable." With Ninth Uncle's confirmation, the scornful looks from the crowd toward Chizhao eased slightly, replaced with some surprise. "Then, what should we do now?" Ninth Uncle hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "I suggest immediate cremation." "No way. My father feared fire more than anything when he was alive. I can't do that to him." The Ren family head quickly waved his hands in refusal. Ninth Uncle's expression was grave. "Master Ren, if you don't cremate him, you're going to have problems." "No. Anything but cremation. Think of another way." "There is another solution," Chizhao said, turning his back to the crowd and gazing toward the distant hillside. "Find a new burial site and rebury him." Once again, everyone's attention shifted to Chizhao. The Ren family head hesitated, then cautiously asked Ninth Uncle, Is he telling the truth?" Ninth Uncle sighed and nodded. Seeing this, Chizhao cleared his throat and took the opportunity to continue. "Ahem. As it happens, I know a little bit about Feng Shui myself." He started walking around, occasionally nodding, sometimes shaking his head, until finally, He pointed toward his train. Over there. To the north, an unbroken stretch of majestic mountains. To the south, rolling hills that provide perfect balance. To the east and west, mountains encircle the site like protective arms. The central area is spacious and well-defined, with flowing water surrounding it. It is a rare and exceptional feng shui treasure trove. The crowd was completely mesmerized, their gazes following the direction of Qi Zhao's finger. Qi Zhao stole a glance at Ninth Uncle out of the corner of his eye and nervously swallowed. He had just spouted every bit of feng shui knowledge he knew, completely making things up as he went. It might fool the common folk, but if Ninth Uncle caught on, it's quite a good sight. Phew. After receiving Ninth Uncle's approval, Qi Zhao let out a sigh of relief. Just like that, the laborers hoisted up the Ren family elder's coffin and followed Qi Zhao as they made their way up the mountain. Along the way, Ninth Uncle remained expressionless. Seeing that Ninth Uncle wasn't speaking, Qi Zhao kept quiet as well, focusing instead on preparing his next set of lines. The Ren family head sidled up beside him, a flattering smile on his face. "May I ask for your esteemed name, sir? Which school do you study under?" Without batting an eye, Qi Zhao made something up on the spot. "Qi Ji, disciple of the Golden Arches." The Ren family head looked momentarily puzzled, but quickly recovered his smile and said, "Master Qi, my apologies for my poor judgment. I actually mistook you for a laborer. Tonight, I will host a banquet at my home to formally apologize to you." Qi Zhao casually swung the military shovel in his hand. "With me carrying a shovel, it's understandable that you made the mistake, Master Ren. As for the banquet, there's no need. I have other matters to attend to, but I appreciate your kind gesture." Qi Zhao politely declined. No way. Even if he wanted to stay for a meal, the train wouldn't wait for him. "All right then. Master Qi, you seem quite young. Are you married?" "Married? No." Qi Zhao answered without much thought. "Then, how about my youngest daughter? She just turned 18 and recently returned from studying abroad." Qi Zhao followed the direction of Master Ren's pointing finger and saw a young woman dressed in light blue, her hair tied into twin ponytails. "Ren Tingting." Ren Tingting smiled and gave a polite bow as Qi Zhao looked at her. Chapter 9, Successfully Exploiting a Bug. Master Ren and his wife must have some really strong genes. Huh? Nothing. Master Ren, let's focus on the main task first. Qi Zhao smiled. Yes, let's focus on the main task first. At 11:40, the group arrived at Qi Zhao's train. Qi Zhao pointed to an empty space and said, "This is the place." Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Qi Zhao chuckled. With dynamic camouflage, the train became invisible. Walking to the train door, Qi Zhao pressed his hands together and chanted, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Supreme Lord Lao, manifest now. Heaven is Qi-on, earth is Kun. The balance of yin and yang determines all things. Open." As he pointed with his right hand, a dazzling golden door slowly appeared in the empty space. The crowd gasped in shock. This was the most South Heaven Gate-looking door Qi Zhao could come up with. "All right, you can now bring Master Ren inside." Master Ren's mouth was open wide enough to fit a light bulb. "A divine master has descended. I offer my humble respects." Thud. With that, Master Ren knelt and bowed. Ren Tingting, along with many of the Ren family entourage, all followed suit, kneeling and bowing. "What the fuck? What is this?" Qi Zhao was completely stunned by the scene. Uncle Jiayu, however, stood calmly to the side, completely unfazed. "Thank you, Divine Master, for granting my father such a sacred place. The Ren family will worship you for generations to come. Let's just hurry and get Master Ren inside before the door closes." Master Ren quickly got up and waved to the workers. Yes. Listen to the Divine Master. Quick, bring the old master inside." With that, Master Ren even personally helped the workers carry the coffin through the South Heaven Gate. Once the coffin was inside, Qi Zhao grabbed his entrenching tool and stepped in as well. Qi Zhao smiled at the crowd. "Everyone, farewell. May fate bring us together again." Wait. A voice suddenly rang out. Uncle Jiayu, who had been silent all this time, stepped forward. Lowering his voice, he said, "I don't know what kind of trick you used, but you might have fooled them, not me. This Master Ren has already turned into a great evil. He is extremely dangerous. I have a talisman here. Stick it on his forehead, and it will temporarily suppress him." Uncle Jiayu took out a yellow talisman and flicked it over to Qi Zhao. "Remember, you must cremate him as soon as possible, or the consequences will be disastrous." Qi Zhao accepted the talisman and bowed respectfully to Uncle Jiayu. The golden door shut. Qi Zhao and the coffin vanished from sight. All that remained were the stunned faces of the onlookers. Master Ren mumbled to himself, "A deity. A deity has taken my father away." Then, As if suddenly remembering something, he shouted, "Divine Master! What about my Ting-Ting? Divine Master! Take Ting-Ting with you too? Squad leader cousin? Uncle Jiayu's two disciples? Ren Ting-Ting?" Uncle Jiayu cast one last glance before turning to leave. At midnight, the train started moving. Holy shit, I thought Uncle Jiayu was about to make a move on me. Master Ren's coffin was 2.4 meters long, placed horizontally at the carriage entrance, almost touching both sides. Qizhao pried off the coffin nails and used all his strength to push open the lid. TSK TSK TSK. Those nasty fungal nails. He slapped Uncle Jiayu's talisman onto Master Ren's forehead and pulled out the treasure chest. Then, he quickly closed the coffin lid. Who knows what kind of viruses or mold might be inside. Opening the treasure chest, he found 3 train coins inside. The healing potion was a small bottle of green liquid. Just 5 milliliters. That's it? How serious an injury can this even treat? Now that the treasure chest was open, what should he do about Master Ren? Uncle Jiayu told him to burn it, but what if it didn't burn properly and suffocated him first? Could he throw it into the material input zone? This coffin alone must have at least 200 kilograms of wood. Qizhao clicked on the train upgrade function and designated a material input zone, intending to use Master Ren and his coffin as upgrade materials. Material input failed. Reason: the submitted material contains excessive food waste. The fuck? You can detect that even with the lid closed? What food waste? I thought I could exploit a loophole and let the system deal with Master Ren. But it didn't work. If this guy jumps out at night, I'm screwed. I need a plan. Qizhao opened the trading platform and searched for items useful against zombies: peachwood swords, talismans, glutinous rice, black dog's blood. Peach? Glutinous rice balls? Black dog skin? Damn it, nothing useful at all. Should I try sawing his head off? Qizhao looked at his flimsy, barely functional saw and sighed, shaking his head helplessly. If only I could open the train door while moving. I'd just throw him out. Summoning a god is easy, sending one away is the real problem. As Qizhao pondered a solution, a notification popped up on the screen. A transaction had been completed. It was Shijian. She had traded a train coin for a bottle of mineral water. Qizhao accepted the train coin and stared at the now empty trading slot. An idea seemed to strike him. 3 minutes later, Qizhao's trading platform displayed a new listing: 100 kilogram of wood plus aged cured meat equals 10,000 train coins. Looking at the coffin in the trade slot, Qizhao let out a pig-like snort of laughter. Ha ha ha. I still managed to exploit a bug. Items listed on the trading platform could be retrieved at any time. By setting an outrageous price of 10,000 train coins, Qizhao ensured no one would actually trade for it. Problem solved. Maybe someday, he'd find an item that could control zombies. For now, he'd just leave it there. Even if it meant wasting a trade slot. Chapter 10, New Member, Black Wind Monster. Qizhao checked the next station update. Next stop, Black White Station, Single Person Station. This station has a pet shop. No danger. A pet shop? What kind of supplies could he get there? Cat litter, cat food, canned cat food? Dog food, leashes, pee pads? Wonder if there'd be any live cats or dogs. The next day at 8:00 a.m., the train arrived at the station. Happy Paws Pet Haven. What a generic name. Qizhao tossed a trash bag outside, pushed a shopping cart, and walked into the store. No cats or dogs in sight. The cat enclosures and dog cages were all empty. The shelves were bare too, like they had already been ransacked. Qizhao pushed the cart forward, momentarily dumbfounded. Damn it, dismantle the shelves. First rule of fishing, never leave empty-handed. By 11:50, just as Qizhao had finished dismantling all the shelves and tossing them into the material input zone, preparing to leave, he spotted a small black dog wandering near the pet shop entrance. A dog? Where did that come from? Qizhao stepped off the train. PSS PSS PSS. Grabbing the pup by the scruff, he lifted it up. A male dog. Perfect for an experiment. Let's see if I can bring a living creature onto the train. Last time, Master Ren was crying about bringing his daughter along, and Qizhao wasn't about to test that recklessly. If she really did get on the train, who knows what kind of mess that would cause. And so, Qizhao carried the little black dog into the carriage. It worked. The moment the pup touched the floor, it darted straight into Qizhao's food storage. Hey, damn, short legs but fast as hell. Seeing the train doors about to close, Qizhao hurried over to grab the little dog. I don't have time to raise you. I can barely take care of myself. Qizhao picked up the pup, intending to toss it outside. But before he could, the train doors automatically shut. Train departing, please hold on tight. It was already 12:00. Zhao looked at the dog in his hands. Man and dog locked eyes. "You're one lucky bastard." The little black dog panted with its tongue out, huff, huff, huff. Inside the carriage, the black pup dashed around, sniffing everything with curiosity. Zhao, meanwhile, sat in front of the screen, checking his collected supplies. This trip yielded 67 kg of metal, 27 kg of plastic, 14 kg of wood. Current upgrade progress: metal, 300 kg out of 252 kg, plastic, 150 kg out of 27.2 kg, wood, 100 kg out of 15.8 kg, still missing a lot of materials to reach level 3. Zhao opened a can of beef, grabbed a bottle of soda, and a piece of bread for lunch. The little black dog sat beside him, panting. Zhao tore off a small piece of bread and tossed it over. "So damn black, looks just like that black bear demon from Journey to the West who stole the monk's robes." He looked down at the pup eating the bread by his feet. "I'll call you Black Wind Monster." "Woof woof woof." "Black Wind Monster." "Woof woof woof." None of the items he listed for trade had been sold yet. Confused, Zhao clicked into the chat room. Turned out some players had already upgraded to level 2 and were spreading information about the importance of train coins. Chat room online users, 6012, brothers, great news. Upgrading to level 2 extends the station stop time by 1 hour. More time to collect supplies. Of course, if the station sucks, you can still choose to leave at 11:00. Guys, stop trading train coins recklessly. Upgrading to level 2 unlocks modification functions, and train coins are needed for that. Fuck, I lost big time. Traded away 2 train coins yesterday. Zhao looked at the guy generously sharing information and shook his head with a sigh. What a kind soul. Now that people understood the value of train coins, they weren't willing to trade them easily. Good thing he exploited the information gap earlier. At least he managed to trade for a few. Since yesterday, 4 bottles of mineral water had been successfully traded. 2 of them were from Shijian. Where the hell was she getting so many train coins? She's already traded 5. Zhao retrieved the train coins and stored them in the treasure chest. Black Wind Monster came over and started gnawing on the chest. "Shoo. That came out of a coffin, don't chew on it." Picking up Black Wind Monster, Zhao tossed him aside, then locked the treasure chest in the front cabinet. All his valuables were kept in the front of the train. Stepping out of the front carriage, Zhao was hit with the stench of urine. Of course. Black Wind Monster had already marked his territory. Fuck. After cleaning up the mess, Zhao looked at the pup, still panting with its tongue out. "Laugh all you want. Tomorrow, I'm dumping you at the next station." "Oh right, time to check tomorrow's stop. Hopefully, it's a dog meat market or something. Just you wait." Next stop, King's Station, multi-person station, with 7 other trains stopping. This station is a beautiful ancient town, no danger. At the center pavilion of King Lake, there is 1 level 2 treasure chest. Possible rewards, 6 train coins, 1 water lotus seed. The next day at 8:00 a.m., Zhao arrived at King Station. As soon as he landed, he activated dynamic camouflage. The train instantly vanished. Zhao looked around but didn't see any other trains. Through the train window, he spotted the lake's center pavilion, but there was no sign of a treasure chest. Incorrect until... Impossible. The station forecast had never been wrong before. Just as he opened the train door. Whoosh! Black Wind Monster bolted outside. And with a loud plop, it fell straight into the water. Woo 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 woo. Suddenly submerged, Black Wind Monster panicked, flailing its legs wildly and whimpering non-stop. Not sure if all dogs instinctively know how to dog paddle, but after a few frantic kicks, it actually started swimming. Scram, scram, don't come back. Zhao was speechless. Looking down, he saw that the train was hovering more than a meter above the lake's surface. If he got down now, getting back up would be a hassle. Should have taken that swimming elective in college seriously. Instead of spending all his time underwater sneaking peeks at the senior girl's legs. Regret. Too late now. On King Lake, a bright red train suddenly appeared, floating in midair. An old boatman saw this and rubbed his calloused hands over his eyes in disbelief. The strange red object had vanished. And in its place, a lake pavilion had appeared. Inside the pavilion, a young man dressed oddly was waving at him. "Uncle. Over here. Uncle." Chapter 11, Can you swim? "Thank you, Uncle." Zhao jumped from the center pavilion onto the old man's boat. This. How come there's another center pavilion? I've been rowing boats here my whole life, and I've never seen a second center pavilion before. Young man, am I about to leave this world? Are you here to take me away? Uncle, you're still in great shape. Don't overthink it. This pavilion. Zhao glanced at the pavilion behind him. It was built last night. The old man looked utterly shocked but didn't ask further. Young man, are you from out of town? Your clothes look unusual. Ah, yeah, I just came back from out of town. This is the fashion over there. The black wind monster was still paddling in the water, its dog paws scratching at the boat. Zhao bent down and fished it out of the water. The black wind monster shook itself violently, spraying water everywhere. After drying off, it nudged closer to Zhao and started licking the hem of his pants. Young man, this dog is amazing. Look at its tongue. It's black. That's a rare 5 black dog. This kind of dog wards off evil spirits. Back in the day, I had one too. Zhao interrupted the old man's reminiscing. Uncle, if you like this dog, you can have it. Do me a favor and take me to that center pavilion. Zhao pointed at the real center pavilion. No, no, no. This dog is intelligent. It only recognizes one owner for life. Looks like it really likes you. Damn, this old man is really chatty. Zhao grabbed the black wind monster and tossed it back into the center pavilion. Stay put. If you come down again, I won't want you anymore. The black wind monster seemed to understand Zhao's words. It stood at the train door, whimpering, but this time, it didn't jump down. Zhao turned to the old man. Alright, I won't give it to you. Uncle, just hurry up and take me over there. He checked the time. 8:07 a.m. He should be able to open the treasure chest before anyone else finds this place. After all, only he knew there was a treasure chest here. Alright, I'll take you there. The old man had been rowing boats his whole life, and his movements were swift and skilled as the boat headed toward the center pavilion. Zhao glanced at the black wind monster, worried it might jump down again, so he used voice control to close the train door. Back when I was young, I used to row this boat every day, taking my grandson to the private school on the other side. I miss those days. Uncle, what about your grandson? He was conscripted for war. Died last year. I never even got to see his body. Zhao fell silent for a long time. My condolences. Parting in life and death. It's just how things are. I've made my peace with it. I only regret not getting to see my grandson one last time. You know, young man, you actually look a bit like my grandson. The first time I saw you, I almost thought he had came to take me away, ha ha ha. The old man laughed to cover the tears welling up in his eyes. The ancient-style clothing, the way he spoke, the war, the conscription. Was this a fragment of some ancient time? Or a scene from a movie I'd never watched? Whatever it was, Zhao could feel the deep emotions radiating from the old man. We're here. The boat reached the center pavilion, and Zhao jumped onto it. He picked up a small wooden box, about the size of his palm. No wonder he hadn't noticed it. It was so tiny. He had thought all treasure chests were big. Zhao opened the box. Inside were 6 train coins and a single black seed. After confirming the contents, Zhao shut the lid and tucked the box into his pocket. Uncle, please take me back to the original center pavilion. Just then, a gunshot rang out from the shore. Bang! A bullet grazed Zhao's left arm as it flew past. Zhao winced in pain, clutching his arm, and immediately took cover behind one of the pavilion's pillars. A gun. Modern weapons. Someone else had arrived. Damn it, how did they get here so fast? Zhao's eyes widened as he saw the old man's chest stained with blood. The man let go of the oar, and with a loud splash, his body fell straight back into the lake. The water slowly turned red. The bullet that had grazed Zhao's arm had struck the old man instead. Zhao's eyes burned with fury. The old man was just killed. Just like that. You look like a train conductor too. If you don't want to die, leave the goods behind and jump into the lake. A man's voice came from the shore. I'll give you 3 seconds. 3. What now? This pillar won't hide me for long. 2. Bang. Another warning shot hit near Zhao. There was no way he could hand over the treasure. Because even if he did, he'd still be killed. I have a gun too, but I'm pinned down. In a gunfight, the worst thing is getting pinned. Because that means losing the initiative. Right now, Zhao was completely pinned down by the man on shore, making him utterly passive. He was exposed, while the enemy remained hidden. No, I need to take control of the situation. As Zhao silently prepared, he spoke up. Can you swim? What? Stop changing the subject. Then, the man saw a hand extend from behind the pillar, holding a small wooden box. A treasure chest. That had to be the treasure chest. In just a second, the hand retracted before he could get a shot off. Can you swim? What are you trying to do? The next second, Zhao swung his arm forcefully and hurled the box into the river. Plop. The box hit the water. Fuck. You little bastard. Seeing that the man's attention was drawn to the box, Chizhao immediately flipped out from behind the pillar and fired his revolver. Bang! 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 In rapid succession. Hearing the gunshots, the man instinctively ducked for cover. But one bullet still grazed the top of his head, carving a shallow groove into his scalp. Now, Chizhao had the man pinned. I asked you a question. Can you swim or not? Answer me. Fuck your mother. I was swimming while you were still sucking milk. Chizhao silently shifted positions, moving to another angle. 2 bullets left in the revolver. He aimed at the man's exposed foot and fired. Missed. But the man was so startled he quickly yanked his foot back. Keep talking shit, and I'll send you back to swim in amniotic fluid. While shouting to intimidate him, Chizhao discreetly reloaded his revolver. Of course, the box he had thrown just now was empty. The train coins and seed had already been stashed safely in his pocket. But now there was a problem. They were at a stalemate. The real issue was that he was stuck in the middle of the lake, and the only way back to the train was by boat. If he didn't kill the guy, he had no way out. And with all the gunfire, other train conductors had probably already started heading this way. The longer this dragged on, the worse it was for him. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the sky. Boom. 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 The unexpected noise caught everyone's attention. Even the passers-by stopped in their tracks, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. A pink train emerged from the void. 1, 2, 3. 12? 12 carriages? Impossible. The highest level in this area was only level 2. Where the hell did a level 12 train come from? People from another region? No way. How could they have leveled up so fast? The train looked like a massive pink worm with black spots, sprawled across the surface of King Lake. The carriage door slowly opened, and a short-haired woman in a red halter-neck kapau stepped out. Her right eye emitted a blue glow as she gazed toward the center pavilion. Footprint match completed. Overlap rate, 98%, finally found you. Chapter 12, Train Guardian Beast Black Wind Monster, Unexpected Gain, Corpse-Repelling Talisman. Kongyu pulled out another grappling gun and fired it toward the shore with a whoosh. She walked straight toward a black train, easily broke open the carriage door, and entered. Fuck, that's my train. The man cursed in his heart. Fuck, is this woman insane? Before long, Kongyu stepped out of the train, walking unhurriedly toward the man. The crisp click-clack of her high heels echoed on the stone pavement. She looked down at the man from above. Your train? The man swallowed nervously and stammered, if you like it, then. It's yours. Have you ever switched trains? And no. Kongyu nodded. After confirming his answer, she lifted the hem of her red dress and pulled a handgun from the holster strapped to her thigh. Bang. A red dot appeared on the man's forehead, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Watching the whole scene unfold, Chizhao couldn't help but swallow hard. Shit, she's a lunatic. With a thunk, a grappling gun hook shot toward him. The sound of high heels hitting the ground followed as Kongyu landed right in front of Chizhao. Looking at her outfit and hairstyle, Chizhao immediately thought of Ada Wong from Resident Evil. Is she cosplaying? The accuracy of this cosplay is insane. Not just her figure and looks, but even the weapons are spot on. Kongyu extended her hand toward Chizhao and said, silver coin. Chizhao looked confused. Silver coin? What silver coin? Seeing his confusion, Kongyu clarified, Kai family village, G silver coin. With that reminder, Chizhao suddenly remembered. After activating that silver coin, it only displayed a row of grayed-out zodiac symbols and seemed to have no other function. Since he hadn't collected any more silver coins recently, he had almost forgotten about it. Noticing Chizhao's expression, Kongyu asked coldly, you already activated it? Fast hands, huh? She shook her head, her tone unreadable. She looked Chizhao up and down before speaking. Order? Order? What order? Chizhao was baffled. What's with this woman acting all cryptic? Seeing his reaction, Kongyu nodded. What color is your train? Chizhao hesitated for 2 seconds before answering, red. Red? I like red. After saying this, Kongyu's expression suddenly changed. But you're lying. There are no red trains here. My train is invisible. Chizhao pointed into the distance and deactivated the dynamic camouflage, revealing the red train slowly. Kongyu was clearly startled when she saw Chizhao's red carriage. So, it's dynamic camouflage? Interesting. A slight smile appeared on Kongyu's lips. Even such a rare modification, and he managed to get it. She wrapped an arm around Chizhao's waist, fired a grappling gun, and soared with him toward the train. In front of the carriage door, Kongyu let go and set Chizhao down. Chizhao stood there, completely dumbfounded. What are you waiting for? Open the door. I need to see if you really use that silver coin. What? My station forecast. Such an op module. would be completely exposed. If she sees it, will she get greedy, kill me, and steal my train? Should I open the door or not? What's wrong? Need my help? Wait, I forgot the password. Seeing Kongyu getting ready to force open the door, Chizhao quickly shouted, I remember now. I remember. Damn it, even if I don't open it, this woman will just break in. If it's fate, I can't avoid it. As the train door opened, Black Wind Monster saw Chizhao return and excitedly lunged at him. Kongyu, startled by Black Wind Monster, backed away in panic and even flipped onto the roof of the train. Huh? She's afraid of dogs? You have a dog? Huh? Yeah, I like dogs. I have a bunch inside. Chizhao lied with a straight face, I've got German Shepherds, Huskies, Tibetan Mastiffs. This one is the smallest. I'm just a dog lover, can't help it. Kongyu took a deep breath to calm herself, then pulled out a phone. Take a picture of your personal information. Chizhao took the phone, snapped a picture, and handed it back to Kongyu, who was standing on the train. When she saw the photo, confirming that the G-silver coin had indeed been used, she sighed. She put away the phone, jumped off the train, and once again wrapped an arm around Chizhao's waist, using the grappling gun to take him back to shore. Wait, what are you doing? If you're gonna kill me, you don't need to take me somewhere else to do it, right? Back on shore, Kongyu released Chizhao. What, do I look like someone who enjoys killing? Chizhao's eyes instinctively flicked to the corpse of the man by the lake. Kongyu smiled and said, killing him will prevent a lot more people from suffering in the future. Those with black trains have black hearts, too. I think you've already experienced that firsthand. With that, she ignored Chizhao and walked straight toward the black train. What the hell kind of logic is that? How does the color of a train determine whether someone is good or bad? But he had to admit, that guy really wasn't a good person. Just now, he had almost died from that man's sneak attack. After confirming that the woman had no ill intentions, Chizhao let out a sigh of relief. He quickly walked over to the man's corpse, searched him thoroughly for equipment, then pushed him into King Lake. Get in there and apologize to Grandpa. Splash. Water splashed everywhere. Chizhao packed up the loot he had collected, thought for a moment, and then followed into the black train. Looking at the violently broken train door, Chizhao clicked his tongue. Dismantling standard carriage. Obtained metal 210 kg, plastic 105 kg, wood 70 kg. Watching the woman skillfully operate the screen, dismantling carriages and transferring supplies, Chizhao couldn't help but sigh internally. Robbing and looting sure is an efficient way to get stuff. He rummaged through the leftover scraps, trying to find anything useful. Good thing I didn't mess with her. Otherwise, both Black Wind Monster and I would be dead. Huh? What's this? A yellow talisman? Corpse-repelling talisman. Attach it to a corpse's forehead to control the corpse. Holy shit, it's an item. If it can control corpses, then if I stick it on old Master Ren's head, wouldn't that mean I struck gold? Haha. Just as Chizhao excitedly stuffed the talisman into his pocket, Kongyu spoke up, the supplies from this train are yours now. Chizhao, still rummaging through the trash, looked up, huh? After a while, as he continued searching, he saw Kongyu leave and quickly followed. She pulled out a grappling gun and aimed at her own train. After giving Chizhao one last look, she fired the grappling hook and returned to her pink train. A flash of white light, and the train disappeared on the spot. Chapter 13, Old Master Ren, the bodyguard, comes online. The train traveled through the darkness. Kongyu looked out the train window. In the pitch-black void, the occasional starlight flickered on. Only for a moment. Before vanishing once again. It felt as if darkness was the eternal melody. She summoned the light screen and opened the private chat interface. The G-silver coin has been used by this batch's newcomer. Is it someone from Order? No. Got it. Thanks for your work. No trouble. I stopped by a few more stations this time. Used up quite a bit of train coins, so reimburse me. Quite a bit? How much? 300. 300? I'll reimburse you later. Young people sure burn through money fast, sigh. Kongyu smiled and closed the chat. 11 modules appeared on the light screen. Cancel current outfit. Change to preset loungewear. Her clothes, shoes, and weapons disappeared, replaced by a pink cat-themed pajama set and pink cat ear slippers. Her short black hair transformed into long pink hair draping over her shoulders. Red train, huh? Kongyu's lips curved into a slight smile. Half an hour later, Chizhao returned to the train. He originally planned to scavenge a bit more, but with his train door wide open, he figured other train conductors might show up, so he rushed back instead. 8:55. He had been here for less than an hour and had already faced 2 life-threatening encounters. Black Wind Monster was well behaved this time. Even with the train door open, It didn't jump out again. Woof 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 woof. Seeing his owner return, Black Wind Monster immediately pounced, clinging to Chi Zhao's leg. Chi Zhao patted its head, dropped the loot he had collected to the side, and shut the train door before finally letting out a breath of relief. The moment he relaxed, a wave of pain from his arm surged through his body, and Chi Zhao blacked out. Slurp, slurp. Slurp, slurp. A slick, wet tongue licked Chi Zhao's face, jolting him awake. Pain. 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 Chi Zhao scrambled up from the ground, a sharp sting radiating from his wound. Throwing that guy into the lake to feed the fish was too easy on him. I should have strung him up to dry on my train and fed him to the dog. Black Wind Monster? Chi Zhao glanced at his watch. 7 p.m. I was out for this long? He walked into the standard carriage and dug out a bottle of white liquor. Taking off his t-shirt, Chi Zhao poured the alcohol over his wound to disinfect it. Hiss. His face twisted in pain, teeth clenched tightly. Get back, you can't lick this. Black Wind Monster tried to lap up the spilled liquor on the ground but was shooed away by Chi Zhao. After a quick treatment, Chi Zhao pulled out the healing potion, twisted off the cap, and took a swig. Sweet. Not bad. In just moments after drinking it, the pain vanished. His wound scabbed over and quickly peeled away, leaving only a faint red scar. It had already fully healed. No doubt about it, this healing potion was the real deal. If I had known it was this effective, I wouldn't have used the alcohol disinfectant. Hurt like hell. He flexed his arm, confirming he was fine, then grabbed a fresh black t-shirt and put it on. Seeing Chi Zhao recover, Black Wind Monster leaped at him again. Chi Zhao lifted Black Wind Monster high into the air. Good thing I have you, Black Wind Monster. If that woman had gotten inside my train, I'd probably be down to just one carriage by now. That woman. Dismantling and transferring like it was second nature. Definitely a repeat offender. So this train survival thing. It isn't just for our batch? That would explain her level 12 train. Right, the supplies. She said she transferred the supplies to me. Chi Zhao set Black Wind Monster down and tapped on the screen. In the bottom right corner, there was one unread message. You have new transferred supplies. Please check your inventory. Chi Zhao tapped to collect. Received, metal 228.3 kilogram, plastic 191 kilogram, wood 93 kilogram. After confirming the supplies, Chi Zhao relaxed a little. Not much, but better than nothing. He started sorting through his haul. From the dead man, he had scavenged a pistol with a red dot sight, a fully loaded spare magazine, 2 windproof lighters, and a sharp dagger. Also, 6 train coins and a water lotus seed. Most importantly, he had found a corpse-repelling talisman in that man's train. Chi Zhao pulled Old Master Ren out from the trading platform. Lifting the coffin lid, he peeled off the original talisman from Old Master Ren's forehead and immediately replaced it with the corpse-repelling talisman. As soon as it was applied, the talisman vanished. So it's single use, huh? Chi Zhao's mind linked to Old Master Ren. He could issue commands and control him now. Bang! Old Master Ren leaped out of the coffin. Move forward, step back, turn left, turn right. The controls were surprisingly smooth. Chi Zhao commanded Old Master Ren to grip the coffin lid with both hands, jump back inside, and close the lid. As long as he wasn't under sunlight, Old Master Ren could move freely. Chi Zhao nodded in satisfaction. He had gained a new bodyguard. Gurgle. His stomach rumbled. Chi Zhao pulled out a can of beef canned food, picked out a chunk of beef, and tossed it to Black Wind Monster. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Several messages popped up in quick succession. No need to guess. It was definitely Shijian. Chapter 14, Upgrade, Level 3 Train. Because Chi Zhao had only added this one friend. Where are you? 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 You're famous now. Everyone knows you've latched onto a rich woman. Who is that woman? I heard she's a level 12 big shot, is that true? Where did you meet her? I'm curious. Chi Zhao looked utterly confused as he entered the chat room. Online users, 5,019. 1,000 fewer than yesterday. I saw that woman go into Chi Zhao's train and stay there for a long time before coming out. How do you know it was him? There are only a handful of us who have reached level 2, and he was the first. Recognized him at a glance, I saw it too. That woman had him wrapped in her arms, swaying back and forth over the lake. Damn, that guy looked blissful. Everyone, let me be honest. He got to level 2 so fast because he's clinging to this woman's thigh. Is there any rich woman willing to take me in too? I don't wanna work hard anymore. I suggest training with a steel wool scrub first to see if you can handle the hardship. Rumors spread by the other people at King Station? Why was it getting more and more ridiculous? Since you've got a backer now, you must have a ton of train coins. Lend me one, I'll pay you back when I get some. What are you trying to modify? Chizhao noticed that Zijian's avatar displayed level 2. How do you know I want to modify something? I want to make a Simmons mattress. Don't you know girls can't keep sleeping on the floor? It's too cold, bad for the body. I'll have train coins tomorrow, I'll pay you back then. How can you be so sure you'll have train coins tomorrow? Secret. Put something up as collateral. We're so close, and you still don't trust me? Nonsense. Post it on the trading platform. Did you sell that coffin? Why isn't it in the trading list anymore? Not selling it anymore. It's now a non-tradable item. A flash of light, and Chizhao received a hair tie. You're using this as collateral? Do you know how important a hair tie is to a woman? And I only have this one. Chizhao felt scammed. He casually tossed the hair tie aside. Metal, 300 kg out of 480.3 kg. Plastic, 150 kg out of 218.2 kg. Wood, 100 kg out of 108.8 kg. The supplies for level 3 were enough. Oh right, upgrading would refresh train modifications. Chizhao hesitated for a moment but still spent 2 train coins to upgrade the initial carriage windows to bulletproof glass. As the modification was completed, the white impact mark disappeared. As for installing a toilet, let's meet again if fate allows. Upgrade, level 3. Obtained 1 standard carriage. Chizhao walked through the second carriage and opened the door to the new one. Identical to the second carriage, just a container with a light. Aside from adding another carriage, reaching level 3 didn't unlock any new functions. The material requirements for level 4 remained unchanged. So far, it seemed that the amount of supplies needed for upgrading was fixed. Chizhao opened the train modifications, and the options had been refreshed. Power boost, link to account. Your train can arrive at stations 10 minutes earlier. 8 train coins, arriving 10 minutes early. If he had this upgrade before, he might have been able to loot the treasure chests in 10 minutes and return to the train to hide. If he encountered another multi-user station in the future, arriving 10 minutes early, plus knowing the station forecast, would give him an advantage. Combine that with dynamic concealment, and he could be the ultimate ambush master. Chizhao continued looking through the remaining 2 modifications. Sweet dreams, obtain a train-exclusive Simmons mattress, 1 train coin. Chizhao glanced at the yoga mat and wool blanket combo on the floor. Forget it, that thing wasn't great for his back. No need to waste train coins. Zoned refrigeration, convert 1 carriage into a refrigerated carriage, divided into 4 sections with adjustable temperatures, 5 train coins. This was a good modification too. Last time in the desert, the cactus fruits he picked rotted because of the high temperature. With a cold storage unit, food preservation wouldn't be an issue anymore. He had lent Zijian 1 train coin, leaving him with 11. Power boost took priority. Spending 8 train coins. Modifying train, power boost. Perfect, now to check if tomorrow was a multi-user station. Next station, Butte Forest, single-user station. This station has a small creek, no danger, not a multi-user station. A creek. Thank goodness. Finally, a proper bath. And he could stock up on some water. Chizhao opened the trading platform to trade for empty bottles, basins, and buckets. The next day, 7:50 a.m., the train arrived at the station. In the forest, a clear creek flowed gently. The water was crystal clear, and the riverbed stones were polished smooth by the current. Chizhao walked to the creek and scooped up water, splashing it onto his face. Ah, refreshing. Woof woof woof. Black Wind Monster was extremely excited, stepping in the shallow water as if ready to jump in. Stay out of the water. Chizhao quickly stopped him. It was still early, and the water was a little cold. He had to wait until noon to bathe. Catching a cold now would be a real problem. Chizhao returned to the train and pushed out a shopping cart filled with empty plastic bottles, a trash bin, and a wash basin. Chapter 15, Extreme Ice Island 11:40 a.m. The sun was directly overhead as Chizhao soaked in the creek, his expression full of enjoyment. Chizhao returned to the train, dried himself off, and got dressed. Right on time at 12:00, the train started moving. The forest disappeared, and darkness filled the view outside the train window. 5 trash bins, 4 wash basins, and over 100 500 milliliters plastic bottles. Chizhao transported all these water-filled containers to the last carriage. The creek water was very clean. If there ever came a day without water, it could still be boiled for drinking. Too bad there wasn't enough time or containers, otherwise, he could have collected more. Who would ever complain about having too much water? Chizhao returned to the screen to check the next stop. Next station, Extreme Ice Island, single-user station. This station has a large frozen lake, no danger. Under the ice at the center of the lake, there is 1 level 3 treasure chest. Possible rewards, 12 train coins, 1 immaculate fruit, 1 Queen's Teeth costume card. What kind of divine place was this? A level 3 treasure chest? 12 train coins, a fruit he had never heard of, and some kind of queen costume card. As Teeth. Wasn't that an anime character? Could the next stop be an anime world? A costume card. It seemed like using it might grant her abilities. Chizhao rubbed his hands together excitedly, full of anticipation. At the same time, just as she had promised yesterday, Zijian returned the train coin right on time. In the chat room. Guys, there are only 2 days left in the trial period. I'm panicking. If it weren't for the protection mechanism, I almost got bitten to death by a lion back on the grasslands. What am I gonna do after this? Don't forget, the carriage temperature control will be gone too. Who knows if we'll freeze or overheat next. I just hope things stay the same, nothing too extreme. I wanna go home so bad. I miss showering, playing on my computer, gaming, ordering takeout. I don't wanna stay here anymore. How much water and food do you guys have stored? Not much. Ever since arriving in this cursed place, I've never had a full meal. Guys, anyone got food? I'll trade a girl's panties for it. Bro, what happened? Down bad? Too many pretty girls offering panties, couldn't resist and traded away all my food. The trial period was ending? So soon? The screen only displayed time, not the date. And every day had been so eventful that he hadn't even noticed. Chizhao had developed a habit of waking up around 7:30 a.m. every day. To prepare for the cold, he ate a self-heating rice meal, drank a bottle of milk, and ate 3 pieces of chocolate. The train is about to arrive. Please sit tight and hold on. By this time, Chizhao had already put on his snowfield down jacket and a pair of worn-out leather gloves he had traded for a bottle of creek water the night before. With a pistol in his right hand and a trash bag in his left, Chizhao stepped off the train. Damn, this stupid dog's poop stinks. Maybe I should just stew him. Black Wind Monster was locked inside the train and wasn't let out. Exhaling a puff of white mist, Chizhao squinted his eyes and observed his surroundings. The vast frozen lake shimmered under the sunlight, its surface crystal clear and reflective like a giant mirror, perfectly mirroring the scenery around it. Not an anime world. And he didn't see any hostile creatures. Chizhao stepped onto the ice and stomped his foot. Damn, this ice was at least a meter thick. Even if he found the treasure chest, how was he supposed to break through such thick ice without professional tools? Forget it, he'd at least look for it first. Huff, huff, huff. These crappy gloves weren't cutting it. They let in too much wind, and his hands were freezing. Chizhao glanced at his watch. 10:00 a.m. Damn, where the hell was this treasure chest? His eyes were going numb from searching. Nope, time to head back. His life mattered more. Temperature-controlled carriage, I'm coming home. At 11:40, Chizhao spotted his train. But beside the train, there was a sled car parked. Wait. He didn't see anyone when he first got off? Chizhao hurried towards the train. As he got closer, he saw a treasure chest sitting on the sled. It was a level 3 treasure chest. What was that saying? Searching high and low, only to find it effortlessly in the end? Just as Chizhao reached out to open the chest, the 2 huskies pulling the sled started barking wildly. Woof 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 woof. 2 people, who had been peering into Chizhao's train through the window, instantly turned around at the sound. One was a tall man. The other was much shorter. A girl. Both of them were wearing clothing made of some kind of animal fur, and the girl had a strikingly red hat on. Chizhao made eye contact with them, awkwardly retracting his hand. He raised his right hand to his mouth, thinking of an excuse to trick them into giving up the chest. You two, why are you leaning on my train? Trying to steal something? The moment Chizhao suddenly raised his voice, the man dropped to his knees with a loud thud, scaring the hell out of him. The guy kept muttering something that Chizhao couldn't understand. My hair? What the hell was going on now? Gun? Chizhao looked down at the pistol in his hand and suddenly understood. A language barrier plus the threat of a firearm. They thought he was a bandit. Well, that worked too. Chizhao decisively opened the treasure chest. Inside lay a dozen gleaming train coins, a small blue-green fruit the size of a winter jujube, and a pale blue card. Chapter 16, Unexpected Surprise. At that moment, the girl suddenly shouted at Chizhao, That your sister Minner, though mat iki takathath. That belongs to my sister, you can't take it. Right after shouting, she ran toward Chizhao and tried to push him away with all her strength. When she couldn't move him, she jumped onto the sled car, pulled the rope, and the 2 huskies dashed off at full speed. After covering some distance, she looked back. Only to find that the treasure chest on the sled was gone. Chizhao stood frozen in place, holding the treasure chest in his arms. When the girl had jumped onto the sled car, he had acted quickly, snatching the chest away before she could take off. Wow! Seeing that the treasure chest had been taken by Chizhou, the girl was momentarily stunned, stopped the sled car, and her eyes turned red as she burst into tears. The man, seeing this, hurriedly knelt and banged his head against the ice in front of Chizhou, leaving streaks of blood on the frozen surface. Chizhou twitched the corner of his mouth, then, still holding the treasure chest, returned to the train. Before leaving, he grabbed 2 oranges, some chocolate, and candy, stuffed them into the man's hands, and boarded the train, shutting the door behind him. He wasn't the type to kill indiscriminately. If it had been someone more ruthless, this father and daughter might have ended up lying in a pool of blood. After all, the girl had tried to escape with a treasure chest, an act that could easily anger many train conductors. But in Chizhou's view, the treasure chest was his anyway, and those 2 posed no real threat. The man had even smashed his head against the ice in a desperate attempt to make amends, bleeding all over. As it turned out, Chizhou's decision not to kill them was the right one. Later, when someone else stopped at this location and tried to harm them, they ended up provoking his death. That person was immediately frozen into an ice sculpture by his teeth and became a permanent fixture in Extreme Ice Lake. Chizhou changed into a t-shirt, shook out his snowfield down jacket, and put it away. He grinned from ear to ear. He had gotten the treasure chest in a rather unusual way. Including the 4 he already had, he now had 16 train coins quietly lying inside the chest. Time to splurge a little. If he could find a toilet or a Simmons mattress in future upgrades, his quality of life would improve significantly. Chizhou held the costume card up to the screen. Whenever he came across something he couldn't figure out, he would try scanning it with the screen to see if anything would trigger. No reaction. Just like with the train coins before. Whatever, he'll keep it for now. It was from a level 3 treasure chest, after all, so it had to be useful at some point. Chizhou pulled out the last item from this strip. The immaculate fruit. He took a bite, the crisp crack echoing through the carriage. The sweet juice spread across his tongue. The immaculate fruit was incredibly juicy, and it didn't even have a seed. As the fruit went down, Chizhou suddenly felt heat surging through his arm. The red scar left from the bullet wound before was rapidly fading. The effect was this strong? Looks like his ABS were about to show. Chizhou sat cross-legged, quietly waiting for his APAC to appear. 5 minutes later, he got up and took a piss. Other than the scar on his arm disappearing, nothing else had changed. The parts that were supposed to grow didn't. What the hell, disappointing. A real downer fruit. Opening the trading platform, Chizhou cancelled all his active trades. A bottle of mineral water couldn't even be exchanged for a single train coin anymore. No point leaving the listings up. He needed to get a dog bowl for Black Wind Monster. Wait, no, 2 bowls. 1 for food, 1 for water. After listing 2 bottles of stream-sourced mineral water in exchange for a stainless steel dog bowl, Chizhou exited the trading platform and opened the train upgrade menu. Spending 5 train coins, Chizhou upgraded the 3rd carriage into a temperature-controlled carriage. The moment he stepped inside, he immediately felt the temperature drop. Wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, he couldn't help but shiver. Black Wind Monster followed him in, clearly enjoying the cool air. The carriage walls had turned silver with intricate patterns, resembling an old-fashioned freezer. Yellow cross lines divided the floor into 4 sections, each marked with a number, 1, 2, 3, 4. There were no actual partitions between the sections. A temperature control panel had appeared on the wall, allowing adjustments for different areas. Consumes supplies? 1 kilogram of metal every 48 hours. Why wasn't this mentioned in the upgrade description? Scam. Luckily, the consumption rate wasn't too high. Otherwise, he wouldn't even dare to use it. Currently, all 4 sections were set to 14 degrees Celsius, with the lowest adjustable temperature being -35 degrees Celsius. Chizhou set the temperature of section 4 to -5 degrees Celsius, then stood on the yellow line, half of his body in section 4 and the other half in section 3. Even without physical dividers, each section maintained its designated temperature. Seems like this was different from common logic. This was the power of rules. He had expected it to be divided into 4 separate rooms, but this setup was actually more convenient. Section 1 was empty for now. Chizhou moved oranges, apples, grains, oil, rice, and flour into section 2. Black Wind Monster eagerly followed him back and forth, excitedly helping out. Go, 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 play by yourself. Section 3 contained the previously stored stream water. Chizhou added some drinks and more stream water into section 4 to freeze them, then left the temperature-controlled carriage. Current station, Blacksmith Village, multiplayer station, 4 other trains are docked here. This station is based on Minecraft. Due to rule conflicts, some mechanics will follow that world's standards. Train screens will be unusable. Some items will be disabled. Certain functions will be unavailable. Danger level 10. That name sounded so familiar. Isn't this one of the 3 major sandbox games? Minecraft. Back in college, Chizhao had been obsessed with this game for a while. He and his roommates had pulled all-nighters mining underground until sunrise. For a laid-back building game, a danger level of 10 seemed excessive. Was it because of the nether and the end that the rating was so high? If there was one thing from Minecraft that would be the most useful on the train, Chizhao's first thought was infinite water. He needed to gather materials from Minecraft and make an infinite water source. If he could pull it off, he'd never have to worry about water again. Chapter 17, the final stop of the internship. Hahaha, this mosaic. Woof woof. Chizhao burst out laughing when he saw Black Wind Monster, now all sharp-edged and blocky. As soon as the train docked at Blacksmith Village, everything inside the carriage turned into block shapes, including himself and Black Wind Monster. Chizhao tried activating dynamic concealment, but it didn't work. Old Master Ren was also unable to exert any control. Swinging his rectangular arms a couple of times, Chizhao picked up his pistol. Thankfully, the gun was still usable. Holding his pistol, Chizhao opened the door and stepped out. He glanced at the square-shaped watch on his wrist. The hands weren't moving. The watch wasn't working either. Not knowing the time was annoying. He needed to move fast. Woof woof woof. Chizhao froze when he saw Black Wind Monster suddenly appear in front of him. Didn't I just lock it inside the train? Game mechanics. In Minecraft, if a dog gets too far from its owner, it teleports directly to them. Chizhao put Black Wind Monster back inside the train and gave it a sit command. You and Old Master Ren guard the place. Chizhao stepped out again. This time, Black Wind Monster didn't teleport over. Bang bang bang. A zombie was wandering in front of a house. Chizhao fired a few shots, and the zombie collapsed, disappearing into white smoke. 7:50 a.m., and there were still zombies around. Chizhao pushed open the door and found a villager still sleeping inside. He woke him up. No trade options. A regular villager. Forget it, I'll just take his bed back to my train. Chizhao punched at the bed for a long time, but it didn't budge. Huh? Why isn't it breaking? He tried punching the wooden walls. Same result. Do I need tools? No time to waste. He needed to loot first. Your house doesn't even have a chest? Broke ass. Chizhao left without another word. The ordinary villager? Using the same method, Chizhao searched every house in the village. His total haul: 14 potatoes, 10 tree saplings, 5 pieces of bread, 8 wooden sticks. Finally, at the blacksmith's shop, he found 3 iron ingots and 1 iron bucket. As soon as he got the iron bucket, Chizhao rushed to the village well and filled it with water. Perfect. 1 bucket of water secured. Now, he needed some blocks to make a water trough. Considering game mechanics, stone would be best. If he built infinite water entirely using Minecraft materials, it should work properly. Chizhao entered the house with a crafting table and used his wooden sticks and iron ingots to craft an iron pickaxe. With the iron pickaxe in hand, he started mining stone. Yep, tools were required. Crack. The iron pickaxe broke and disappeared. Its durability ran out. What the hell? That was barely any use at all. Oh well, this should be enough stone. Time to build the water trough. On his way back to the train, Chizhao saw trains suddenly materializing in the area. That fast? Must be 8:00 a.m. already. Inside a green train, 2 blocky people stepped out. Oh fuck, where the hell are we? Is this still China? Why the hell is everything a mosaic? Bro, even you turned into a mosaic. The older brother looked helpless. This is Minecraft, of course everything is blocky. Bro, what the hell are you talking about? Your world? It's a game. This is a game. Damn, we just got out of a zombie apocalypse game, and now we're in another game world? This train is really trying to screw us over. Relax, man. This is just a build and chill game, totally safe. Bro, what's that green block behind you? Green? Probably a tree. The older brother turned around. A creeper was standing right behind him. HSSSS. Boom. The older brother was blasted into the air. When he hit the ground, his body tilted sideways and turned into a puff of white smoke, vanishing. All that remained was a giant crater in the ground. Bro, bro. Bro, where the fuck did you go? Chizhao was in the temperature-controlled carriage, building the water trough, when he heard the explosion. What the hell was that noise? In the corner of Section 1, Chizhao used stone blocks to construct a classic 3-block infinite water setup. After pouring his first bucket of water into the left slot, he grabbed the empty bucket and headed back to the initial carriage. Chizhao leaned against the train window, observing the outside. 3 trains had arrived. One level 1, To level 2. The forecast had mentioned 4 trains in total. Where was the last one? You all better be grateful. If my screen wasn't blacked out, you'd all be dead already. A black blocky figure holding a rifle was herding 3 other blocky people forward. Move faster. Fuck, if you hadn't sneak attacked me while I was mourning my brother, I'd have smashed your damn head in. Bang. A bullet hit the younger brother's leg. SHT, SHT, I'm down to 1 heart, stop shooting. Quit talking and start moving your stuff. The 3 blocky people were being held hostage. That guy with the gun clearly wasn't a native. Whatever. I'll wait until they leave, then sneak out to grab my second bucket of water. Chi-Zhao watched as they disappeared into a level 2 train. Once they were out of sight, he exited the train. 1 more bucket, and his infinite water setup would be complete. Chi-Zhao arrived at the well, pulled out his iron bucket, and was just about to scoop up water when... Bang bang bang. Gunfire rang out. Chi-Zhao turned his head and saw a black blocky figure stepping out of a villager's house, holding a gun. Fuck this game, why are all the damn chests empty? At that moment, another villager walked past. The black blocky guy raised his gun and sprayed bullets, instantly turning the villager into white smoke. The guy then turned his head toward Chi-Zhao. Wait a damn minute. When did Minecraft villagers start fetching water? Chapter 18, I'm a high-level player. He and Chi-Zhao locked eyes. The game updated, big bro. Before he could react, Chi-Zhao quickly tossed away the iron bucket, pulled out his pistol, and fired 3 shots at the black blocky man. Bang. 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 The black blocky man turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared, dropping a few pieces of equipment on the ground. Chi-Zhao stepped forward and picked them up. A rifle and a dagger. A rifle. Another equipment upgrade. As for the guy who was taking hostages, who knew if he had any teammates left? He couldn't act recklessly. He had to hold his ground and fight. Chi-Zhao held his rifle and slipped into a villager's house, peeking through the door to observe the situation outside. After a while, Chi-Zhao saw another black-clad blocky man approaching with a gun. Light Uzi. Light Uzi. What's going on? Where is everyone? Bang. 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 With the sound of gunfire, he too turned into white smoke and vanished. A little later, the blocky men who had been taken hostage earlier crept over stealthily. They're here, which means the danger should be gone. One of them raised his hands in the air and called out, which high-level player has descended upon this place, saving us from fire and water? Please reveal yourself. I, Wang, want to acknowledge you as my big bro. Big bro, where are you? Big bro? Chi-Zhao held his rifle and stepped out of the villager's house, collecting the loot dropped by the other black-clad man. Another rifle. Big bro. Big bro is out. The guy who called himself Wang immediately dropped to his knees and kowtowed twice with loud thuds. Big bro, you don't know, there was a big sis who tried to escape and got shot dead on the spot. If it weren't for you, big bro, we'd probably be dead too. Big bro, you're my savior. My living parents. One of the blocky figures was visibly smaller, probably a child. He also bowed to Chi-Zhao in gratitude. Seeing that the danger was truly gone, Chi-Zhao waved them off, signaling them to leave. No idea what time it was, but he still had unfinished business. Chi-Zhao fetched a bucket of water and rushed back to the train. Wang, however, followed closely behind him. When he saw Chi-Zhao's train, Wang's jaw dropped. You're Chi-Zhao? No. Wait, how do you know I'm Chi-Zhao? There's only one level 3 player in our region, and that's you, Brother Zhao. I finally got to see you in person today. Brother Zhao looks even more handsome in real life than in the photos. Chi-Zhao's blocky face gave no hint of expression. Damn, this guy sure knows how to suck up. If he were a woman, that'd be something else. Chi-Zhao? You're that guy who clings to a rich woman's thigh? A hint of helplessness appeared on Chi-Zhao's blocky face. Even kids are this nosy? Big bro, you're my savior. Big bro, is there anything I can help with? Chi-Zhao glanced at the noisy guy. There actually is. Big bro, just say the word. I'd go through fire and water for you. You know where the guys with the guns park their train, right? Go bring all their stuff over. Big bro, should I bring my stuff too? From now on, I'll follow you. Yours can wait. Watching Wang's retreating figure, Chi-Zhao turned to the smaller blocky guy and said, why are you still following me? I told you there's no need to thank me. You're trying to make infinite water, aren't you? So what? Things from here don't always keep their properties when taken out. You won't know until you try. The small blocky guy seemed touched, standing frozen for a while without saying anything. Chi-Zhao returned to the train and poured the second bucket of water into the empty slot on the right side of the sink. As the two water sources merged, Zhao conducted a quick test and confirmed that infinite water was successfully created. This was exciting. If he could take this outside this world and it retained its properties, he'd never run out of water again. Zhao stepped out of the train and saw a pile of stuff at the entrance. All transported over by Wang. This guy didn't seem too bright. He just brought everything over. Zhao gave it a quick scan and picked out 2 machetes. The rest was garbage. Big bro. We hit the jackpot. I found 4 train coins. Wang ran over on his short legs and handed 4 train coins to Zhao. Do you have any train coins? Zhao narrowed his eyes, smiling as he asked. Train coins? I don't have any. My big bro had some before, but not anymore. Zhao nodded thoughtfully. Not anymore. Meaning they were already used up. How did you and your big bro team up? Just 2 people riding one train together counts as a team? Yeah, why? Zhao was speechless. So half-assed. Never mind, keep moving the stuff. Hey, wait a second, what's up, big bro? Whatever it is, just say the word. What color was their train? Black, a black train. Is there something wrong, big bro? Are we switching trains? No, it's nothing. Just keep moving. Zhao sat down where he was. Since infinite water was already done, there was no point wandering around aimlessly without knowing the time. He didn't want to leave and come back only to find his train gone. A black train. Zhao recalled what that Ada Wong-looking woman had said, people with black trains have black hearts. Zhao kept mulling over that sentence. People with black trains have black hearts. Just as his thoughts drifted, a train coin was handed to him. It was from the small blocky guy. Thank you for saving me, but I only have 1 left. I originally had 2, but someone tricked me out of 1. Zhao accepted the train coin. My name is Ziaji. Can I call you bro? Suit yourself. Bro, do you think this train survival is just another game? Zhao sat on the ground and gazed into the distance. It is a game you play with your life. Then if it's a game, does that mean if you die, you can quit and return to the real world? You want to go back? I don't. If I go back, I'll die. I have cancer. The doctor said I wouldn't live past 10. Yesterday was my birthday. I made a wish. I wish to stay in the game world forever, never to die. And then, this station stopped here. Bro, you know what? I'm really good at Minecraft. Zhao chuckled. A speedrun pro, huh? I guess I'm alright. Bro, are you afraid of death? Of course. I cherish my life. Bro, why don't you stay too? We're both high-level players. Here, we'll never die. No thanks. I don't like mosaics. Why? You'll understand when you grow up. No man likes mosaics. Ziaji was confused, but he still nodded. He stood up, walked to a tree, and started shaking uncontrollably as he punched the trunk. Zhao just watched him punch. It took him a long while to break off a single wooden block. Zhao nodded. So, it was possible to break it, just took a while. You're really just gonna stay here? Yeah, I like this game. And besides, my train already left. I can't go back. It already left? Zhao suddenly remembered. Level 1 trains only stop for 3 hours. So all those empty trains that departed. Where did they go? Chapter 19, Internship period ends. Although departures were possible after 11, the screen was still unusable, so he had to wait until 12. Ziaji kept punching the tree seriously, his face devoid of expression. Zhao remained silent and said no more. The train is about to depart. Please sit tight and hold on. So it was finally 12 o'clock. As the familiar announcement rang out, Zhao stood up, patted the dirt off his pants, and returned to the carriage. Just as he was about to close the train door, Ziaji came over. His small hands trembled as he threw a crafting table, a furnace, and 2 golden apples at Zhao. Bro, take these out and see if they still work. Zhao looked surprised. How did you manage this in such a short time? I told you, I'm a high-level player. Ziaji's face was full of pride. Bro, will you come back? Zhao thought of that strange woman and nodded. If I get the chance. The train door is closed, and the train vanished. Then when you come back, I'll have a surprise for you. Goodbye, bro. Ziaji waved his blocky hand, saying farewell to the empty air. Wang came running over, looking utterly confused. What are you doing? Waving at nothing? Where's my big bro? Bro left. I'm saying goodbye. Left? My big bro left? Why didn't he take me? Big bro. Big bro. Zhao placed the crafting table in the corner of the carriage and the furnace on the other side. As soon as the train started, everything returned to normal. Not just a bunch of blocks anymore. The screen lit up again. Zhao sighed. If the screen hadn't been down, this trip would have been much more rewarding. A bunch of potatoes, 3 saplings, and an iron bucket dropped from his inventory. The potatoes looked no different from regular potatoes, and the saplings were just saplings. The furnace was made of stone, with 2 layers. Fuel went in the bottom, and items for smelting went in the top. Chizhao placed the potatoes in the top slot, tossed a sapling into the bottom, and without even lighting a fire, the furnace started working automatically. The golden apples had no special effect. Just ordinary apples with a golden color. The crafting table couldn't actually craft anything, just a regular wooden table. Chizhao's excitement cooled. He started worrying if infinite water would still retain its properties. In the temperature-controlled carriage, the stone basin he had built from stone blocks had turned into a 1-meter-long, half-meter-wide stone water tank. Inside, the clear water reflected Chizhao's face. Chizhao used the iron bucket to scoop out a bucket of water. Gulp. This was the moment of truth. He swallowed nervously. The water surface slowly began to rise. It was slow, but it was definitely increasing. Watching the water level rise, Chizhao felt like he had just struck oil. The properties remained. Awesome. Black Wind Monster saw the water in the bucket and stretched its neck out to drink several mouthfuls. Seeing that Black Wind Monster was completely fine, even eager for more, Chizhao finally felt at ease. Heading to the front of the train, Chizhao placed the 5 train coins into the treasure chest. After spending 2 on dynamic concealment, he now had 14 train coins in total. He had also gained 2 rifles. He didn't recognize the specific model, but at least he wasn't stuck with just a pistol anymore. The 2 machetes were decent. Very sharp. On the trading platform, he managed to exchange for a dog bowl for Black Wind Monster. While waiting for the potatoes to bake, Chizhao used the water from the iron bucket to wash the dog bowl clean and placed it where Black Wind Monster ate. The baked potatoes were ready. Chizhao took them out of the furnace. Peeling off the skin, he tossed them into Black Wind Monster's bowl. The potatoes were soft and fragrant. Delicious. Hot food really is the best, Chizhao thought to himself. This furnace was pretty convenient. Just then, a broadcast suddenly played. Good afternoon, train conductors. The internship period is coming to an end. Here's a little gift for everyone, wishing you all a pleasant journey. Keep going, the broadcast ended, and a flash of light filled the carriage. Chizhao received a plate of sliced roast duck. Oil sizzled, and the amber-colored duck skin emitted the richer aroma of fruitwood charcoal roasting. Thin pancakes, julienned cucumber, scallions, and sweet bean sauce were arranged around the dish, tantalizing his taste buds. Woof woof woof. The fragrance of roast duck filled the air, and Black Wind Monster wagged its tail excitedly. Suddenly, the potatoes in his hand didn't seem as appetizing anymore. Chizhao set the plate on the crafting table and pulled over a chair. Then he went to the temperature-controlled carriage, grabbed a bottle of sparkling water, and took a bite of a duck wrap. The flavors exploded in his mouth. Black Wind Monster crouched down, gnawing on the duck meat Chizhao tossed its way. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Chizhao rolled another wrap and got up to check his messages from Zijian. What was your little gift? Was it food? Was it good? Can we trade? Have you ever had a sheep's head? It's delicious. Want to swap? I promise I haven't touched it. If it's so good, why haven't you touched it? I'm allergic to lamb. Hey. Chizhao chuckled. What a terrible excuse. I swear, I never got anything good from the newbie gift pack. And this time it's not good either. I got a sheep's head. I'm seriously starting to think they're targeting me. After some negotiations, Chizhao finally exchanged 2 roast duck wraps for the sheep's head. Holding the sheep's head, Chizhao was baffled. He had only seen people eat this online before. He had no idea how to start. Forget it. Might as well give it to Black Wind Monster. Chizhao tossed the sheep's head into Black Wind Monster's bowl. Then he opened the chat room. Online users, 4001. So, 60% had already died during the internship period? Once the internship ended, wouldn't the numbers drop even faster? Chizhao searched for Ziaji, and 3 results popped up. One of them was a bright, smiling boy. His profile picture was grayed out. The dead will be directly removed from the chat room, while a gray avatar means they are not on the train and are temporarily offline. For people like Wang, who board someone else's train, their avatar is also gray. Besides, Zhao Ji had previously added him as a friend. The friend request note was, Big bro, someone wants to trade 10 bottles of water and 10 pieces of bread for 1 train coin. Can I trust them? Chizhao chuckled. So this was how train coins got scammed away. After approving the request, a new friend with a gray avatar appeared in Chizhao's list. He sorted his friends by level and, sure enough, he was the only one at level 3. Most people were at level 2, with only a small number still at level 1. Just then, another broadcast played. The internship period is about to end. Rewards will be distributed at midnight based on the train conductor's 12-day comprehensive performance. Comprehensive performance includes but is not limited to train level, time spent exploring stations, number of treasure chests found, etc. Please note, the train's interference resistance function and temperature-controlled carriage function will soon be disabled. Initializing random starting season now. The initialized season is summer. As soon as the broadcast ended, Chizhao clearly felt the temperature inside the train rise. The sparkling water he had just taken out was already losing its chill. Chapter 20, End of the Internship Reward Chat Room. Guys, I didn't expect there would be rewards. So excited. Do you think I'll get a little sister as a reward? No sister, but how about a cup? Used only twice. If you want it, trade me some food. Does anyone else feel like it's getting hotter? Not really, I just had spicy hot pot, so yeah, maybe a little warm. Why couldn't it be spring or autumn? Why did we have to start in the middle of summer? I have a thermometer, it's already 30 degrees, seriously? First, they give us some perks, then they smack us down with a big stick. It was unbearably hot. Chizhao was worried old Master Ren would start stinking inside the coffin but didn't want to put him in the refrigerated carriage either. Left with no choice, he put the coffin back on the trading platform. He carried the remaining roast duck and sheep's head to the refrigerated carriage. Fortunately, the temperature here was still at the preset level. Black Wind Monster ran in, flopped onto the floor, and stuck out its tongue to cool off. Seeing the ice water from before, Chizhao realized it would sell out fast if he listed it now. Trade supplies, upgrade to level 4, and get another remodel refresh. Chizhao checked his current supplies. Metal, 300 kg out of 180.3 kg. Plastic, 150 kg out of 68.2 kg. Wood, 100 kg out of 8.8 kg. The last few stations hadn't yielded the necessary materials for upgrades, and he was running short. Opening the trading platform, Chizhao searched for metal, plastic, and wood. Water. Everyone was still trading for water. Even after 12 days, water remained the top priority. And with the rising temperatures, the demand and trade price for water was soaring. It had already gone from 1 liter of water for 2 kg of supplies to 1 liter for 3 kg. Trade plastic bottles, fill them with water. Then, trade for the materials needed for the upgrade. At 10 p.m., the temperature still hadn't dropped. Why does it feel even hotter than during the day? Hey, guy with the thermometer, what's the temperature now? 32 degrees. Just lie down and stay calm. The mind cools the body. I'd love to lie down, but I can't. The carriage is burning my ass. I have a remodel that adds air conditioning to the carriage. Who wants to sponsor me 2 train coins? If I sponsor you, can I use your AC? Does anyone have ice water? I'll trade train coins. I can't fucking take it anymore. If only the screen could move. This heat was unbearable. Air conditioning. Damn, I envy that. Why didn't I get that remodel option? Chizhao sat there shirtless, drinking ice water, continuously trading water for supplies, and tossing them into the material input zone. He had tried opening the refrigerated carriage door, hoping to let the cold air flow out. But not a wisp of cold escaped. Rule power kept the cold strictly within the refrigerated carriage. Black Wind Monster, unable to bear the heat, went back to cool off in the refrigerated carriage. Once it cooled down, it ran back to sit by Chizhao's feet. After rough calculations that afternoon, Chizhao determined that the water tank could restore up to 120 liters of water per day. One iron bucket held about 10 liters, and the tank took 2 hours to refill completely. More than enough for daily use. From noon till now, Chizhao had traded away all the stream water and even 30+ bottles of Minecraft water. He received 3 train coins, 110 kg of metal, 80 kg of plastic, and 2 kg of wood in return. Metal, 300 kg out of 290.3 kg, plastic, 150 kg out of 148.2 kg, wood, 100 kg out of 10.8 kg, not enough. Nowhere near enough. Chizhao tossed a few dumbbells and a laptop into the material input zone. Finally, the metal and plastic requirements were met. Still short 90 kg of wood. Why were so few people trading wood? Was someone hoarding it? Chizhao entered the chat room to check everyone's levels. 3 people at level 3? Where did they come from? Damn, so the moment rewards get mentioned, no one bothers hiding anymore? A flashing icon. Someone had leveled up to 4. Zhang Boubou? A shiny bald head, a gourd-shaped face, and phoenix eyes. How did those features even come together? Zhejian, it's so hot. Do you have any water? Chizhao, Fat Otaku Happy Water, refrigerated edition. Just 1 train coin. Zhejian, profiteering? Chizhao, no, you know me. This is my usual price. Zijian, fuck you. Chizhou, you can also trade wood. Zijian, none left. Used it all for my level 2 upgrade. Fine, 1 train coin, hurry up, I'm dying here. A flash of light, and Chizhou received 1 train coin. Zijian, I'm alive again. I was down to just 1 layer of clothing. Chizhou, wait, where'd you get an ice cold Coke? You got a fridge mod? Chizhou thought for a moment before replying, Chizhou, something like that. Zijian, you sure know how to live. You've even got a fridge now. Chizhou, you're not bad either. That Simmons mattress must be comfy. Zijian, damn smart ass. Hope your ass rots. Inside a black train, 4 men sat shirtless, drinking liquor and eating roasted lamb legs. Boss, do the rewards get better at higher levels? No shit. Keep an eye out. See if anyone reaches level 4. No one yet. Boss, you're the only level 4. You stand alone at the top. We started hoarding wood 5 days ago. The trading platform's out of stock. If they can't get wood, they can't level up. Boss, you really think ahead. Well, of course, I'm the boss. Come on, let's toast to the boss. They clinked glasses, filling the carriage with a cheerful atmosphere. Fuck, it's hot as hell. Lao-san, get my ice water. Boss, it turned into warm water already. Damn it. Is this stupid train trying to roast me alive? Boss, someone in the chat room is trading ice water for wood. It's Chizhou, that pretty boy. Zhang Baobao stood up, shoved aside Lao Si who was guarding the screen, and stared at it. Let me see what's going on. Is he trying to reach level 4? 1 bottle of ice cold Coke for 10 kg of wood, only 10 bottles available. First come, first served. Don't be too slow, 1 bottle of ice cold Coke for 10 kg of wood, only 10 bottles available. First come, first served. Don't be too slow, ice cold Coke? Did I read that right? I don't have wood, will metal work? At Chizhou, where the hell did this guy get ice cold Coke? He's gotta be bluffing. Zhang Baobao swallowed hard. Lao-san, bring over a bedside cabinet. On it, boss. A flash of light, and the boss received a bottle of ice cold Coke, frosty and steaming white mist. It really was ice cold Coke. Excited, he twisted the cap open. With a hiss, a chill burst out. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He chugged a few mouthfuls and let out a satisfied burp. Boss, is this okay? Lao Si asked cautiously. It's just a little bit, what's the big deal? Didn't you see? Others want it but don't even have wood to trade. Keep watching. Zhang Baobao took his Coke and went back to eating lamb. 11:59 p.m. Boss, no one reached level 4. Not even Chizhou. See? Told you. Look at you, all flustered, no composure at all. At exactly midnight, the broadcast sounded, internship period has ended, rewards are about to be distributed. Reward 1, receive metal, plastic, and wood equal to your level into 100 kg. Reward 2, receive a train coins equal to your level. The train conductor ranked first in overall performance will receive a special treasure chest. Rewards have been distributed. Good night, train conductors. Sweet dreams, Chapter 21, Special Treasure Chest, Storage Item, Boundary Bracelet Boss, a special treasure chest as a reward. We've never seen one before. Humphrey, look at you acting all excited. I'll let you open it later. Thanks, boss. 3 minutes passed. Zhang Baobao picked his teeth with a toothpick, shaking his leg. What's going on? We got all the other rewards, but where's the special treasure chest? We're the only ones at level 4. No way they gave it to someone else, right? Lao-san, drunk, slurred his words. Special, maybe it just he takes a while. B-boss, Lao Si pointed at the screen, his body trembling uncontrollably. It's not just us. That pretty boy is level 4 too. A special treasure chest, huh? Let's see how special it really is. Chizhou held the uniquely designed special treasure chest, standing beside Old Master Ren. In the end, only 3 bottles of Fat Otaku Happy Water were successfully traded. Someone was definitely hoarding wood. Sorry, Old Master, I had to use your little resting place for an upgrade. The treasure chest's design was indeed unique. Chizhou opened it and found 10 train coins, a silver bracelet, and a silver coin inside. A silver coin? The second one. A dragon pattern. Chenlong silver coin. Chizhou immediately held it up to the screen to activate it. Now, there were 12 symbols, and 2 of them had been lit up. Chenlong and Ji. What would happen if he lit them all? Chizhou grew even more curious. After activating the silver coin, he picked up the bracelet. Boundary bracelet, contains a special space that can store and retrieve non-living objects. Initial weight capacity, 50 kg. Can be upgraded with train coins, no doubt. A special treasure chest indeed held great rewards. Chi put on the boundary bracelet, touched the chest, and with a mere thought, the treasure chest disappeared into the bracelet. Another thought, and the chest reappeared in its original spot. Complete control over storage. This would make gathering supplies so much easier. The first upgrade required 3 train coins and would increase the capacity by 50 kg. Chi carried the chest to the front of the train. After taking out the train coins and costume cards, he stored them in the special treasure chest. Once he confirmed nothing was left inside, he tossed the chest into the material input zone. After all, it came from a coffin. Kind of bad luck to keep it around. Chi counted his train coins. 33 in total. Time to splurge a little. First, an upgrade for the boundary bracelet. He put 3 train coins into the bracelet and selected the upgrade. Level 2 boundary bracelet. 100 kg capacity. The next upgrade required 5 train coins and added a storage time freeze effect. Chi had no choice but to spend another 5 train coins to upgrade it. What a scam. Shouldn't time freeze be a built-in feature? Since non-living things could be stored, Chi placed his hand on old Master Ren and successfully stored him inside the bracelet. Nice. Once the bracelet was leveled up enough, he could carry old Master Ren around wherever he went. Each type of upgrade material had increased by 400 kg. Enough to reach level 5. But before that, time to check the new level 4 remodel options. Lazy Man's Essential, bound to account, removes the screen, replacing it with a freely summonable light screen. 5 train coins, basic restroom module, adds a train-exclusive showerhead, sink, toilet, and hidden external water storage tank. 5 train coins, sapphire blue, changes the carriage color to sapphire blue. 1 train coin, Chi immediately spent 5 train coins to unlock Lazy Man's Essential. The screen vanished, transforming into a light screen Chi could summon at will. Finally, no more sitting here suffering. Chi stored the treasure chest in the boundary bracelet, called Black Wind Monster, and hurried back to the refrigerated carriage. He filled Black Wind Monster's water bowl and opened a bottle of soda water for himself. Ah, alive again. Chi placed the restroom module in the newly added 4th carriage. At the right rear of the carriage, a glass-walled, dry-wet separated restroom appeared. Outside, there was a mirror-equipped sink, with a toilet to the right. A showerhead had appeared on the carriage wall inside. A water gauge inside the restroom showed a current supply of 100 liters, with a maximum capacity of 3 tons. Beside it was a covered water inlet for refilling. Chi tested the shower. Its temperature could be adjusted up to 55 degrees Celsius. He took a shower, then checked the water level. 80 liters remaining. A single shower used up 20 liters. TCH, kind of a waste. After drying off, Chi returned to the refrigerated carriage, wrapped himself in the wool blanket, and summoned the light screen. Time to level up again. Level 5. After upgrading, his remaining supplies were metal, 300 kg out of 203 kg, plastic, 150 kg out of 250.5 kg, wood, 100 kg out of 311.8 kg, still plenty of excess materials. Level 5 didn't unlock any new features. Just added another carriage. Chi checked the newly refreshed train remodel options. Loudspeaker, adds a train-wide broadcast system. 1 train coin, Dreamy Purple, changes the carriage color to Dreamy Purple. 1 train coin, Treasure Hunter, bound to account, increases the probability of stopping at stations with treasure chests. 100 train coins, what the fuck, a 100 train coin remodel. Increases the probability of treasure chest stations? How much of an increase? They didn't even specify. And they dared charge 100 train coins for this. He only had 15 train coins left. Not even close. How long would it take to save up that much? As for the loudspeaker and color change, Chi didn't even consider them. With a wave, he closed the light screen and burrowed into the wool blanket. It was late. Black Wind Monster was already asleep at the edge of the blanket. Morning, 7:50 a.m. The train stopped at Huangsha Beach. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. Black Wind Monster paced back and forth at the initial carriage door. Good dog, hold on. Chi pulled on a t-shirt and walked over to the initial carriage. Open the door. He shouted, and the carriage door opened. As soon as the door opened, Black Wind Monster bolted outside to relieve itself. After a few days of training, it had learned to go outside the carriage for bathroom breaks. Today's stop was a rocky desert. After tossing out his trash, Chi placed his hands on his hips and looked into the distance. The vast yellow Gobi Desert stretched endlessly, with occasional gusts of wind stirring up dust. The first stop after the end of the internship period. No danger, but also not much in terms of resources. At noon, The train departed. Now, the restroom's water gauge showed 150 liters of stored water. It would take a long time to fill up the full 3 tons. Fortunately, he had infinite water, so it was only a matter of time before it was full. The water issue was resolved. Both drinking water and daily use water were covered. With drinking water settled, the next thing to solve was food. Yesterday, he had roast duck and roasted potatoes. Instant noodles and bread no longer appealed to Chi Zhao. He needed a way to cook. Hot food just tasted better. Chapter 22, Mushroom Garden. Chi Zhao opened a bag of rice and used an empty canned food tin to scoop out half a tin of rice. After rinsing it clean, he laid a layer of sliced sausages on top. Filling it with water, he placed it on the upper level of the furnace. The sapling he had thrown in earlier hadn't burned out yet, so he wasn't sure if it would be enough to steam the rice. While the rice was steaming, Chi Zhao put Old Master Ren on the trading platform to free up space in the boundary bracelet. He used the boundary bracelet to transport items from the second carriage to the temperature-controlled carriage. He left behind 28 boxes of mineral water and 19 boxes of instant noodles, as these could still withstand the high temperatures. The temperature-controlled carriage area in Zone 2 was piled high with food, some even spilling over into his sleeping area in Zone 3. The rice still wasn't ready when Chi Zhao summoned the light screen. Inside the chat room. Looking for ice water, willing to trade supplies, price negotiable, haha, I passed out from the heat last night and missed the reward distribution. I heard some big shot got a special treasure chest? That must be Zhang Baobao. He was the only one who hit level 4 yesterday. No. At exactly 11:59:55 last night, Chi Zhao leveled up to 4. I saw the rankings change with my own eyes. They're both level 5 today, so who actually got the special treasure chest? It should be Zhang Baobao, since he reached level 4 first. Not necessarily. The announcement said it's based on overall performance. The chat room was abuzz with speculation over who had claimed the special treasure chest. At Chi Zhao, you leveled up at the last second and stole my reward. Give me back the special treasure chest, guys. Zhang Baobao just tagged Chi Zhao. It's confirmed. Chi Zhao got the special treasure chest. Why aren't you saying anything? Feeling guilty? Chi Zhao ignored Zhang Baobao. Instead, he observed the chat room messages and saw a business opportunity. Everyone had received train coins as rewards last night, so their pockets were full. Plus, with this extreme heat, it was the perfect time to rake in train coins. Chi Zhao rubbed his chin and sent a message in the chat room. 1 bottle of ice-cold cola for 1 train coin. Only 5 available. First come, first served, the big shot has spoken. Wait, did the big shot just came to sell stuff? Ice-cold cola? Did I read that right? I want one. Big shot, drop the link. Big shot is truly a big shot. He even has ice-cold cola. And it's only 1 train coin per bottle? I'm tearing up, might as well be free. Brothers, the big shot put up the link. I'm grabbing one first. The chat room instantly flooded with people begging for ice water. Chi Zhao's trades were completed in seconds. 5 train coins, easy money. See? People are willing to spend when they have money. 1 bottle of iced black tea for 1 train coin. Only 5 available, damn it. How are you guys so fast? Sold out in seconds again? I'll pay 2 train coins. Ice water bro, sell me 1. So, did the big shot's special treasure chest contain a bunch of iced drinks? No way. That would be way too nice. Are there any more? I was late. Ice water bro, put up another batch. Chi Zhao didn't reply. He couldn't put up too many at once. With the train car so hot, the price of ice water would only rise later. That special treasure chest was really yours? Congrats. Can I get a discount on today's ice water? Sold out for today. Only mineral water left. Huh? Then I'll take 2 bottles. A flash of light later, Chi Zhao received 1 train coin and handed Zijian a bottle of ice-cold mineral water. The sausage rice was done steaming. Chi Zhao grabbed a bottle of chili sauce, used its built-in metal spoon to scoop out 2 spoonfuls, and drizzled it over the rice. The rice grains were chewy, the sausage was rich and salty, and with the chili sauce and ice water, it made for a pretty decent lunch. While eating, Chi Zhao checked tomorrow's station stop. Next station stop, Mushroom Garden, single-person station. Some mushrooms in the mushroom garden are toxic and cannot be eaten. A red-haired worm is lurking inside a treasure chest. Danger level 2. Under the giant Lingzi mushroom, there is a level 1 treasure chest. Possible rewards: 3 train coins, 1 bottle of standard antidote potion, a red-haired worm hiding in a treasure chest. Danger level 2? I wonder which is deadlier. This worm or my bullets. In the afternoon, Chi Zhao added water to the storage tank while doing push-ups inside the carriage. At the same time, he traded ice water for a bottle of body wash, a bottle of shampoo, a box of green pomelo-flavored toothpaste, and a brand new toothbrush. At the 9 p.m., after finishing a set of squats, Chizhao took a quick shower to save water. The mushroom garden was indeed dim. No sunlight at all. Even the black wind monster couldn't be seen once it ran inside. After watching it finish using the bathroom, Chizhao swiftly locked it inside the train. No way was he letting it chew on things randomly. If it ate a poisonous mushroom, that'd be a real hassle. Chizhao carried his rifle and took Old Master Ren into the mushroom garden. Whenever he encountered a mushroom, he would take the entrenching shovel from his boundary bracelet and give it a whack to test it out. One swing and the boletus mushroom turned indigo where it was damaged. Holy shit, this must be deadly webcap. This yellow one looks like enoki mushrooms. Blue? Green? Pink? Forget it. The weirder the color, the faster you die. Chizhao only picked the gray mushrooms that didn't look too suspicious. The deeper he ventured, the more bizarre the mushrooms became. Some even glowed. Under the glow of the bioluminescent mushrooms, Chizhao saw a familiar figure. The woman was still dressed like a Dawang, but this time, she carried a basket and was bending over to pick mushrooms. Chizhao immediately crouched down. What the fuck, is this place haunted? Isn't this supposed to be a single-person station? How is she here? Watching her graceful figure accentuated by the kippah, Chizhao swallowed hard and began retreating quietly. Like what you see? The woman turned around and looked at Chizhao with an expressionless face. Come help. Shit, she noticed me. Chizhao stood up and scratched the back of his head. Haha, we meet again. What a coincidence. Have you eaten? The woman tossed the bamboo basket to Chizhao and told him to pick certain mushrooms. While picking, Chizhao asked, So, what's your name? I still don't know it. Yo. The woman paused. Kongyu. Kongyu glanced at Chizhao. You still keeping the dog? Yeah, still got it. It just had a litter of pups 2 days ago. Kill them. I'll come sit in your train. Come on, no need to go that far. Then you come sit in mine. Chizhao hesitated, then quickly followed. Wouldn't dream of refusing, sister you. Kongyu's pink train was parked right beside Chizhao's. Her 8th carriage had a door open. Chizhao's mouth formed an O shape. Was this a modification? She could enter any carriage at will. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get in here to help. Chizhao stepped into the carriage and found that the floor wasn't metal. It was soil. Above him was a transparent glass ceiling. Your carriage is so cool. Mine feels like a steaming basket. Kongyu planted the mushrooms she had picked into the soft soil. Chizhao followed suit. Will these even grow? This is a modified planting carriage, designed specifically for growing vegetables. No wonder. But you don't have any vegetables here, just mushrooms. I like eating mushrooms. Got a problem with that? No problem, no problem. I like mushrooms too. After they finished planting, Chizhao got off the train and followed Kongyu to the 3rd carriage. The carriage was covered with a gray carpet. On it were 2 pink single-seater sofas, a round coffee table, and on the table, a tea set and a book. Chapter 23, Another Encounter with Kongyu. Chizhao put down the teacup and let out a deep breath. Good tea. He picked up the teapot and poured himself another cup. Kongyu crossed her left leg over her right, holding the nameless book in front of her face. So, what good stuff did you get from the special treasure chest? Chizhao's hand trembled slightly as he held the teapot. How did she know he got the special treasure chest? Was she testing him? Just some train coins. And this zombie bodyguard. Kongyu glanced at Old Master Ren standing by the door and nodded. Chizhao let out a long breath. Got away with it. If he said he didn't get it, it would be too suspicious. Lies need to be mixed with some truth. You didn't get any silver coins? Chizhao's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at Kongyu, but she still had the book covering her face. Use them up. Kongyu lowered the book slightly, her eyes looking at Chizhao with a deep gaze. Your hands are as fast as ever. Ha ha. Ha. Chizhao forced a laugh, poured Kongyu another cup of tea, and set down the teapot. Sister Yu, what exactly are those silver coins for? If you're lucky enough to collect a full set, you'll find out. Oh. Knew she wouldn't tell me that easily. Chizhao's eyes shifted. By the way, Sister Yu, which region are you from? Kongyu lowered the book slightly, revealing her eyes, and gave Chizhao a side glance. I'm not from the same region as you. I'm from the previous batch. You guys are still stuck in the newbie village. When you leave the newbie village and enter the new world, you meet people from the earlier batches. Chizhao's hand trembled as he picked up his teacup. Sure enough, his worst suspicion was confirmed. So us newbies are just going to get robbed blind by the earlier batches? You make us sound like bandits. Chizhao tried to control his expression but still couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. One question. What do you newbies even have that's worth robbing? You're like the little mobs that just spawned in a game, there's no point in slaughtering you. You don't drop any valuable loot. What's the use in killing you? You think we have nothing better to do? Chizhao listened and pouted. Sister Yu makes a good point. It really wouldn't make much sense. Kan Yu chuckled and continued, the new world is full of all kinds of people, with countless factions. When you get to the new world, the first thing you need to do is choose a side. Sister Yu, what do you mean? Haven't I already chosen a side? Chizhao grinned. Hey, smooth talker. Sister Yu, when will I be able to leave the newbie village? Summer, winter, and wind season each last a week. Once wind season ends, you'll be out of the newbie village. Chizhao blew on his tea and took a sip. 3 weeks, huh? Summer and winter were easy to understand. One hot, one cold. But what the hell was wind season? Was there going to be a huge draft inside the carriages? Chizhao asked his question, but Kang Yu simply said, you'll find out when the time comes. Chizhao got the hint and didn't press further. By the way, Sister Yu, aren't there more people from the previous batches? So far, you're the only one I've met. This is the newbie village. Veteran players can't enter. Kang Yu's words left Chizhao stunned. I used a special module to get here. This module is extremely rare. Not everyone has one. Oh, then I'm relieved. If veteran players could enter whenever they wanted, there would definitely be some who enjoyed slaughtering mobs for fun. Chizhao took another sip of tea. Sister Yu, you didn't come here just to find me, did you? I just came to pick some mushrooms. Why are you so full of yourself? Have you finished your tea? If you have, hurry up and leave. Kang Yu gave him a clear dismissal. Finished. Chizhao downed the rest of his tea in one gulp, set the cup down, and got up. Thud. A bamboo basket was tossed into Chizhao's arms. Inside were 7 train coins. I never let people work for free. This is your reward for helping me plant mushrooms. The train doors closed right after, and the train departed. Hey! Don't go. I can plant more. Sister Yu. Chizhao slowly withdrew his smile. He had learned too much information today. He needed time to process it all. Chizhao stored the bamboo basket in the boundary bracelet and sorted through the mushrooms he had picked. He only kept the ones Kang Yu had planted, discarding the rest. At the very least, he could be sure those ones weren't poisonous. Chizhao glanced at the time. 10:50. Time to find the treasure chest. Under the glow of the bioluminescent mushrooms, Chizhao finally spotted the massive, golden, millstone-sized lingzi mushroom in the distance. Found it. Damn, no wonder they called it a giant lingzi. It really was huge. Chizhao controlled Old Master Ren to retrieve the treasure chest while he crouched safely in the distance. Old Master Ren lifted his hand and flipped the chest open. A red-haired worm, as thick as a child's wrist, suddenly shot out, aiming straight for Old Master Ren's mouth. Old Master Ren snapped his mouth shut, biting the worm cleanly in half. Chizhao stepped forward and finished it off with a shot, blasting it into pulp. Then he stored the treasure chest and the lingzi mushroom into the boundary bracelet. Just as Chizhao left, a blonde-haired man entered from the front carriage. Ha, this kid is pretty interesting. Not bad. He's still in the newbie village, and he's already gotten 2 silver coins. That's rocket speed progress. He sat in the seat Chizhao had been sitting in earlier and poured himself a cup of tea. You think if he knew your real identity, he'd still dare to talk to you like that? Kang Yu ignored him, set down her book, and summoned a light screen. You have a new message. Xia Yuan took the target to the inner realm. Get ready to move. Got it. Kang Yu finished replying and closed the private chat. They're here. They're so slow. The blonde-haired man watched as Kang Yu selected a station, inserted train coins, and let out an exaggerated sigh. Station travel records previously visited stations and allows you to spend train coins to revisit them. He had a nostalgic look on his face. So jealous. If only I had that module. Back when I was in the newbie village, I visited quite a few interesting stations too. Too bad. I can never go back. It's not as great as you think. You can only revisit multiplayer stations and single-person stations you've stopped at before. Plus, the train coin cost for each trip is high. Typical humble bragging. That's classic Versailles talk. For a passenger like you just hitching a ride, the train coin cost is 10 times mine. Kang Yu crossed her arms, her gaze cold and lowered. How many train coins do you even have? Without your organization reimbursing you, you wouldn't even be able to board my train. The blonde-haired man scratched his head awkwardly. His paycheck for the month hadn't come in yet. Order has been investigating whether you really have the station travel module. If they confirm it, won't your bounty double? Kang Yu chuckled softly but said nothing. Cancel outfit change. Change appearance to chef, her clothes transformed rapidly. white top, a work hat covering her hair, and a black vertically striped apron. She now looked just like an international chef. Ada Wong costume card remaining outfit value, 15%. After closing the outfit master, Kanyu's figure flickered, reappearing in the planting carriage. She picked a few newly grown mushrooms, then flickered again, appearing in the kitchen. Before long, a bowl of golden, oil-speckled mushroom cream soup was ready. Wow, Yui, your cooking skills are insane. The blonde-haired man gave her a thumbs up after tasting it, showering her with exaggerated praise. Kanyu scooped up a spoonful with anticipation, took a sip, then shook her head. The taste was great, but it still wasn't the flavor she remembered. Was the method still not right? Chapter 24, A Strange Woman with a Special Module? Chizhao returned to the train and put Old Master Ren back on the trading platform. At midnight, the train started up. These past few days, wood transactions had resumed. Chizhao traded for some wood, chopped it into firewood with a machete, and used it as fuel in the furnace. Over the furnace, he poured some oil into an empty canned food tin. Once the oil heated up, he tossed in the cleaned gray mushrooms and stir-fried them. Damn, it's so hot. The carriage was over 30 degrees. While stir-frying the mushrooms, Chizhao wiped away his sweat. Once he felt they were about ready, he added a bit of salt, gave them a few more tosses, then scooped out a piece with an iron spoon. The texture was similar to ordinary oyster mushrooms, but the flavor was even richer. Chizhao nodded and added water to the pan. When the water boiled, he threw in a pack of instant noodles. A bowl of mushroom soup noodles, shimmering with golden oil droplets, was ready. These mushrooms were indeed delicious. The broth they produced was as flavorful as a high-quality stock. Chizhao carried the noodles back to the temperature-controlled carriage. While slurping the noodles, he scrolled through the train conductor chat room. There were still 3,800 people in the chat. The rate of decrease had actually slowed down. Had all the weak ones already died off? Summer would be immediately followed by winter, with no transition in between. He had a temperature-controlled carriage, so he wasn't worried about the heat. But the cold would be troublesome. Today was only the second day, there were still 5 days left. He needed thick blankets, warm clothes, and a stockpile of wood and food. It's so hot. Temperature bro, why haven't you reported the temperature today? Still 32 degrees. I'm getting heat stroke. Feels like I'm about to die, don't die just yet. Put your thermometer up on the trading platform first, or no one will report the temperature for us later, thanks, great grandma. Chizhao started selling iced drinks in the chat again. With temperatures over 30 degrees, ice-cold beverages remained in high demand. Knowing that winter was coming next, he didn't bother with scarcity marketing this time. He listed all his ice water at once. While people still had train coins and could afford to buy, he seized the chance to cash in, selling as much as possible to rake in train coins. As soon as a listing sold, Chizhao would immediately put up more. He took out the plastic bottles he had traded for, filled them with water, and put them on ice. 20 bottles. He planned to trade them for wood later that night. Next station, Green Meadow, multiplayer station. 2 other trains are also stopping here. This station is a grassland with roaming gray wolves. Danger level 1, no treasure chests. Chizhao closed the screen without much concern. In the afternoon, he continued his workout. Push-ups and squats. After dinner, he used ice water to trade for some plastic bottles, 20 kilograms of wood, a cast iron frying pan, and a cotton quilt. He had now accumulated 47 more train coins, bringing his total to 83. Nice. Almost at 100, then he could unlock the treasure hunter perk. He filled his trading slots, chilled another 20 bottles of water, then took a shower and climbed into bed. Come to think of it, Zhejian hadn't messaged him today. If her avatar wasn't still lit up, Chizhao would have thought she was dead. Had she stopped at a station with water and solved her supply issue? Would that mean losing a big customer? Chizhao still found it strange. It always seemed like she had an unlimited amount of train coins. No idea where she got so many. Damn, Black Wind Monster, did you just take a dump? It stinks. Woof woof woof. At 7:55, Chizhao had already washed up. Looking out at the vast, endless grassland and a Black Wind Monster sprinting across it, he couldn't help but relax. He called Black Wind Monster back, telling it not to run too far. Even though he hadn't spotted any gray wolves, it was best to stay cautious. Chizhao stashed his revolver, pistol, rifle, machete, and entrenching tool into the boundary bracelet. Better safe than sorry. At 8:00, 2 more trains appeared on the grassland. Out of habit, Chizhao stayed inside his train, activated dynamic concealment, and observed the situation while invisible. Both trains were level 3. One was green, the other black. For some reason, a sentence Kong Yu once said popped into Chizhao's mind, A black train means a black heart. That guy at King Station who tried to ambush me and steal my treasure chest. In my world, the two people who hijacked others at gunpoint also had a black train. And now, another one. At that moment, the black train's door opened, and a skinny man stepped out. Shifty-eyed, he glanced toward the green train. Seeing no one come out, he slowly crept over, pressed against the train window, and stretched his neck to peek inside. Then, he knocked on the glass a few times before quickly retreating to his train and retrieving a fire axe. Crash. He smashed a window, cleared out the broken glass, tossed the axe inside, and then bent over, preparing to climb in. Hey, buddy, slow down. Don't cut yourself. A sudden pat on the back startled the skinny man so badly that he fell flat onto the grass with a thud. Fuck, scared the hell out of me. Who the hell are you? His eyes filled with wariness when he saw Chi Zhao. But when he spotted the train behind him, his expression changed to shock. Level 5? You're that newbie, Zhao. Zhao bro. What's inside that you're so eager to get in? A woman. There's a woman sleeping inside. A woman? How pretty. Let me see. Chi Zhao mimicked him, craning his neck to peek inside. There was a Simmons mattress inside, and sure enough, a woman lay on it. But she was facing away, so her face wasn't visible. Seeing Chi Zhao with his back turned, the skinny man groped around for the axe he had just dropped. What do you think, Zhao bro? Nice figure, right? Yeah, not bad. Big ass, good for childbirth. Right? I like that too. Feels great. He gripped the axe and slowly stood up. Zhao bro, you go first. I'll stand guard for you. Seeing Chi Zhao still leaning over the window, he suddenly sprang into action, raising the axe and swinging it hard at Chi Zhao's head. Bang! The axe slammed into the carriage as Chi Zhao dodged with a squat and a roll. Through the reflection in the train window, he had already seen the man's every move. From his boundary bracelet, Chi Zhao pulled out a pistol and shot him 3 times. You! A gun. The man gasped in shock, blood pouring from his mouth. His grip loosened, and the axe fell to the ground. After taking 2 steps, he collapsed. Chi Zhao put away his pistol and spat on the ground. All you cared about was looking at the woman, huh? Didn't even notice the shiny train coins on the floor? He searched the man's body but didn't find anything useful. Picking up the axe, he stored it away. Then he climbed into the carriage and bent down to pick up the 3 train coins on the floor. So hot. Did this woman pass out from the heat? Chi Zhao pressed a button and opened the carriage door. A rush of cool air immediately swept into the carriage. Saved her life. Taking apart a carriage and transferring it to himself wouldn't be too much, right? Chi Zhao looked at the screen and saw 5 modules displayed. A level 3 train. How does it have 5 modules? Station arrival reward: when the train stops, receive train coins equal to the current train level. Station stopped at 14. Train coins earned 19. Chi Zhao immediately realized this was a special module. He turned his gaze to the woman lying on the Simmons mattress. Who was she? She actually had a special module too. Chi Zhao opened her personal information. His body instinctively leaned back as he took a sharp breath. Because he saw a familiar avatar. Zhejian. Chapter 25, a test. The newbie gift pack didn't have any good food either. Might as well modify a Simmons mattress. Girls shouldn't sleep on the floor, it's bad for their health. She hadn't sent a single message all day yesterday. Weird. She always seemed to have an endless supply of train coins. Scattered details started connecting in Chi Zhao's mind. He pounced onto the bed and flipped Zhejian over. Her body temperature was high, and her breathing was weak. Chi Zhao picked her up and carried her outside the carriage. He returned to his train, grabbed some ice water and a towel, then rushed back. Dampening the towel with ice water, he wiped Zhejian's forehead to cool her down, but she still showed no signs of waking up. She's not gonna croak, is she? Chi Zhao gave Zhejian a few hard slaps, but she didn't react at all. Just then, he noticed a tiny purple wound on her right ankle. A bite mark. This girl got bitten by a snake? Chi Zhao gritted his teeth and pulled out the antidote potion. Damn it, this VIP customer can't die. Twisting off the cap, he propped up Zhejian's head and poured the antidote into her mouth. Ah! Holy shit! Zhejian's eyes shot open, and she jolted upright. She rubbed her throbbing head, recalling the dream she just had. In her dream, a princess from a castle had been kidnapped by the Snake Demon King, and as the brave hero, she had ventured alone to rescue her. After a fierce battle, she successfully slew the Snake Demon King and saved the princess. But just as her trembling hands lifted the princess's veil for a kiss, she woke up in terror. Because underneath the veil was Chi Zhao's face. Zhejian ran her fingers through her messy hair, dazed. Fuck, what an unlucky dream. What kind of bizarre nightmare was that? Hiss. Why does my face feel a little numb? She suddenly remembered something and touched her ankle where the snake had bitten her. It didn't hurt anymore. That snake. She recognized it. A triangular-headed, highly venomous snake. Damn, I'm a beast. I survived that? After confirming she was fine, Zijian bounced off the Simmons mattress. A narrow escape from death means good fortune ahead. Wait a second. Where did all this broken glass on the floor come from? Shit, when did my train window get smashed? And when did this carriage door get opened? Also, where the hell are my daily train coins? Zijian looked around at the messy carriage, shaking her head. Am I still dreaming? She stepped out of the train and was met with the vast, endless grassland. A small black dog suddenly ran up and started circling her. Zijian picked it up, puzzled. A dog? On the grassland? You're awake, my dear lady. Zijian whipped around and saw Chizhao approaching from behind. Fuck, why is it you again? Guess I really am still dreaming. Shaking her head, she carried the little black dog back into the carriage and flopped onto the Simmons mattress. Leave me alone. It's not hot in my dreams. I'm going back to sleep. Black Wind Monster stepped onto the unfamiliar, cushy mattress for the first time. After getting used to it, it started circling around Zijian. Chizhao looked at Zijian sprawled on the bed like a dead dog and suddenly felt like that antidote potion was a bit of a waste. He sat beside her, grabbed her right foot, and examined the wound. The purple color had faded. The poison was gone. Zijian yanked her foot back, her face turning red. She abruptly sat up and slapped Chizhao across the face. The stinging pain in her palm confirmed she wasn't dreaming. Chizhao, sporting a fresh red handprint on his cheek, forced a smile. This time, you're really awake? So that's the whole story. And your way of thanking your lifesaver was to slap me across the face. Zijian curled up in the corner of the bed, head lowered, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Chizhao was lecturing her like she was a misbehaving kid. Sorry. What? Didn't hear you. Zijian pursed her lips tightly. After a fierce internal struggle, she finally shouted, I'm sorry. Alright, that's enough. Chizhao suddenly leaned in close, grinning. So, do you know why I went through all this trouble to save you? Zijian, startled by his pervy-looking grin, instinctively scooted back, pressing herself tightly against the carriage wall. Why you? You want to sleep with me? The train fell into a dead silence. Even black wind monsters stopped making noise. They say big boobs mean no brains, but apparently, intelligence has nothing to do with that either. Right? I'm actually pretty smart. 3 minutes later. Wait, let me process this. So you're saying that in 3 weeks, we'll be heading to the New World? And there are previous contestants already there? And your sugar mommy, the rich lady you're clinging to, is from the last batch? Exactly. Think about it. If they find out you have the station arrival reward module, what do you think will happen? What will happen? They'll capture you, chop off your arms and legs, and turn you into a human swine. Chizhao mimed a slashing motion. As long as they keep you alive, you'll be their golden goose. A golden goose that endlessly produces train coins. Chizhao sighed. It's the old man without sin, but guilty of possessing treasure situation. But I'm not like them. He continued. We're from the same batch. We're comrades, battle-tested allies who have each other's backs. Chizhao placed both hands on Zijian's shoulders, his gaze unwavering and firm. Zijian, you can completely trust me. Zijian stared into his serious eyes and swallowed hard. Alright, I trust you. But tell me. While I was unconscious, did you take my train coins? Ahem. Chizhao coughed. Where do you think the antidote potion came from? That thing cost me 10 train coins. I even took a loss of 7. Now that you understand, follow me. Chizhao stepped out of the train, and Black Wind Monster immediately jumped off the Simmons mattress to follow him. Zijian was still in a dazed state. What are you standing around for? Hurry up. Chizhao's head appeared through the shattered window, urging her again. See coming. Zijian smoothed her slightly messy hair and got up to follow. Before Zijian had even woken up, Chizhao had already dealt with the skinny man's corpse. He had also looted the man's train. Although there wasn't much of value, and he hadn't found a single train coin, he still transferred all the remaining metal, plastic, and wood. No matter how little there was. Now, inside the black level 3 train, Chizhao was operating the screen. The train screen displayed an unknown status. Come here, log into your account. Log into my account? Zijian walked over and followed Chizhao's instructions to log in. Train conductor number 19,999,999, Zijian. Would you like to log into a new train? Yes, out of no. Once you log in, this train is yours. Chizhao wanted to test something. whether an activated module card was tied to the account or the train itself. Just as Zijian was about to tap yes, her finger hesitated. Wait, what about my old train? The window's already smashed. A high-risk train isn't worth keeping. But what about my Simmons mattress? Just move it over. I can't carry it. I'll help you move it. You? With your skinny arms and legs? You looking down on a lean guy? Ever heard looks skinny in clothes, but tripped underneath? Wait, there's one more thing. No more nonsense. Qizhao stepped over and, with a loud slap, pressed yes. Chapter 26, Ally Contract, Train Conductor number 19,999,999, Zijian, has logged in, Train Conductor, Zijian, Level, 3, Number of Carriages, 3, 1 Initial Carriage, 2 Regular Carriage, exiting the personal information screen, 5 modules appeared. One of them was Train Arrival. Qizhao squinted. Just as expected, once a module card is activated, it follows the account. Sigh, I really want this module. I wonder if there's a way to get it in the future. Qizhao returned to Zijian's train. At this moment, the screen displayed an unclaimed status. Train head and initial carriage cannot be dismantled. Dismantling 2 regular carriage, obtained, 420 kg of metal, 210 kg of plastic, 140 kg of wood, transferred 421 kg of metal, 213 kg of plastic, and 149 kg of wood to train conductor number 19,990,526, Qizhao immediately dismantled the second carriage, transferring all the remaining supplies to himself. Hey. Zijian stood to the side, watching Qizhao operate with practiced ease, too shocked to speak. There were still 2 sanitary pads in that carriage. And you just dismantled it? The stuff inside the carriage drops to the ground. Qizhao rolled his eyes at her. Zijian quickly ran out to pick up the sanitary pads. After transferring the supplies, Qizhao stored Zijian's mattress into his boundary bracelet. On the grassland, Zijian mumbled to herself while picking things up. He's just like a bandit. Clearly, he's done this plenty of times before. I should stay away from him. Don't move. Huh? Zijian looked up to see Qizhao holding a rifle, aiming right at her. Bang. 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 Instinctively, Zijian shut her eyes tight, shrinking her neck. Whoa. When she opened her eyes again and turned her head, a gray wolf lay in a pool of blood. Couldn't you at least give a warning before shooting? If I did, you'd probably be dead already. Qizhao walked over, picked up the gray wolf, and stored it in his boundary bracelet. Where did you even get a gun? No, wait, where's the wolf? Qizhao changed the subject. I just saved you 3 times in a row. Thanks. Zijian gritted her teeth as she spoke. No worries, you'll have plenty of chances to show your gratitude later. Qizhao glanced at his watch. 11:30. There were still 30 minutes until departure. Hey. What? Zijian had finished picking up her things, holding them in her arms as she cautiously eyed Qizhao. Want to take a shower? So much water, so many instant noodles? Does your family own a supermarket? Why is this carriage so cool? And there's a huge water tank? There's so much food and drinks? Even blankets and pillows? Is this where you sleep? How much did that rich lady give you? What nonsense are you spouting? I worked hard with my own hands to earn all of this. Zijian looked at Qizhao with a hint of pity. I get it. Rich ladies aren't easy to please. Comrade, you've worked hard. Entering the 4th carriage. A showerhead, a toilet, a sink. People outside don't even have enough to drink, and you're taking showers. Qizhao rolled his eyes at her. How are those 2 things connected? Then, Qizhao glanced at his watch. 10 minutes. Be quick. The moment time's up, I'll open the door. After saying that, Qizhao closed the door, leaving Zijian alone inside. Zijian scanned the room. Body wash, shampoo, toothpaste, towels. Everything was there. People really do infuriate each other through comparison. The difference in living conditions was like heaven and a sewage ditch. Just as Zijian was about to undress, Qizhao suddenly opened the door. Hurry up, don't dawdle. With that, he closed the door again. Zijian clenched her fists and silently swung them at the air in frustration. She had just taken off her shirt. Bang. The door opened again. Just 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Zijian crossed her arms over her chest, covering the important parts. Got it. Now get out. Seeing Qizhao finally shut the door, Zijian let out a breath and started taking off her pants. Bang. The door swung open again. Oh, and don't use my toothbrush. If you open the door one more time, I'll use your toothbrush to scrub the toilet. This time, Qizhao walked straight inside, making Zijian yelp in shock as she covered her chest with one hand and held up her pants with the other. Her face instantly turned as red as a monkey's butt. Why you, what do you want? Qizhao rolled his eyes at her, stepped forward, grabbed his toothbrush, and left. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from inside. After finishing her shower, Zijian returned to the train she had just switched to. Right at midnight, the train started moving. Leaning against the train window, she shook her still damp hair. Looking at the deep, endless darkness outside, a trace of loneliness flickered in her eyes. She had been here for 14 days. This was her first time stopping at a multi-passenger station. She hadn't seen another person for so long. And the first one she met was that black-hearted merchant. Suddenly got saved by him? And 3 times at that? Suddenly switched to a different train? And even signed some kind of ally contract? From now on, I have to give him half of my daily station rewards? I'm level 3 now, so every time my train stops, I get 3 train coins. That's enough to buy food and drinks normally. If I split it with him, 3 coins. How do I divide that? Forget it, I'll just give him 2. Consider it his daily meal allowance. That guy has so much food and drinks anyway, he won't starve. Once her hair was dry, Zijian walked into the second carriage. Speaking of which, how did he move my mattress over? And how did he pull a gun out of nowhere and make the wolf disappear? Is this guy even human? Thinking about how she had been seen completely naked, Zijian's cheeks instantly turned red. She punched her mattress. This guy is definitely not human. Qizhao was cleaning the bathroom Zijian had just used and picked up a pile of hair. That woman used up 95 liters of my water in 10 minutes? How did she even manage that? His fists clenched. They were getting hard. Letting her take a shower was essentially a way to show off his abundant supplies and make her feel secure about their alliance. Today, he had traded iced drinks for 14 train coins, bringing his total to 105. Upgrade. Treasure Hunter. Gladder. As a handful of train coins were tossed in, the Treasure Hunter function was successfully activated. Qizhao checked the station for tomorrow's stop. Next stop, Xingfu Community, single-person station. This station is an old, run-down residential complex. Room 401 contains something indescribable. As long as the door remains closed, there's no danger. If opened, danger level 5. Room 601 contains a level 1 treasure chest. Possible loot, 3 train coins, 1G silver coin, a treasure chest. And a silver coin too. As expected of Treasure Hunter. Just upgraded and already found silver. Qizhao closed the station forecast and began processing the Grey Wolf. Chapter 27, Level 6 Train, Basic Kitchen Components. Wolf meat had a strong gamey smell. Qizhao stored it in his boundary bracelet, then quickly cleaned the stripped wolf pelts and set them out to dry in a ventilated spot. He could use them to make a hat or something later. Gotta prepare for winter. He tossed some firewood into the furnace, then poured some oil into the frying pan he had traded for earlier. Once the oil was hot, he added sliced cured meat. When the fatty parts turned translucent, he tossed in the clean mushrooms. Qizhao picked up a piece of cured meat and tasted it. Not bad. Too bad he didn't have chili or garlic shoots. Those would have made it unbeatable. He scooped 2 spoonfuls of stir-fried mushrooms with cured meat onto the freshly steamed rice, set a spoon on top, and grabbed a bottle of ice water. Then, he opened his private chat with Zijian. My dear ally, it's lunchtime. A flash of light. Zijian received the meal. You made this. Don't tell me you can actually cook in that place? My dear ally, don't forget our agreement. Hey, I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. My dear ally, return the empty can after you eat. I'm running out of bowls. Yeah, got it. After lunch, Qizhao checked his current supply collection. Metal, 300 kg out of 620 kg plastic, 150 kg out of 467 kg wood, 100 kg out of 480 kg. With Treasure Hunter fully upgraded, he could safely level up his train. Train upgraded to level 6, acquired, 1 standard carriage, maximum stop duration extended by 1 hour. You can still choose to depart at 11 a.m., nice. Another hour for scavenging. Besides the increased stop time, no new features were unlocked. The modifications had also been refreshed. Ghost Fire Train, adds dazzling lights and sound effects. Suwei. 3 train coins, early departure, link to account, allows departure 10 minutes earlier than scheduled. 8 train coins, basic kitchen components, adds a train-exclusive stove, range hood, integrated sink, and external hidden water tank. 5 train coins, a stove and a range hood. Cooking with the furnace was fine, but there was no way to deal with the smoke. This upgrade solved that problem. The real highlight, though, was the external water tank. That meant he'd have two now. Chizhao placed the kitchen next to the bathroom. A white counter was now attached to the carriage. On the left side were two stovetops, with a black range hood mounted above them. To the right was an integrated sink with a faucet. The two external water tanks merged, increasing total water storage capacity to 6 tons. Current water level, 195 liters. After upgrading, Chizhao was left with exactly 0 train coins. The next day, 7:50 a.m. The train stopped inside a residential complex, surrounded by thick fog. In front of him was an old, 6-story apartment building. Chizhao waited for the black wind monster to finish using the toilet, then locked it inside the train. He retrieved old Master Ren from the trading platform and stored him in the boundary bracelet. Since last night, he had only managed to trade for 2 train coins. He restocked his cold beverage to train coin trade link, geared up, and climbed the stairs. First stop, 6th floor treasure chest. Reaching the 4th floor, he suddenly caught a delicious aroma. It was coming from room 401. So fragrant. So tempting. Chizhao pinched his nose shut and hurried upstairs. Whatever was inside had to be indescribable. If it weren't for the station forecast, he might have opened the door just to take a look. Rule number 1, if you don't open the door, there's no danger. He repeated that to himself and kept moving. At the 6th floor, since there was no direct sunlight, old Master Ren was free to move. Chizhao ordered him to break open room 601's door and went inside. The treasure chest was in the living room. After confirming it contained train coins and G-silver coins, Chizhao stored the entire chest inside his boundary bracelet. He opened each room but found no signs of past residents. Hopefully, the other apartments weren't all empty too. Breaking into room 602, a musty stench hit his nose. Chizhao covered his face. The ceiling leaked, pools of stagnant water covered the floor, and mold-covered wooden furniture filled the room. Nope. Not staying here. He remembered seeing a wedding decoration on a door downstairs. That place should have something useful. Chizhao started heading down. As he passed the 4th floor, the aroma from room 401 was even stronger. Even with his nose pinched, he could still smell it. He frowned and picked up his pace. Behind him, the door handle of room 401 clicked a few times. At room 201, Chizhao ripped off the wedding decoration and had old Master Ren break in. The interior was clearly a bridal suite, with festive decorations everywhere. All the furniture and daily necessities were intact. And new. Nice. He guessed right. To the left of the entrance was the kitchen. Chizhao slid open the glass door, turned the faucet. No water. He shook his head. Still, the kitchen was fully stocked: woks, bowls, plates, spatulas, dish soap, sponges. Even the seasonings, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, were neatly arranged. Not bad. Cooking tools and seasonings secured. Inside a cabinet, he found a bag of rice. Chizhao stored everything in his boundary bracelet. Near the kitchen was the bathroom. Chizhao took all the body wash, shampoo, and toothpaste from inside. They were all full bottles, barely used. Chizhao pulled open the double-door fridge in the living room. There wasn't much inside. In the refrigerated section, there were 2 cauliflowers, 5 cucumbers, 2 bottles of yogurt, and about 10 eggs. In the freezer, there were 2 bags of frozen dumplings. After storing all the food in his boundary bracelet, Chizhao opened the door to the master bedroom. On the mattress, there was a red quilt and 2 pillows with red pillowcases. The entire bedding set was red. Aside from the mattress, Chizhao took everything. Inside the built-in wardrobe, various clothes were neatly hung. Most of them were women's clothing. T-shirts, shirts, pajamas, dresses, shorts, pants, JK uniforms, hoodies, trench coats, cotton padded jackets, underwear, stockings. Chizhao took all the men's clothing first. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he stored all the women's clothing in his boundary bracelet as well. He pulled open the bedside drawer. Inside, several pink and purple toys of different shapes were lying there. On the middle shelf, there was a bottle of lubricant and a black spray can. On the bottom shelf, there was a bundle of pink rope and a blindfold. Chizhao took everything out and placed them on the bed, then stored the bedside drawer in his boundary bracelet. After all, it was made of wood. Wait, was his boundary bracelet already full? A 100-kilogram weight limit was really not enough. Chizhao checked the time. 9:15 a.m. He had to make multiple trips to move everything. Chizhao returned to the first floor, emptied his boundary bracelet into the train carriage, then went back to room 201. Unfortunately, the double-door fridge was too heavy. Even with a 100-kilogram weight limit, his boundary bracelet couldn't store it. This time, Chizhao moved the living room sectional sofa in 2 trips. On the fourth trip, he transported the master bedroom's bed and mattress, also in 2 trips. On the sixth trip, he flipped over the marble tabletop from the dining table, then took the table and its 4 matching chairs. A nicely decorated bridal suite was slowly being emptied by Qi Zhao. By now, the first carriage was already completely packed. Just as Qi Zhao was about to go for a 7th trip, a woman in a white nightgown with long, flowing hair suddenly blocked his path. At the same time, Qi Zhao caught a strange fragrance coming from her body. Chapter 28, Madam, please restrain yourself, handsome, my drain's clogged. Can you come help me unclog it? She fluttered her lashes seductively, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, body swaying temptingly. Sigh, my husband's always on business trips, never home. Useless man. Qi Zhao was syncing with old Master Ren, controlling him to jump out of room 201. Madam, this doesn't seem very appropriate. Qi Zhao kept chatting while stepping back, hand pressing on his boundary bracelet. I don't really have experience unclogging drains either. I might accidentally break something. Heh. The woman covered her mouth and giggled, more and more unrestrained, her laughter shaking her whole body. You're pretty confident in your little weapon, huh? Damn right I am. With a squelch, old Master Ren's finger pierced through the woman's neck. Qi Zhao whipped out his rifle and opened fire. Bullets tore through her chest, blasting a cloud of blood. But the woman looked like she was enjoying herself. Completely unfazed by pain. Physical attacks ineffective? Then, tentacles slithered out of her eyes. From her nostrils, ears, belly button. Every hole on her body. Tentacles emerged. They instantly wrapped around old Master Ren, who couldn't break free no matter how he struggled. In under 5 seconds, old Master Ren was cocooned into a pink chrysalis by the tentacles. At the same time, the mental link between Qi Zhao and old Master Ren was getting fuzzier. Until it snapped. Run. Qi Zhao swiftly stowed his rifle and bolted downstairs. Tentacles chased behind him, wriggling rapidly. Once on the first floor, Qi Zhao shouted, "Open the door." The train door opened. He leaped into the train and slammed it shut behind him. He activated dynamic concealment, making the train go invisible. 10:47. The earliest departure was at 11:00. Just gotta hold out 13 more minutes. Damn it, I shouldn't have upgraded the kitchen first. I should have saved my train coins to unlock early departure. Still missing 3 train coins. Where the hell am I supposed to find 3 train coins now? The pink tentacles showed up late, and with them came one thick tentacle crawling down the stairs. Then another. And a third. More tentacles emerged from the stairwell, wrapping around Qi Zhao's train from all directions. One latched onto the train window. At the end of it was the woman's head. She was staring at Qi Zhao through the glass. What? Even cloaked, they can still find me? Glass shattered in room 401 as 3 tentacles, each over a meter thick, shot out. They joined the rest in wrapping around Qi Zhao's train, and then, together, they lifted the whole train off the ground. Just like a kid smashing a toy train, they slammed it hard into the ground. With a loud swoosh, the force of the falling train kicked up a storm of dust. Just as it was about to hit the ground, a flash of white light. The train vanished. The tentacles, grabbing at nothing, slapped the ground in frustration, stirring more dust. Then they began retracting. The woman, now naked, strolled back to the old building. Behind her, another white flash lit up. A yellow train appeared. This train had 5 carriages. The engine was orange, the whole thing colored like a little yellow duck. The train door opened, and a man and woman stepped out. Good thing we made it in time. Xia Yuan clapped her hands excitedly when she saw the woman. Both of them wore matching black uniforms and tall boots, topped with wide-brimmed hats. There sure are a lot of guests today. The woman licked her lips as pink mist poured off her body. Wow, sis, your body is amazing. Xia Yuan leaned close. How do you usually take care of yourself? I eat men. Did you get to eat one today? If not, you can have him. Xia Yuan pointed at Shiranui Subaru. A tentacle shot out from beneath the woman, wrapping around Xia Yuan. She glanced at the fancy silver badge on Xia Yuan's hat. Order Heaven. Out of everyone in the New World, the ones I hate most are from Order Heaven. Even as the tentacle coiled tighter, Xia Yuan kept her bright smile. Sis, the one who sealed you here has already passed. You've probably sensed it too. Guarding that treasure chest for 3 rounds. Must have been tough. So what, you think just the 2 of you can kill me? Another tentacle whipped toward Shiranui Subaru. He raised his right hand into the air, and a long blade engulfed in black-red flames appeared. With one swing, the tentacle was sliced cleanly in 2. In the next second, Shiranui Subaru appeared behind the woman. A second later, her head rolled onto the ground. The tentacle around Xia Yuan loosened, and the woman's body collapsed with a thud. There's no way the two of us could kill you, sis. That's why we brought the demon blade that can. Shiranui. Careful, the scent's still in the air. Bang bang bang. Giant tentacles burst out of room 401, covered in bizarre organs. The organs pulsed open and shut, spraying more of the pink mist. A flush of red crept up Zayuan's cheeks. Shiranui Subaru raised his blade, his eyes now pitch black. Shiranui. Karmic wrath. A torrent of black-red fire surged from the blade, instantly burning away the pink mist. As the mist vanished, the flames wrapped around the tentacles like parasites. The tentacles recoiled in fear, severing themselves to stop the flames from reaching their core. Shiranui Subaru carried the demon blade up to the 4th floor, into room 401. With one strike, he severed the core. All the tentacles crumbled into ash and scattered on the wind. Hey! The treasure chest is in room 601, I'll leave it to you. I'm not going up. Zayuan cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted to Shiranui Subaru. 3 minutes later, Shiranui Subaru walked out carrying a zombie. The silver coin's gone. The whole treasure chest is missing. Huh? Zayuan looked like she'd misheard something. Someone beat us to it and took the chest. This zombie must have been left behind. Let's ask the magic mirror. Zayuan pulled a mirror from who knows where and handed it to Shiranui Subaru. You ask. Shiranui Subaru frowned. Why me? Zayuan crossed her arms and raised her chin. Killing the guardian and retrieving the silver coin was your mission, not mine. I'm just here for recruitment. Shiranui Subaru helplessly took the mirror. When the two of them looked into it together, he took a deep breath and slowly said, "Oh great magic mirror, the one and only, all-knowing, all-powerful. Who is the master of this zombie puppet?" The surface of the mirror rippled like water, and soon, Qizhao's face appeared, along with the name Qizhao. Qizhao. He's kinda cute. Better looking than you, Zayuan said to Shiranui Subaru. Shiranui Subaru stayed silent. 5 seconds later, the mirror started rippling again. Shiranui Subaru instinctively swallowed hard. A line of text appeared on the mirror. Have you ever used the woman beside you as a fantasy object for self-relief? As Zayuan let out a, whatever hope Shiranui Subaru had left inside completely died. Chapter 29, Without plants, how are we supposed to fight zombies? Depart early. Qizhao, who had narrowly escaped death, leaned against the carriage wall, gasping for breath. He punched the ground. Damn. Old Master Ren got taken. I didn't even open room 401's door. How the hell did she come out on her own? And she could even find the cloak train. Beyond the rush of adrenaline from barely surviving, Qizhao also felt his whole body burning, his mind buzzing. His head was filled with the woman's body. Was it because of that scent? Qizhao went into the bathroom and stripped off all his clothes. Finally, under the cold water, he calmed down and stopped thinking about those images. Wiping the water from his face, Qizhao summoned the screen and checked the messages Zijian had sent that morning. 3 coins, how should we split them? I get 2, you get 1. Reply to me already. Fine, 2 for you, 1 for me. No way I'm giving all of them to you. Don't even think about it. Where are you? 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 And don't say I drank your soda again, it's not my fault you weren't here. 10 minutes ago, just before the train was about to be slammed into the ground by the tentacles, Qizhao had pulled out 3 train coins from Zijian's soda trade. With a full set of 8 coins, he instantly upgraded for early departure. Timed it perfectly and made his escape. Qizhao dried off and changed into clean clothes. Stuff inside the train had been tossed everywhere. Qizhao shook his head helplessly. He moved the furnace into the kitchen and started steaming 2 bowls of rice. Once he'd cleaned up all the scattered items, he set up the frying pan, turned on the exhaust fan, and started cooking. The stove used wood, the exhaust fan used metal. Thankfully, the consumption wasn't too high. It was manageable. Using the spices and vegetables he'd scavenged earlier, Qizhao made stir-fried cauliflower with cured meat and scrambled eggs with cucumber. Once the dishes were done, the rice was ready too. Qizhao sent a message to Zijian, lunch is ready. You finally replied. I finished the soda, don't ask for it again. Today I stopped in the forest. There were 2 chainsaw-wielding bears outside. I was too scared to go out. Where'd you get plates? Already ditching the canned lids. Not bad for today's meal. Even got yogurt. Your cooking's not bad. The eggs are soft and fluffy. Too bad, the cured meat's tough. Looking at Zijian's rapid-fire messages, Qizhao smiled and closed the screen, then started eating. After lunch, Qizhao checked his remaining supplies. Metal, 300 kg out of 320 kg. Plastic, 150 kg out of 317 kg. Wood, 100 kg out of 380 kg. He thought for a moment and opened his private chat with Zijian. I'll transfer you some supplies to help upgrade to level 4 train. A weasel wishing a chicken happy new year. Definitely up to no good. I've been giving you 3 train coins every day. Can't let my great ally end up with nothing, right? Hey. I knew it. Don't make stuff up. Who said I had to give you 3 coins every day? Deal's done, my dear ally. 300 kilogram of metal, 150 kilogram of plastic, and 100 kilogram of wood have been transferred to train conductor Zijian of train number 19,999,999. Aren't you afraid I'll just take the stuff and delete you as a friend? Of course not. You're not the type to betray an ally. And I wouldn't betray one either. I'd never do something like going into the chat room yelling that you've got a station reward module or anything. Despicable. Sinister. Devious bastard. Chizhao watched as the number on Zijian's avatar jumped from 3 to 4, and he smiled. After today's scare, Chizhao understood the value of train coins even more. Helping Zijian upgrade was definitely worth it. This hen that lays train coins. Gotta raise her well. He closed the screen and started organizing today's collected supplies. In the 5th carriage, Chizhao set down a large bed, a spring mattress, laid out the bedding and pillows, and placed a nightstand beside it. Perfect replica of the master bedroom in 201. Bright red and festive. Across from the bed, Chizhao placed a sectional sofa, then threw all the clothes he'd collected on top of it. On cold days, he could sleep there too. Once everything was set up, Chizhao returned to the initial carriage and started chopping wood. He split all the chairs and tables without tops into small pieces and stacked them up. He worked non-stop until 7 p.m., finally finishing the wood. After a quick shower, Chizhao boiled a bag of frozen dumplings. 3 flavor filling. 24 dumplings vanished into his stomach before they even had time to realize what was happening. After working all afternoon, he was starving. Black Wind Monster drooled all over the floor watching Chizhao eat. Black Wind Monster, you're disgusting. Woof. After dinner, Chizhao lay on the blanket, staring at the carriage ceiling in a daze. That G silver coin had already been activated. Of the 12 zodiac icons, he had now lit up 3. Dragon, snake, rooster. Too bad about old Master Ren. Just gone like that. From now on, he'd have to rely on himself for everything. Next day, 7:55 a.m. Isn't this just a pumpkin? Chizhao hacked off the vine with a machete and picked a pumpkin about the size of his hand. Golden yellow Bai pumpkin. Not sure if it tastes as good as an actual Bai pumpkin. He looked around. There were pumpkins everywhere, at least 500 or 600 of them. Chizhao scanned the field and spotted an unripe green pumpkin. The station forecast had said that under an unripe golden pumpkin, a level 1 treasure chest would be buried. He pulled out a military shovel. A few digs later. Thud. The sound of a wooden box hitting something. Found it. Chizhao opened the treasure chest. Magical multi-use fertilizer, accelerates plant growth, chance to instantly ripen, 5 kilogram, instant ripening? Sounds pretty powerful. Better save it for when he can start planting vegetables and see how it works. That planting upgrade Konyu had looked pretty decent. If he comes across it later, he'll get one too. Perfect. 6th carriage is still empty. Chizhao checked the time. 8:00 a.m. He returned to the carriage and summoned a screen. Zijian, Danmu Station. Never been. Alright then. This was something Chizhao had asked Zijian to do. Send him the name of every station she stopped at. If he'd been there before, he could share the station forecast with her. After hanging up a bottle of milk and a piece of bread, a flash of light appeared, and Chizhao received 3 train coins. Now this was a real treasure chest. And one that grew with you. Chizhao went back to harvesting pumpkins. Black Wind Monster darted around the pumpkin patch with him, doing nothing helpful, and even peed on one of the pumpkins. You little shit, that one's going back for you to eat. Woof woof woof. After 4.5 hours, Chizhao had cleared the entire pumpkin field. He'd harvested over 500 pumpkins, each weighing about a pound. He piled them into the temperature-controlled carriage, picked 2, washed them, scooped out the seeds, and put them in a furnace to roast. He didn't toss the seeds either. Rinsed and set them out to dry. When he was done, Chizhao sat at the carriage door, drinking water and soaking in the sun. He took a deep breath. Ah, the smell of nature. Beside him, Black Wind Monster had just taken a dump. At 1:00 p.m., the train departed. The pumpkins were ready. Chizhao took a bite. Soft, sticky, sweet. The taste and texture could rival a Bai pumpkin. He messaged Zijian, telling her to come get lunch. You have traded with train conductor Aizen of train number 19,999,999 over 30 times. High trading frequency detected. You may now establish a special trade relationship. After confirmation, you can directly transfer items. There's a hidden feature like this. Chizhao clicked to establish, and Aizen confirmed. Special trade relationship established. If the transferred item is not accepted within 8 hours, it will be returned. You can have up to 5 unconfirmed item transfers at the same time. Chizhao directly transferred 1 roasted pumpkin to Aizen to test the new feature. Nice. Very convenient. No more needing to set up a trade post and select items and all that. You should try sending me something to test the new feature too, like some train coins or whatever. No pressure. Get lost. If the hen lays an egg, at least leave one in the nest. Why do you gotta empty the whole thing every time? I advise you not to be so heartless. A measly pumpkin, what am I, a beggar to you? Already complaining about food rations after just 1 day? Chizhao cancelled the transfer. Aizen, don't. I was joking. The pumpkin's great. Sticky and sweet, I love pumpkins. Chizhao traded out another 7 bottles of cold drinks and topped up the trade link. Then he used 10 train coins to upgrade his boundary bracelet. Storage capacity now at 200 kg. Next upgrade would cost 20 train coins. If only he'd upgraded it to level 4 earlier, maybe he could have moved all his stuff before Tentacle Mom showed up. What a shame. Chizhao tossed the leftover half of the pumpkin into Black Wind Monster's food bowl and downed a couple swigs of water. That pumpkin. Eat it too fast and it kinda chokes you. Current station, Dave's backyard, solo station. This station is from Plants vs. Zombies. Danger level 3, the mech controlled by Dr. Zomboss's 1 level 1 treasure chest. Possible contents, 3 train coins, 1 pressure cooker, another game world? Don't tell me it's that trending hybrid mod version. Dave, wearing a frying pan on his head and holding a shotgun, blasted the head off a zombie crawling into the front yard. The zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, and Dave let out a triumphant "oh-oh" cheer. He cleared all the zombies in front, but didn't notice one sneaking in from the backyard. With rotten arms flailing and mouth wide open, the zombie lunged at Dave. Just as it grabbed Dave's neck and was about to bite down, Chizhao swung his military shovel. Bang! And knocked the zombie's head clean off. Oh, man. Crabby meat. Dave kicked away the headless zombie, patted the frying pan on his head, and grinned at Chizhao in thanks. Then he reached into his pants and pulled out a squashed corn taco, handing it to Chizhao. Bro, corn taco. Chizhao looked at the white gooey sauce and politely declined. Dave didn't mind. He just started eating it himself. Tastes great. Dave licked his fingers. Bro, how can I thank you? Suddenly, a bungee zombie dropped from the sky, grabbed Dave by the neck, and tried to haul him away. Chizhao pulled out his machete and sliced the rope in one clean motion. The bungee zombie face planted onto the ground, and Dave plopped down right on its head for the finishing blow. A note was left behind. Chizhao picked it up. Dear neighbor, BBQ tonight, rooftop. Waiting for you. Bro. Don't pick that up. That's how you summon Big Zomboss. I got tricked by that before. The next second, Chizhao and Dave appeared on the rooftop. Day turn tonight. Dr. Zomboss appeared ahead, piloting his mech. Exactly what I need. If he doesn't show, I can't get the treasure chest. WTF, man. Dave raised his shotgun and fired at Zomboss's mech. Won't work. You need plants, Chizhao said calmly. Where are the plants? What plants? The peas? I made stew out of them. Chizhao turned to Dave, stunned. What about the cabbages? Use them for burgers. Corn throwers. Dave pulled another corn taco from his pants. No plants. How am I supposed to fight Zomboss? With a gun. Dave tossed a shotgun to Chizhao and adjusted the frying pan on his head. Bro, just go all in. Dave pulled out another shotgun and started blasting zombies. Chizhao grinned, and after taking down 2 zombies, realized. This gun didn't need to reload. Holy shit, unlimited ammo. Zomboss reached out and hurled a white car straight at them. Fuck. That's my car. Chizhao dodged it nimbly as the car tumbled off the rooftop. In a game world with infinite ammo, no recoil delay, no overheating. These zombies didn't stand a chance. By the end, Chizhao was having so much fun he even ditched the gun and started meleeing with his machete. With the 2 of them working together, they quickly forced Zomboss to wave the white flag. Chizhao fired a shot and blasted Zomboss's swollen brain, then dragged the treasure chest out of the cockpit. The next second, since Zomboss was defeated, the 2 of them snapped back to the front yard. Seeing Chizhao take the treasure chest, Dave blinked in surprise. Bro, you want that chest? I've got tons of them in my car. Chapter 30, Infinite Ammo Shotgun. Chizhao wore a look of disbelief. A white van suddenly appeared. Dave kicked open the trunk. Bro, look. Chizhao thought, isn't this Dave's mystery shop? He peeked inside. 6 gift boxes that looked just like treasure chests were sitting there. Bro, if you like 'em, they're all yours. Chizhao didn't hold back and stored them all in his boundary bracelet. Seeing Chizhao accept the gifts, Dave was thrilled. He pulled another corn taco out of his pocket and handed it to Chizhao. Chizhao sighed and took it, tossing it into the boundary bracelet as well. Why don't you give me that shotgun too? Bro, you like this thing? Dave pulled out another shotgun and shoved it into Chizhao's hands. Take it, don't be shy. We took down zombies together, we're brothers. And just like that, Chizhao got 2 shotguns with infinite ammo. Hopefully, they'd still be infinite once outside. Chizhao glanced around and, seeing no more supplies to gather, decided to head back to the train. It was 11:10. Chizhao shut the train door and started the departure. Leave some plants in the backyard. Don't eat them all. Chizhao reminded Dave before leaving. The station Zijian stopped at today was still one Chizhao hadn't been to, but that didn't stop him from getting 3 train coins. He pulled out one of the gift boxes Dave gave him. If he guessed right, these were probably potted plants. The first box revealed a pot of corn. Chizhao held the rice cooker-sized flower pot and stared at the corn inside, totally baffled. The remaining 5 boxes contained 1 cabbage, 1 watermelon, and 3 pea pods. They looked just like real-world plants. Chizhao wondered if they'd suddenly open their eyes when zombies appeared. He took out the 2 shotguns and tested them on a pile of wood. Bang! Wood chips flew everywhere. The massive recoil jolted Chizhao back. In the game world, you didn't feel recoil and could just spam shots like crazy. Not so easy in the real world. But it was definitely infinite ammo. No need to reload. As long as it didn't overheat, it could keep firing non-stop. Unreal. Should have asked Dave for a few more. Chizhao shook out his arms and put the shotguns back into the boundary bracelet. After taking out the train coins and pressure cooker from the treasure chest, he tossed the empty box into the material input zone. Black Wind Monster kept circling the potted plants, licking them now and then. Go play somewhere else. Chizhao kicked the dog away and moved the plants into the temperature-controlled carriage. It was too hot outside. They'd wilt in no time. Zijian messaged, today I bring you some eggs. Let's upgrade lunch quality. Where'd you get these eggs? They don't look like chicken eggs. Huh? I dunno, I dug them out of the sand. Looks like crocodile eggs. Not bad, you're impressive. No way. I didn't see any crocodiles. Don't scare me. After filling up the water tank, Chizhao started making lunch. He picked the corn from the potted plant and shelled the kernels. Didn't spare the 3 pea pods either. Harvested all the peas. Then chopped 2 slices of luncheon meat into small cubes. He heated oil in the pan, cracked in 2 eggs Zijian had sent, scrambled them, and added the meat, boiled corn, and peas. Finally, he took out the rye seed steamed the night before, fluffed it, and added it to the pan. With just a bit of salt, Chizhao tasted it. It was good, only thing missing was some green onion. While eating lunch, Chizhao posted in the chat room to sell off the stash of frozen water and cold drinks. Only 1 day left of summer. Gotta squeeze the last bit of profit. What's with you? 1 frozen drink plus 1 frozen water for a train coin? Getting rich? A little bit. V50, show your power. Sure, give me 50 train coins and I'll show you. PFFT. Today's not even Thursday. Chizhao returned to the chat room to keep selling cold drinks. The rest of the time, he worked out and refilled the water tank. An average body couldn't handle the recoil of a few shotgun blasts. And now, without a bodyguard, he had to rely on himself. Before bed, Chizhao had traded for 12 train coins. Added to the 9 he had left, he upgraded his boundary bracelet by another level. Now only 1 train coin remained, but the carrying capacity had reached 300 kg. The next upgrade would cost 30 train coins, but would still only add another 100 kg. The difficulty of upgrading was increasing fast. The reason for upgrading the boundary bracelet was because tomorrow's stop was a scrap recycling station. The train is about to arrive at the station. Please remain seated and hold on, this stop had no treasure chests to open. First time this happened since upgrading to treasure hunter. Chizhao organized his inventory, leaving behind anything unnecessary. Current available weight, 270 kg. Before heading out, he checked his remaining materials: metal, 300 kg out of 18 kg, plastic, 150 kg out of 317 kg, wood, 100 kg out of 378 kg. Metal reserves were critically low, Prioritize collecting metal. It was a small recycling station, but the scrap was neatly sorted. By the time Chizhao brought back his first load, it was already 8:10. He checked the station forecast Zijian had sent. Still a place he hadn't visited. Could it be that solo stations never repeat? Or maybe there were just so many that the odds of repeats were too low. After yesterday's crocodile leg incident, Chizhao transferred his revolver and remaining bullets to Zijian for self-defense. After reminding her to stay safe, he accepted the 3 train coins she sent and stored them in the boundary bracelet. With the bracelet, his efficiency collecting materials was through the roof. Within 2 hours, he'd cleared out all the metal scraps. Then came waste plastic, old clothes, and used quilts. By the time of departure, the first and second carriages were completely filled. The remaining water and instant noodles from carriage 2 were moved to carriage 4. Chizhao looked at all the old clothes and quilts, eyes burning with excitement. Once winter hits, all these quilts can be traded for a huge profit. Chizhao went to the temperature-controlled carriage to grab a bottle of water. And to his surprise, that pot of corn and peas had grown new sprouts again. They can regrow? Chizhao harvested all the corn, cabbage, watermelon, and pea pods to see if they'd grow back by tomorrow. If they could, even if they couldn't fight zombies, at least he'd have fresh vegetables to eat every day. For lunch today, Chizhao made fried rice with egg again. There were still 2 of the crocodile eggs Zijian gave him yesterday. Chapter 31, Week 2, Winter begins. Just as Chizhao turned off the heat and plated the rice, the broadcast came on. Good afternoon, train conductors. Season change will occur tonight at midnight. The upcoming season is winter, it's here. Just like Kangyu said, straight into winter in Week 2. Chizhao shook his head and reheated the pan to stir-fry some shredded cabbage. He gave it a taste. Didn't taste as good as regular cabbage. After transferring lunch to Zijian, Chizhao opened the chat room. Online, 2410. Winter? Winter? Did I hear that right? What happened to autumn? Did some damn dog eat it? What the hell? They're trying to kill me with this. Fuck it, I'm done. I'm getting off at the next station. Yeah, this is kinda brutal, see? Even Lord is about to tap out. I've got aircon installed. Looking to house pure-hearted college girls. Sexy married ladies. Divorced MILFs welcome. Zijian, something's off. Seriously off. Chizhao? I knew it. You being all generous yesterday out of nowhere? Totally sus. You knew winter was coming, didn't you? That rich lady told you, right? Yeah. So? Chizhao admitted it outright. Then why didn't you tell everyone else? Why should I? Am I obligated? Responsible? They're dead. Even if I said it, you think they'd believe me? They can't even survive summer. What's the point of telling them? Well, at least tell me first. Phew, you scared me. I thought you were turning into a drama queen. Piss off, I'm a refined egotist. Good. Keep it that way. You got any thick clothes? My legs are still bare here. You don't want to see your beloved ally freeze to death, do you? Come on, how could I let my dear ally suffer in the cold? Chizhao sent over a batch of women's clothes he'd scavenged from room 201 in Happy Community. Thermal underwear, cotton coat, a red knit hat. Even sent her a thick quilt. Where the heck do you get all this? It's like you never lack anything. I lack stuff too, you know. Don't say you're short on train coins. I don't have any. Chizhao sliced the watermelon he'd picked and sent half to Zijian. Not giving you any just for watermelon either. Right now, Chizhao only had 4 train coins left. He was definitely short. The watermelon wasn't big, about the same size as the pumpkins from before, but it had thin rind, lots of flesh, and was actually pretty sweet. He scooped a few spoonfuls and tossed them to Black Wind Monster to let the little guy try something fresh. After lunch, Chizhao started sorting through the old clothes and quilts, and kept filling up the water tank in the meantime. Midnight. The sudden chill swept away the remaining warmth in the carriage. Season change. Winter had arrived. Yo, temp bro, what's the temperature? This is fucking freezing, 0 degrees. The chat room fell silent. Selling quilts. 2 train coins per blanket. Don't miss out, at Zhongbaobao, you serious? 2 train coins for 1 blanket? Robbery, take it or leave it. I'm not forcing anyone. Plenty of people will want them, now's not the time to be stingy with train coins. You die with your coins, they're worthless. Inside Zhongbaobao's carriage were stacks of old quilts and clothes. No wonder he's the big bro. Damn visionary. Stocked up when it was hot and they were dirt cheap, now it's finally paying off. Raking it in. We'll make at least 50. No, 100 train coins. Boss. Someone's trading. Zhongbaobao crossed his arms and nodded in satisfaction. He had seen Chi Zhao raiding ice water for quilts before, and his sharp business instincts told him it was worth hoarding. Didn't expect it to pay off this soon. Selling quilts. 1 train coin each, fuck. Bought too early. Ice water bro, where were you earlier? I knew it. Ice water bro always shows up. Good thing I didn't buy from Zhang Baobao. Quick, post the link. I'm freezing, at Zhang Baobao, explain yourself. This blanket's thin as paper and has a big asshole. You've got some nerve charging 2 train coins. After that bad review dropped, everyone ditched Zhang Baobao. Holy shit, what a face slap. At Zhang Baobao. Guys, Chi Zhao's got the link up. Go, at Zhang Baobao, keep them for yourself. Don't catch a cold now, B-boss, what do we do? They're all buying from Chi Zhao. Don't panic. The market's huge. These few blankets will sell. Once his stock's gone, those who missed out will come to us. Then we raise the price. They'll be begging us. Exactly. Boss is right. I don't know why I didn't think of that. You got a pig's brain. Not your fault. In just a short while, Chi Zhao had traded away 42 quilts. Big bro, I don't have train coins. Can I trade meds? Meds? With a flash of light, Chi Zhao traded a quilt for a pile of medicine. The guy was pretty generous. Gave a ton. But looking at the meds, Chi Zhao fell into deep thought. Cephalexin, painkillers, fever reducers, 6-flavor Rimani, glycerin enemas, gynecological wash. And 2 little blue pills. Cows, thanks, big bro, thank you. Chi Zhao couldn't help teasing, quite the variety of meds you've got there. Right? I stopped at a pharmacy yesterday. Cleaned the place out. Big bro, if you need anything, just tell me. If I have it, it's yours. Lucky guy. Scored a whole pharmacy. And meds were in high demand and had great trade value. Chi Zhao, dressed in thick pajamas, headed to the temperature-controlled carriage. Seeing that the water in the tank hadn't frozen, he relaxed and returned to the bedroom. Black Wind Monster was curled up in the doghouse Chi Zhao had made for him that afternoon. Chi Zhao added some firewood to the furnace, raising the temperature in the carriage a bit. Then he crawled into bed and summoned a screen. Zijian, cold 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 cold, I'm freezing to death. Not that bad. Just regular cold. Still manageable. Chi Zhao hugged a plastic bottle filled with hot water, still feeling a bit of warmth under the covers. He had placed 10 of those hot water bottles in his bed. Chi Zhao pulled one out from the foot of the bed and sent it to Zijian. Wow, so warm. But it kinda smells. That's just the plastic getting heated. Totally normal. Now go to sleep. Next morning, 7:30 a.m. Chi Zhao poked his head out of the warm bed. There was no treasure chest at this stop, so he wasn't even planning to get up. Online, 1903. 500 people froze to death last night. Chapter 32, For the Sake of the Child, leveled up 3 times in a row. The train stopped on the snowy mountain. Chi Zhao opened the train door to feel the outside temperature. It was even lower than inside the carriage. Chi Zhao quickly shut the train door. After collecting the 3 train coins just transferred by Zijian, Chi Zhao gave her a share of the freshly roasted pumpkin and hot milk. The station Zijian stopped at today was a beach. He still hadn't been there. Do you have a bikini or something? I wanna go out and sunbathe for a bit. I do, but it's way too big. It won't fit you. What the fuck? Send it over, let me see just how big it is. Chi Zhao sent over those few pieces of lingerie. Perfect fit, maybe even a little tight. Chi Zhao hugged the furnace, warming up by the fire, thinking, seriously pretending to be rich while broke, little B pretending to be an oldie. Even the Black Wind Monster had curled up into a ball from the cold. Chi Zhao couldn't bear to watch. He thought, I can suffer, but I can't let the kids suffer. Upgrade. Let's see if I can get an air conditioning upgrade. Chi Zhao checked his current supply stock. Metal, 300 kg out of 1,258 kg, plastic, 150 kg out of 595.5 kg, wood, 100 kg out of 404 kg. Yesterday's haul at the recycling station really paid off. He also had 49 train coins. Upgrade. To level 7. I love rice, acquired train exclusive rice cooker, 1 train coin. Baking master, acquired train exclusive oven, 1 train coin. Girly pink, carriage color change to girly pink, 1 train coin. As someone who had once spent 100 train coins to upgrade to a treasure hunter, Chi Zhao didn't even blink. He spent 2 train coins right away to get both the rice cooker and oven. Upgrade again. To level 8. New upgrade options appeared. Self-sufficiency, convert a carriage into a planting carriage. Automatically adjusts internal temperature, humidity, brightness, and soil pH based on the type of crops grown, 8 train coins, planting carriage. Zhao spent 8 trained coins to convert the 6th carriage into a planting carriage. Once the upgrade was done, he rushed over to check it out. Muddy ground, glass ceiling. Nice, same model as Kong Yu's. Zhao planted a few mushrooms in the soil, and the temperature and humidity inside the carriage began adjusting automatically. Super smart. But it consumes metal, wood, and water. This planting carriage also came with an external water tank, which had already been merged with the previous one. Maximum water capacity, 9 tons. Zhao took out the few potted plants and placed them on the ground. He had stored them in the boundary bracelet last night, where they'd freeze in the winter cold. Right, the miracle multi-use fertilizer. Zhao took out the bag of fertilizer, opened it, and sprinkled it evenly over the soil. Around the mushrooms he just planted, little mushrooms started sprouting. The cabbage pot also began to grow new leaves. Miracle multi-use fertilizer. Boosts plant growth and may instantly ripen crops. The carriage was already warming up, so Zhao decided to stay put and not go out. Don't run around. I just planted those mushrooms. Woof woof woof. Zhao summoned the screen to check the remaining 2 upgrades. Cool breeze, acquire train exclusive electric fan, 1 train coin, skip. Next. Custom order, receive a custom human-like doll, comes with 1 set of uniform, 3 train coins, Zhao. He clicked on it and discovered a surprising number of customization options. Including but not limited to, face, body type, hairstyle, even sexual characteristics. You could replicate real-life details at a 1:1 scale. The uniforms also had various options: nurse, flight attendant, teacher, secretary, maid. Half an hour later, after endless tweaking, Zhao's custom doll appeared in the carriage. She had a pretty face, twin ponytails, and was wearing the pink nurse uniform and white stockings Zhao had picked out. Zhao stood up, looking at the 1.85-meter-tall, muscular, broad-chested buff lady, and nodded in satisfaction. He threw a punch. Bam! The doll fell flat to the floor. Zhao retracted his fist and blew on it a few times. Ow ow ow, phew. Phew. Why are these specs so DMN hard? Fuck. Should have adjusted the softness lower. Oh well, hard is fine. If I run into enemies, maybe she'll be even harder than them. Zhao stored the training doll into the boundary bracelet. Still no air conditioning. Can't sleep on this mud floor. Annoyed, Zhao leveled up again. To level 9. New upgrades appeared. Central air conditioning, install central AC throughout the train, 2 train coins per carriage, weight training, convert a carriage into a gravity carriage, 10 train coins, this is art, follow the account, your train can now self-destruct. Guaranteed to leave not a single hair behind, 10 train coins, there it is. Air conditioning, and central AC at that. Zhao headed to the initial carriage, waved his hand boldly, and spent 14 train coins. Every carriage except the cold storage carriage and planting carriage got central AC installed. The gravity carriage. It must adjust internal gravity. Perfect for training under pressure, results would definitely multiply. It reminded Zhao of an anime he watched as a kid, where there was a move called Level 8 Sky. Overdrive. Extreme speed was forged under extreme gravity. Zhao spent another 10 train coins to convert the 7th carriage into a gravity carriage. As for the self-destruct option, Zhao actually laughed. Didn't think they'd really have this kind of upgrade. Zhao checked his remaining supplies after 3 level ups: metal, 300 kg out of 358 kg, plastic, 150 kg out of 145.5 kg, wood, 100 kg out of 104 kg, not bad. Just barely managed to get the AC before running out of plastic. Zhao turned on the train-wide central air conditioning, set to heating mode, 26 degrees Celsius. With the AC on, the bone-piercing cold quickly faded. Zhao took off his heavy pajamas and stretched his shoulders. Passing through the first 2 carriages filled with old clothes, quilts, and firewood, Zhao reached the cold storage carriage. Since it didn't have AC, it was still freezing. Zhao moved through quickly and arrived at the kitchen and bathroom carriage. On the ground nearby were the newly acquired rice cooker and oven. Entering the bedroom, Zhao brought the furnace back to the kitchen. Finally, Zhao opened the door to the 7th carriage. The gravity carriage. What came into view was a gray carriage with a suede-like texture, and a silver-white checkered floor. As soon as Zhao stepped inside, he felt a sudden heaviness on his shoulders. The adjustment panel on the wall showed double gravity. Well, damn. After adjusting to it a bit, Zhao checked the panel. The current max could go up to 5 times normal gravity. If he wanted it higher, he'd have to use train coins to upgrade. There were also gravity-compatible training machines to unlock. Zhao glanced around and used 3 train coins to unlock a treadmill. Running under double gravity, Chizhou experienced an intense, unprecedented burn. Chapter 33, Dawn City. Leaving the gravity carriage, Chizhou felt his body lighten. Nice, it worked. Passing by the planting carriage, Chizhou casually picked that ear of corn, planning to cook it for lunch. He chewed on some chocolate to replenish his energy, then used the rice cooker to make a pot of rice. He took out a wolf leg from the boundary bracelet, trimmed off the lean meat, then chopped the remaining bones into pieces. Adding chunks of corn, he used the pressure cooker to stew the wolf bone soup, then started marinating the wolf meat. He cut the wolf meat into dice-sized cubes, mixed it with cumin, chili, salt, and oyster sauce, then set it aside to marinate. At 11:30, Zijian sent a flood of messages. This beach feels so good, soft and warm. The sea breeze is amazing, and the water's warm too. The carriage is freezing, I don't even want to go in. I've got a heater here, I'll sell it to you for 2 train coins. Sell? Aren't you supposed to give it to your good ally? A good ally gets first dibs. You want it or not? If not, I'll sell it to someone else. Want? 1 train coin. Deal. Chizhou had originally planned to give that furnace to Zijian anyway. After a little bluffing, he unexpectedly got a train coin in return. Along with some wood, Chizhou transferred the furnace to Zijian. For lunch, Chizhou had corn wolf bone soup, roasted wolf meat, and rice. It was Chizhou's first time eating wolf meat. The taste was hard to describe. Not bad, just very chewy. Dog meat? Did you stew the black wind monster? This damn thing's wolf meat. Wolf. Wolf meat? Zijian suddenly realized. She remembered the wolf Chizhou had shot earlier. Scared the hell out of me. Thank God. Chizhou, with that scrawny thing's size, it wouldn't even fill the gap between my teeth. The black wind monster was sipping the wolf meat soup, completely unaware of what was going on. After lunch, the train departed. Chizhou opened the chat room, thinking it was time to deal with the leftover quilts. A bunch of people were in Chizhou in the chat, and his nickname had now changed from Ice Water Bro to Quilt Bro. At Chizhou Quilt Bro, got any more blankets? Please, don't tell me you sold out last night at Chizhou Quilt Bro, restock already. I'd rather freeze to death than buy from Zhang Baobao, at Zhang Ziyili you damn hag, buy or don't. Brocass, I bet you just can't afford it, at Chizhou say something. You messed up the market, I swear next time I see you I'll beat the shit out of you, Chizhou, at Zhang Baobao you set the market rules. Everyone, Quilt Bros here. Get your coins ready, Zhang Baobao retracted a message, Zhang Baobao punched Lao Si on the head. You fucking blind? Didn't you see he's level 9 now? Big bro, I. What do you mean you? Don't add him unless it's necessary. But. You're the one who provoked him. Lao Si swallowed the words that were about to come out. Zhang Baobao gulped. This guy was only level 6 yesterday. How the hell did he jump to level 9 overnight? Now was definitely not the time to make enemies. As soon as Chizhou posted the link, it got swarmed. Sure enough, building a good reputation really pays off. By 3 p.m., Chizhou had traded away all his old clothes and quilts. In total, he earned 31 train coins, 170 kg of metal, and 130 kg of plastic. The second carriage was successfully cleared out. In the gravity carriage, Chizhou took the custom mannequin out of the boundary bracelet and placed it in a corner. After warming up, he began sparring with it. Lifting the knocked-over mannequin, Chizhou wiped the sweat off his forehead. Exhausted and sore. Looking at his red, swollen fists, Chizhou thought, I need to get some boxing gloves. At dinner, Chizhou checked the next stop that had been updated. Stopping station, Dawn City, multiplayer station, 5 other trains will be present, this station is full of zombies. Getting attacked means infection. When the train arrives, you'll be teleported to the initial safe house. After surviving 3 hours, you'll be sent back to the train if you're in the safe house. Rewards will be given based on your performance. Danger level, level 4, kill the zombie king to get a level 3 treasure chest. Possible contents, 12 train coins, 1 Ada costume card, a multiplayer station, huh? It's been a while. Only the zombie king gives a treasure chest? An Ada costume card? Another costume card. Still haven't figured out how to use the SD costume card from before. Now that he thought about it. Wasn't Kong Yu always wearing the Ada Wong outfit? Could it be a costume card? Chizhou frowned and checked his weapons. 2 infinite ammo shotguns, 2 rifles, and 20 bullets. 1 pistol, 26 bullets. As for melee weapons, 2 machetes, the military shovel barely counts, and 1 fire axe. Entering the trading platform, Chizhou searched for bullets. He'd searched before, and there were rarely any trades. Plus they mostly cost train coins. In the end, Qizhao traded 10 packs of instant noodles for 50 pistol rounds and 30 rifle rounds. After reloading all the magazines, Qizhao still felt uneasy and went back to the planting carriage once more. 7:50 p.m., the train arrived at the station. Qizhao, who had arrived early, wasn't teleported to the initial safe house. The train hovered above Dawn City, and from inside, Qizhao could see the entire layout of the city. He could make out the locations of all the safe houses, the distribution of zombies in streets and alleys, and the massive zombie king by the fountain in the city center. In 10 minutes, Qizhao roughly memorized the map. At 8 p.m. sharp, Qizhao was teleported to the initial safe house, along with 8 other people. The reactions to the sudden teleport varied. Some were panicked, some stunned, some dismissive, some thrilled, some expressionless. Qizhao observed them. 5 trains, 8 people, 3 of them were black. Suddenly, one guy pointed at Qizhao and shouted, "Holy shit, ice water bro. Am I seeing this right? It really is ice water bro. No wonder rich women love him. He looks even better in person." A man in a suit corrected him, "Nope, he is quilt bro now. Qizhao Jeej, if it weren't for your quilt, I would have frozen to death." A girl in a JK mini-skirt sidled up to Qizhao, "Last night I slept under your blanket, smelling just like you. It was so warm. Even dreamed of you." Chapter 34, leaving the safe house at that moment, the black guy in charge had a look of disdain on his face. "Can't figure it out, why are you all into this pretty boy type?" Seeing the black guy walking toward her, Muma smartly darted behind Qizhao. "Qizhao Jeej, he's bullying me." The black man stared Qizhao down with a grim expression. The other 2 black men also moved in. Sensing the tension, the suit-wearing man quickly tried to smooth things over. "Hey, buddy, didn't expect your Chinese to be this good. Been learning for a long time, huh? Fuck off, I'm from the dragon country, born and raised." Right, black dragon's still a dragon. We're all family." The black guy saw that Qizhao was staring at him expressionlessly, showing no signs of backing down. He gave a cold snort, curled his lips, and turned to walk toward another woman. At that moment, a thin, bespectacled guy who'd been silent in the corner stepped forward and blocked his path. "Please show some respect to women." The black guy gave him a once-over. "4 eyes, wanna see me smash your glasses? Move your fucking hand." The 2 lackeys who were still facing off with Qizhao suddenly rushed over and each kicked the glasses guy to the ground. Just then, a broadcast came on, "Zombie wave incoming in 30 minutes. Please proceed to the next safe house, basic supplies distributed, 1 AK rifle, 1 extra magazine, 2 grenades, 1 first aid kit, 1 longsword." Everyone suddenly found the same gear on them. Qizhao checked the first aid kit. It contained 1 zombie serum and 1 shot of adrenaline, both identical in appearance. Zombie wave? What zombie wave? Everyone froze. Only then did they realize that the masses on the street weren't pedestrians. They were zombies. Fuck, are they serious with these numbers? This shit's worse than the college cafeteria at lunch during military training. Who the hell's gonna manage with this little ammo? Now that he had a gun, the black guy's arrogance was back in full swing. He held up his weapon and jerked his chin toward Muma behind Qizhao. "That pretty boy probably doesn't even know how to shoot. You 2 come with me. I ain't helping for free, but I'll protect you." He flexed his biceps for emphasis. Schlick. His right arm was cut clean off. The gun dropped to the ground. Blood splattered all over the woman's face. "Ah. Fuck." He dropped to his knees, screaming in pain. Behind him stood the glasses guy, now holding a blade, his expression cold and utterly changed. The 2 lackeys pointed their guns at the glasses guy, just about to fire, when they suddenly lost balance and fell with a thud. Qizhao had slashed through their Achilles tendons in one swift motion. In the next instant, the glasses guy cleanly slit both their throats. The black boss watched his 2 men collapse, unmoving, eyes red with rage and disbelief. He couldn't understand it at all. Up until now, the 3 of them could bully or mess with anyone they wanted. With their numbers and size advantage, no one ever dared resist. Yet today, they got wrecked. Both Qizhao and the glasses guy stared at him. Qizhao's gaze was amused, the glasses guy's eyes cold. He gulped, just about to beg for mercy. The next second, his throat was cut. The glasses guy sheathed his blade, then smiled at the woman. "It's okay now." But instead of thanking him, she looked disgusted. "Freak. Who asked you to interfere?" The glasses guy froze for a moment. "What are you looking at? Self-righteous jerk." She wiped the blood off her face and spat at him. "Major turn off." "What a joke." The glasses guy paused, then gave a bitter smile. He stood up, gave Qizhao a small bow, and silently left through the door. Qizhao stayed calm, immediately scavenging the gear. He removed the magazines and pocketed the grenades and first aid kit. "Qizhao Jeej, Let me help you. The two remaining people looked at each other, completely stunned by what just happened. Look. The safe house. Following the direction the man pointed, they spotted a safe house glowing green in the distance. The guy in the suit leaned against the window to get a better look, then turned back and raised his fist at the group. The safe house is really close, guys. Like the saying goes. Many hands make light work. As long as we work together, Chizhou shot him a look, finished picking up the gear, and stood up to leave. Hey, don't go. It's safer if we move as a group. Aren't you family with those black dragons? Why don't you stick with them? Then at least share some of that gear. You're taking it all for yourself. His only reply was the loud bang of the door slamming shut. Chizhou, wait for me. I'll go with you. Miumu quickly chased after Chizhou. As the footsteps faded away, the suit guy shouted toward the door, what kind of guy is that, so full of himself? Typical youngster, clearly never been slapped by society yet. Looking awkwardly at the two people left, the suit man coughed and said, so, should we team up? Leaving the safe house, Chizhou headed down the stairs and weaved through the alleys from memory. Miumu followed closely behind, like she was afraid to lose him. She wore classic black pig trotter shoes, velvet white stockings on her legs, a cropped beige cotton coat on top of a JK-style Yamabuki uniform, twin tails tied up, and a textbook low-eye face. If you're gonna follow me, fine. But can you stop tugging my pants? Oh. Miumu let go, looking innocent, and picked up her pace a bit. Chizhou, thank you. She clutched the egg tightly, walking right next to him. If it weren't for you, they definitely would have bullied me. Chizhou gave her a glance. The black guy was killed by the glasses dude. Why are you thanking me? No, I know. It's because you were in front of me, that's why he didn't dare do anything. Chizhou said nothing. At the time, he was just mapping out his next move in his head. Chizhou, isn't the safe house to the west? Why are we heading east? Aren't we going the wrong way? If you're scared, then stop following. That made Miumu panic instantly. Slow down. She had to break into a slight jog just to barely keep up with Chizhou's pace. Chapter 35, Who taught you to stick your tongue out for mouth to mouth? Bang, 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 bang. After clearing the zombies blocking their way, Chizhou broke open the basketball court door lock. The safe house was indeed to the west, but heading straight there would result in a large group of zombies blocking the path. Even after picking up the gear from the three people, the ammo was still insufficient. Knowing the terrain, Chizhou chose a safer route around, though it was a bit longer. There were about 10 zombies lurking in the basketball court, and one even seemed to be bouncing a basketball. Chizhou raised his gun and fired a burst, blowing up the basketball along with the zombie. Seeing Chizhou's gun run out of ammo, Miu quickly handed over her own gun. Chizhou tossed the empty gun to her. Reload. Bang, 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 bang. What? Reload. How do I do that? I don't know how. Miu shouted at Chizhou, her voice raised. Damn. With the bullets spent, only the basketball zombie remained, hopping around in place. Chizhou quickly switched magazines and dealt with it. Before the zombie fell, it made a chicken sound. After teaching Miu how to reload, the two continued forward. Meanwhile, explosions and flashes of fire could occasionally be heard from other places. Finally, just as their ammo was nearly depleted, they successfully reached the safe house. Chizhou received supplies, 120 rounds of ammo and 2 grenades. Miu received the same. Is that all for the supplies? While loading the magazine, Chizhou thought about their next move. After organizing their gear, Chizhou left the safe house. Miu, who was still lying in a chair, quickly stood up to follow him. We're leaving now? Aren't we going to rest a bit longer? Are you tired? I'm not tired, I'm worried you're tired, big brother. Big brother, let's rest a bit. Miu directly sat down on the spot. Her cotton coat had long been removed and was now in her hand. How many more floors? I really can't climb anymore. Chizhou turned around, grabbed her slender arm, and gave her an injection. Big brother, what is this? Chizhou casually tossed the syringe away and smiled. Adrenaline, feeling pumped? Miu immediately jumped up. I'm pumped. With that, pumped up Miu followed Chizhou and continued their journey. The only reason Chizhou brought her along was that if they encountered danger, he could run faster than she could. In times of danger, you just need to run faster than your teammates. As the saying goes, it's better to let your ally die than you. Chizhou blasted open the rooftop door with a shot and brought Miu to the roof. They hadn't taken more than 2 steps when Chizhou spotted a body. Its stomach was ripped open, and its internal organs were missing, with intestines spilling all over the ground. Ugh! Miu couldn't help but gag, falling to the ground. It was the suit-wearing man. Chizhao gripped his gun tightly. The appearance of the suit-wearing man's body here was certainly unusual. Screech. A sharp cry echoed from above. Then, a gust of wind, and a giant zombie eagle dove down, charging straight at Miu Miu. Before the giant eagle could grab her, Miu Miu's eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot. This caused the giant eagle to miss. It swiftly adjusted its flight path and charged at Chizhao instead. As expected, Chizhao raised his gun and fired. However, the giant eagle's flight speed was incredibly fast, and most of the bullets merely grazed its body without hitting it. After an entire magazine, only a few shots hit it. This caused it to falter in midair. A gust of wind hit Chizhao's face as he dodged to the right and rolled, avoiding the eagle's claw swipe. Taking advantage of the eagle's momentary instability, Chizhao rushed toward the stairs leading downstairs. The giant eagle, not too bright, followed him in, its body getting stuck in the narrow hallway. Chizhao pulled out his shotgun and began to unload, using infinite ammo to spray. After the final shot exploded the already half-destroyed head of the eagle, Chizhao confirmed it was dead before putting the shotgun away. Hiss, still injured. Chizhao touched his right arm, where there was a scratch. The scratch was radiating heat, the wound slowly healing. Was it the immaculate fruit? This fruit could heal the body. It had previously only healed some scars, but was the remaining effect still stored in my body? Did it only show up when I got hurt? Chizhao wasn't fully reassured. He took a zombie serum from the first aid kit, bit the cap off, and injected himself. Just as he finished the injection, Chizhao's vision blurred, and he passed out. A strange sensation touched his lips, soft and slippery. Chizhao immediately opened his eyes, meeting a pair of bright, big eyes. Miu Miu quickly withdrew her hands from holding Chizhao's face and stood up. What are you doing? Mouth to mouth, of course. Who taught you to stick your tongue in someone's mouth during mouth to mouth? Brother, you're finally awake. I thought you'd never wake up, boo-hoo. Miu Miu quickly changed the subject, gazing at herself with teary eyes. It was clear she was genuinely relieved to see him wake up. Chizhao used the wall to prop himself up. The giant eagle's corpse was still blocking the door. Big brother, you're so amazing. You can even kill that monster. Following you was definitely the right choice. Chizhao didn't respond. He glanced at his watch and was surprised to see he had been out for 40 minutes. He rotated his arm, and his previously injured arm had completely healed. Pushing past the giant eagle, they returned to the rooftop. Chizhao glanced at Miu Miu. She still had that innocent expression. What's wrong, big brother? It's nothing, let's go. Down below, the zombie horde had arrived. Fortunately, they had chosen the rooftop, avoiding the dense crowd of zombies below. Throwing a grenade down there would easily kill a bunch of them. Chizhao threw the suit-wearing man's body down below. This action immediately attracted more zombies. Hand grenade. Miu Miu quickly handed all the grenades to Chizhao. With the explosion of 4 grenades, followed by the detonation of a fuel truck, the sky below was suddenly filled with flames. Chizhao nodded. This should definitely improve the score a lot. There were many high-rise buildings here, most of which were interconnected, which was the main reason Chizhao chose to come upstairs. The most important reason, however, was that there was a safe house on the roof. If they encountered even higher buildings, they would need to climb further. Chizhao grabbed the handrail and began to climb first. Halfway up, Miu Miu suddenly screamed from below. Ah! A zombie grabbed Miu Miu's foot. More zombies swarmed in from behind. They had already climbed up the building. Help! Chizhao grabbed the stairs with one hand and fired with the other, shooting the zombie. With Miu Miu kicking and struggling, they finally managed to escape from the zombie's grip, but one of her pig trotter shoes was torn off. Chizhao tossed a grenade, temporarily blocking the zombies. Hurry, the safe house is right ahead. While shooting and retreating, Chizhao's bullets quickly ran out. After throwing the last grenade, they successfully rushed into the safe house. Once again, they received supplies, 120 rounds of ammo and 2 grenades. Miu Miu's feet, clad in white stockings, had turned completely black. She cradled her small foot with a look of pain on her face. My foot, _woo woo woo. Chizhao crouched by the window. The fountain was not far away, but there was no sign of the zombie king. As long as the zombie king was killed, they could get the level 3 treasure chest. After resting for 10 minutes, Chizhao set off again. During the subsequent journey, Miu Miu carefully hopped along, afraid of stepping on anything. What's your shoe size? Huh? Size 36. No, 35. Chizhao casually peeled a shoe off a zombie's foot and tossed it to Miu Miu. Just the right size, 35. Miu Miu held the bloody sneaker in her hands, her expression blank. Another ladder. Chizhao pointed and said, I'll stand guard, you go first. Miu Miu's face suddenly flushed, and she turned away, covering her face with both hands. Brother, how about you go first? What if another zombie grabs your foot? Stop dithering and climb up quickly. Miu Miu began to climb up. She looked back at Chizhou, who was still on guard, and whispered, well, I'll go up now. Just don't look up later, okay? When she had climbed halfway, Chizhou put away his gun and started climbing as well. Ah! Miu Miu suddenly screamed again. What happened? Chizhou jerked his head up, and under her skirt, everything was in full view. Miu Miu looked down at Chizhou with a panicked expression. Dead, someone's dead. Chapter 36, Killing the Zombie King. Sudden change of events. The two of them climbed to the rooftop. It was the body of another man from the safe house. His death was similar to the suit-wearing man's. Was it another zombie giant eagle? Chizhou quickly broke open the attic door and took Miu Miu downstairs. Fortunately, it wasn't far from this building to the central fountain. As they were descending, Miu Miu suddenly stopped and refused to move. Chizhou turned back and looked at her. Tired again? Miu Miu fiddled with her fingers, pressing her lips together and glancing sideways, unwilling to meet Chizhou's eyes. Chizhou brother, you didn't see anything just now, right? After saying this, her face quickly turned red. It's just a blue and white stripe, Chizhou continued down the stairs. Hurry up. In the hallway, a few zombies occasionally rushed out, but Chizhou dealt with them casually. They successfully reached the first floor, and Chizhou crouched in a corner, peering through the broken glass door to observe the situation outside. There was a pile of ordinary dead zombies lying on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. With obvious tremors, a giant zombie appeared in Chizhou's line of sight. The zombie was over 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and red light in its eyes. At that moment, it was holding a woman in its hands and ferociously tearing into her. Suddenly, a long sword struck the giant zombie's arm. It was the bespectacled man. He was still holding that long sword, but this time his opponent was the giant zombie. Damn, cold weapons in close combat? How brave. Just as Chizhou was thinking this, the next moment, the bespectacled man was slapped away, landing right in front of Chizhou. His glasses shattered, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The giant zombie wasn't faring much better, though. Its right arm was severed by the bespectacled man. It tossed the woman aside and roared, charging toward them. Chizhou immediately raised his gun and shot at the zombie's lower leg. Reload. Reload. With Miu Miu's quick assistance, Chizhou successfully shot through the giant zombie's knee, halting its charge. The immobile giant zombie became a sitting duck, and Chizhou immediately shot its head off. No prompt, so it wasn't the zombie king? The bespectacled man coughed up blood, bracing himself on his elbow as he struggled to rise. Chizhou brother, it's still not dead. The giant zombie's body began to twitch, rapidly healing its wounds, and the severed arm grew back. Roar. Damn, no wonder there was no treasure chest. It's not dead. Chizhou quickly threw 3 grenades, slightly delaying its recovery, and dragged the bespectacled man back. After quickly injecting the bespectacled man with adrenaline and zombie serum, Chizhou reloaded his gun. The adrenaline quickly took effect, and the bespectacled man regained his strength. Chizhou handed him a gun. I'll use a knife. Man, a knife's not as good as a gun. I don't know how to use a gun, I only know how to use a knife. Chizhou face-palmed. Miu Miu, give him the knife. Got it. Miu Miu quickly handed over her knife to the bespectacled man. The giant zombie's wounds had healed, and it charged toward them again. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, there was a flurry of gunfire, with Chizhou specifically aiming for the zombie's head. The bespectacled man adjusted his broken glasses and charged at the zombie with his knife. With Chizhou's fire support, the pressure on the bespectacled man decreased significantly. Under the dense firepower, the zombie fell once again with a thud. No treasure chest prompt. Still not dead? Sure enough, the next moment, 8 legs sprouted from its back, and it stood up again, resembling a crab. Miu Miu, reload. We're out of ammo. Hand grenades. We're out of those too. Damn. The zombie's crab-like legs slammed into the ground with tremendous force, creating deep holes in the hard cement. The bespectacled man raised his knife, holding it horizontally in front of him to block the zombie's strikes. But the sheer force still sent him flying. Chizhou realized things were going south and reached into his pants. Chizhou brother, what are you doing? What time is it? Miu Miu covered her eyes with her hands but peeked through her fingers. Chizhou pulled out the boundary bracelet hidden in his pants and put it on. Big guys, wake up, time to work. Chizhou took out a basin filled with corn, cabbage, watermelon, and peas, placing them on the ground, facing the crab zombie. The plants sensed the zombie and opened their eyes. Then, the corn, peas, watermelon, and cabbage began to hurl themselves at the zombie, temporarily halting its advance. After the corn shooter threw a butter deer of corn at its face, the zombie froze in place. Nice, they really need a zombie to activate. Chizhao brother, this. Did you create these? Chizhao pulled out his rifle and aimed at the zombie's crab leg joints, shooting at the eyes that opened on them. When he shot the first eye, that leg dropped to the ground. It worked. Taking advantage of the butter smeared on its face, Chizhao shot out the remaining 4 eyes, crippling the zombie's 4 legs. At that moment, the bespectacled man charged back, though this time his glasses were gone. He slashed at the zombie's crab legs, the metal of the knife clanging as sparks flew. Hit the eyes on the joints of its legs. Hearing Chizhao's shout, the bespectacled man switched to holding the knife with both hands and stabbed it into the eye of one of the crab legs. Brownish yellow fluid spurted out, and another leg was rendered useless. Just as the butter disappeared, the zombie swung one of its legs, sending the bespectacled man flying again. Another buttered face, and Chizhao rushed in, pulling out his shotgun and firing it point blank. Boom. 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 The shotgun with infinite ammo unleashed a storm of fire, and eventually, the last 3 eyes were blown to pieces. Chizhao raised his shotgun, pointing it at the zombie's head, which was now slumped on the ground. Don't get up again. Boom. 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 Successfully killed the zombie king, received a level 3 treasure chest. Chizhao let out a sigh of relief, it was finally dead. He directly stored the treasure chest in the boundary bracelet, stepped on the zombie's body, and, holding the shotgun, looked down at Miu Miu. With the zombie dead, the plants stopped their attack. The surroundings instantly became very quiet. Chizhao brother, you're so handsome. Miu Miu clapped her hands and cheered. What's wrong, Chizhao brother, why aren't you speaking? Miu Miu lowered her hands and slightly furrowed her brows. You're staring at me like that, it's kind of scary. Chizhao let out a deep breath. Speak, what's your real purpose for following me all this time? Miu Miu looked confused. Chizhao brother, what are you talking about? I've been following you because I like you. Back on the rooftop, the door was blocked by the giant eagle's corpse. How did you get in? I crawled in from underneath it. Chizhao brother, are you tired? Maybe we should rest for a bit. The station forecast showed 5 other trains docking, with 8 people in total. Aside from the group of black people, the remaining 5 clearly didn't know each other. At that moment, Chizhao had already deduced that there was an insider who didn't belong to this group. Those who had arrived here, like Konyu, were from previous years. Then let me ask it another way, what do you do? I'm a college student. I just started university and suddenly ended up here. And you're still pretending to be a pure college girl? Which pure college girl has this much stamina? Chizhao sneered. What I injected you with wasn't adrenaline, it was zombie serum. Miu Miu instantly looked wronged. I thought the adrenaline was pretty effective, so I injected myself with one later. Is that so? Just as Miu Miu was hurriedly explaining, the cold barrel of a gun pressed against the back of her head. Miu Miu's face was filled with fear, her whole body trembling, and she looked at Chizhao with pleading eyes. With the crisp sound of high heels tapping against the ground, Konyu's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. She was still dressed as Ada Wong, with a smile on her face. Long time no see, Zai Yuan. Chapter 37, Orderly Kingdom and Free Organization. Bang. Konyu pulled the trigger, and a bullet shot out. Zai Yuan's figure disappeared from the spot, and the bullet missed. With a soft thud, a magazine fell to the ground at the place she had been standing. Where is she? As Chizhao was puzzled, his body suddenly sank. 2 arms wrapped around his neck, and a pair of white silk legs crossed in front of him. Chizhao turned his head and saw Zai Yuan's profile. At that moment, she was glaring fiercely at Konyu, her expression serious. Konyu, you really have that module? Konyu turned his gun towards them, and Zai Yuan quickly ducked behind Chizhao. Chizhao raised his hands high, waving them to signal Konyu not to shoot. He then turned to glare at Zai Yuan. Get off me, don't mess with me. Chizhao tried to pry her legs apart but found that the more he tried, the tighter her white silk legs wrapped around him. He reluctantly let go and looked up, only to see a man in black with a long knife suddenly appear behind Konyu. Before Chizhao could warn him, the man swung his blade with a fierce wind toward Konyu. Konyu sidestepped and narrowly avoided the slash. The man followed up with a high kick, and though Konyu quickly raised his arms to block, he was still kicked away. The glass shattered, and Konyu crashed into the street outside, motionless. Chizhao was stunned. Konyu was this weak? If that's the case, I should have been able to take him down as well. After confirming Konyu wasn't moving, the man raised the tip of his knife toward Chizhao. He frowned and spoke coldly, hand over the snake silver coin. When Chizhao heard snake silver coin, his pupils suddenly widened, and his brows furrowed. Silver coins, Silver coins, again with the silver coins. Damn, the way he's so sure, it doesn't look like he's bluffing. How does he know I have the snake silver coin? Chizhao glanced at Ziyuan in front of him. So this whole journey was for this? You're crazy. That silver coin was taken by my brother Chizhao, and now you just want to grab it? Can you be a bit more polite? Please, right now, you're the one asking for help. Know your place. Ziyuan slid off Chizhao and stood in front of him. It's fine, Chizhao, I'll teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a series of gunshots rang out. Bang 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 bang. The man reacted quickly, immediately dodging sideways. Outside, Konyu was leisurely changing magazines. Hey, so it was all for the silver coin. Always talking about order and justice, but when it comes to doing things, those two words don't even apply to you. Aren't you always chasing fairness and justice? Why did you break your own principles first? Regarding Konyu's resurrection, the man showed no surprise. As long as I clear out people like you, it's justice. Bang 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 bang. Konyu finished changing the magazine and fired another round of bullets. The man waved his long knife to block the bullets while charging toward Konyu in the street. Once Konyu ran out of bullets, he threw away his pistol and pulled out a dagger from his side, holding it in front of him to block the man's blade. As they fought, their bodies flickered and their positions constantly changed. The sound of their battle attracted a group of zombies, but within a 1-meter radius around the two of them, it was like a meat grinder. Any zombie that entered this range was instantly cut apart. The human eye could barely keep up with their movements, only catching glimpses of their flashing blade. Chizhao swallowed. Damn, Konyu was faking death and eavesdropping. Good thing I didn't say anything bad about her. What's with that man, though? He's blocking bullets with just a knife? Is this even a human? Konyu's even crazier, she's wearing high heels with thin heels. And she can fight on equal terms with that man. She's giving as good as she gets. As the two fought fiercely, Ziyuan turned around. Chizhao, are you alright? Does it look like I'm fine? Chizhao glanced back at Ziyuan, and also, weren't you called Miu Miu? Even your name is fake. Ziyuan immediately displayed a pitiful expression. Miu Miu is my nickname. She's a fugitive in the new world. Chizhao, don't be deceived by her. Besides, her current appearance is all from a costume card, no one knows what she really looks like, she might even be a man. A man? Wouldn't that be better? Ziyuan froze for a moment. Chizhao, you're a pervert. Chizhao looked at the meat grinder outside and quietly crawled down the giant zombie's body, sneaking in the opposite direction of the battlefield. Chizhao, where are you going? Chizhao irritably replied, going home, I miss my mom. I'll go with you. Miss, Zyagi, I'll call you Zyagi, alright? Stop following me, I don't want to die yet. If you've got any grudges, don't drag me into this. I'm just a passerby. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. In the street, the man stood amidst the zombie remains, holding his broken long knife and wiping the blood from his mouth. So the Ada Wong costume card alone couldn't have been this strong. No wonder you're a level 1 fugitive, Konyu, you truly deserve it. I just like this short hair. Konyu flicked the bangs sticking to his forehead. It's easy to maintain. Hey, the man tossed the broken knife away. Don't you remember, Shiranui Yunshin? Konyu paused for a few seconds. No impression. Brother, you're truly useless, not even your opponent remembers your name. Well, considering how many people have died by your hands. He reached his right hand into the void and clenched it. A demon blade, Shiranui, enveloped in black and red flames, slowly appeared. Now, do you remember this blade? As the demon blade Shiranui fully manifested, an aura of evil spread rapidly. Chapter 38, this guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Ziyuan seemed to sense something and suddenly turned to look in the direction of the fight. Chizhao also felt that some evil presence had appeared, an uncomfortable feeling as if his pores were all clogged. But the aura appeared quickly and disappeared just as fast. As the feeling faded, Ziyuan frowned. Chizhao, remember, don't get too close to Kongyu. Don't have any contact with her, she's very dangerous. You don't have to believe me, but once you're in the new world, you'll understand, everything I said is the truth. Also, if the silver coin is with you, don't give it to her. Definitely don't. Chizhao, I'll find you once you're in the new world. With that, Ziyuan vanished in an instant, leaving Chizhao standing there, stunned. Silver coin, that damn silver coin. It was used up a long time ago. Damn it, I'd better run away quickly. I don't trust either of you. Chizhao continued crawling on the ground. After crawling a few steps, a pair of high heels blocked his path. He looked up at Konyu, who appeared completely unfazed, showing no sign of having just fought a battle. Sister Yu, it's a good thing you came, or I'd be in trouble. Hey hey. Chizhao quickly got up, smiling broadly at Konyu, rubbing his hands like a fly. As expected of my sister Yu, beating them was like child's play. Konyu glanced at him. Not bad, you've even got little fangirls now. Fangirls? That person just now? I don't know them, not familiar with them. Chizhao waved his hand to deny. You got the silver coin again recently. Silver coin? No. He asked me for a silver coin, I was confused. Do you think they got the wrong person? I'm really innocent. Chizhao said seriously, while Konyu's expression remained unreadable. I need the costume card from the treasure chest you just got. A costume card? So Konyu was here for that. Chizhao cursed inwardly and quietly took out the level 3 treasure chest, throwing the costume card to Konyu. After putting the chest away, Chizhao also retrieved the plants into the boundary bracelet. Having done all that, Chizhao's tense body suddenly relaxed. The exhaustion from the earlier fight washed over him, and he had to sit against the wall. Konyu took the costume card and glanced down at Chizhao. Now that you know I'm a fugitive, aren't you scared? You're the one being hunted, why should I be scared? Chizhao reached under himself to pull out a stone and tossed it aside. I mean, only powerful people can be fugitives. This just proves I'm with the right person. Konyu smiled slightly. Is that man dead? Konyu shook her head. He was taken away by that woman. She raised her hand to remove her contact lenses, a blue light shot from her eyes as she looked Chizhao up and down. Take off all your clothes. Chizhao, huh? 3 minutes later, Chizhao was completely naked, covering his vital parts with his hands. No wonder she always grabs my clothes. Turns out she can swap places with the objects she touches. Is this considered a superpower? That zombie bodyguard of yours, the bracelet he's wearing, isn't that supernatural power too? Thinking about old Master Ren, Chizhao felt a pang of sympathy. Can I still wear these clothes? Konyu immediately set them on fire, answering Chizhao's question. By the way, help me check these things too. After confirming that the guns, long knives, boundary bracelet, watches, and those few plants were not marked by Ziyuan, Chizhao let out a sigh of relief. The blue light in Konyu's eyes faded, and she put her contact lenses back in. Let's go. Wait, hey. What is it now? What should I prepare before the wind season comes? Konyu glanced at Chizhao. Stick your hand out. Huh? Chizhao held out his hands and Konyu gave him several train coins, at least a dozen of them. These should be enough for the wind season. Konyu lowered her eyes and glanced at Chizhao below, her lips curving slightly upward. Stop staring there. A flash of white light passed, and Konyu vanished. This woman is definitely doing it on purpose. Now she's seen me completely naked. Looks like I'll need to keep a few extra clothes in the boundary bracelet for emergencies from now on. She was able to pull out so many train coins with her bare hands, she must have some sort of storage item. Chizhao stored the 16 train coins in his boundary bracelet and stumbled past the rubble and glass shards on the ground, making his way to the bespectacled man. He's still breathing, didn't die. This guy looks skinny, but seems tough. Brother, sorry, but I'm borrowing your pants. Just as Chizhao was halfway through taking the man's pants off, the bespectacled man woke up. Chizhao met his gaze and smiled slightly. Woke up? Chizhao was topless, wearing the bespectacled man's pants and shoes. The bespectacled man followed behind, wearing the glasses Chizhao had found, now only a deformed frame. He seemed like a nice guy. After hearing Chizhao's explanation, he even handed over a few clothes for Chizhao and gave him his shoes as well. Isn't your glasses broken? It's fine, doesn't affect much. The bespectacled man adjusted his crooked frames. Thanks for helping me earlier. By the way, that woman, did you save her? Save her? She was already. Chizhao paused, destroyed by that big zombie. Chizhao was speechless. This guy really had a unique way of thinking. You saved her, and she treated you like that, aren't you mad? Still thinking about saving her? Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. She had her reasons for treating me this way, I didn't consider it and neglected her feelings. I was imposing my own judgment on her. The one who was wrong was me. This guy really is something. Chizhao gave him a thumbs up. The bespectacled man thought Chizhao was praising him and scratched his forehead awkwardly. Chizhao sighed. Today, he had truly witnessed the diversity of human nature. Where's the girl who's been following you? Her? She left because she forgot to turn off the gas at home. Huh? With a gunshot, the head of the zombie blocking the road exploded, and Chizhao entered the safe house. 10:50, in 10 minutes, he could return to the train. Chizhao breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the bespectacled man and spoke first, give me your supplies. Chizhao took the bespectacled man's bullets and grenades and opened the door to leave. What are you going to do? Can't you tell? Killing zombies. Chizhou held the shotgun, firing one shot per zombie, their heads exploding like watermelons. In the last 10 minutes, he killed dozens of zombies. When he returned to the safe house, the bespectacled man was gone. It seems he was teleported back to the train. 973 regular zombie, 1 basketball zombie, 1 giant corpse eagle, 1 zombie king, comprehensive evaluation, 99, rewards, 10 train coins, a high-quality life potion, due to breaking the highest record for first-time entry into this world, 93, received an additional module card, rewards distribution complete, preparing to return to the train, a flash of light passed, and Chi Zhao's figure disappeared. Chapter 39, New Special Module, Anchor Point Reversal 20 minutes ago. Xia Yuan sensed that Buzi Huosheng had passed out and quickly spoke to Chi Zhao for a few moments before switching positions to be beside Buzi Huosheng. Yo, Zhaowan, it's been a while. Xia Yuan stared at the man in front of her, clearly stunned. Yun Sheng. Why have you turned into a blonde? Buzi Huosheng grinned and showed his teeth. What do you think? Handsome. So ugly. You look better with black hair. You're just not appreciating it. Well, you're still young, so I won't blame you. Xia Yuan pointed at the unconscious Buzi Huosheng on the floor and asked, did you do that? Nope, it was Kong Yu who did it. Buzi Huosheng raised both hands. I swear I didn't touch him. Yun Sheng, you. Buzi Huosheng interrupted Xia Yuan. He flipped his bangs, turned around, and walked away. Tell my stupid brother that I borrowed the knife for a couple of days. I'll return it when I'm done. Looking at Buzi Huosheng's retreating figure, Xia Yuan opened her mouth but ultimately didn't ask anything. Inside the train, Buzi Huosheng was lying on the floor, his gaze dull, repeating over and over, impossible. 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 After changing back into her uniform, Xia Yuan returned to find him still muttering impossible and gave him a slap across the face. The slap closed his mouth, but tears started to flow instead. One slap shouldn't make you cry, right? My brother's not dead? He even joined the free organization? Impossible, impossible, that dead blonde isn't my brother, no, no. My brother sacrificed himself 6 months ago while hunting Kong Yu. Who is this person? Why is he pretending to be my brother? Who is he? Xia Yuan smirked. No one said your brother is dead. The scene only had that demon knife. There was no body found. Buzi Huo has passed down the knife for generations, the knife never leaves the person, and the person never leaves the knife. If there's only the knife left, it means he's already dead. Xia Yuan rolled her eyes. So now you don't have the knife, is he dead or not? She suddenly brightened up and slapped her hand. Oh, I get it, you're in a superposition of dead and alive. Seeing that Buzi Huosheng didn't respond to her joke, Xia Yuan sighed in exasperation. Although he dyed his hair blonde, he is really Yun Sheng. Stop deceiving yourself. That knife, only your Buzi Huo family can hold it. Your brother said he borrowed it for a few days and will return it after. Also, he said you're really stupid. How could you ask someone for silver coins directly? Such a way of doing things really embarrasses him. Buzi Huosheng turned his face towards her, expressionless. That last sentence, you made it up, didn't you? Of course not. He really said that, not a single word less. Buzi Huosheng stood up from the ground, took a deep breath, and bowed to Xia Yuan at a 90-degree angle. Please, don't include anything about my brother in your report. I beg you. I'll investigate his situation thoroughly, but until then, please keep it a secret for me. Xia Yuan squinted, her expression not looking good. What's wrong? The temporary mark left on him has disappeared. Should be Kong Yu's doing. This is all your fault. You directly asked someone for silver coins, Kong Yu definitely knew about it. No, I have to go check it out. I've been following him for a while, I actually like him. No way, it's too dangerous. What if Kong Yu is still around? If he is, I'll run away. Don't worry, she won't catch me. By the way, give me that zombie. Is this hairstyle really ugly? Buzi Huosheng stared at himself in the mirror, fiddling with his permed and dyed blonde hair. In the corner of the mirror was Kong Yu's slim figure. You, thank you for sparing my stupid little brother's life. No need to thank me. Buzi Huosheng moved the mirror down, reflecting Kong Yu's perfectly shaped buttocks. That guy's not bad, being able to not attract the watcher and taking the silver coins. Impressive, really impressive. That watcher, I must admit, I felt sympathy too. Kong Yu coldly said, any female, I feel sympathy for. Stop, I'm not that kind of person. Buzi Huosheng continued to lower the mirror, adjusting the angle to admire Kong Yu's long legs and sexy high heels. Seems like he's already gotten 3 silver coins. Wonder if any of them are duplicates. By the way, you seem pretty concerned about that kid. Why not just take him along? You can't tell? Xiaoyuan wants to recruit him into the Order's heaven. In that world just now, people can only teleport back to their own trains. I see, got it. When Kong Yu turned around, Buzi Huo Yunsheng hurriedly put the mirror away. Go get the Xugu's silver coins. After saying that, Kong Yu's figure flickered and left the carriage. We haven't even reached the destination yet, can't work yet. The train traveled through the endless darkness. Qi Zhao was taking a cold shower. Xiaoyuan, the sword-wielding tough guy, the Order's heaven. Kong Yu, a wanted criminal, the free organization. Kong Yu had previously said that among the past generations, there were only a handful who could come to the newbie village, no more than a few fingers. And now, they've already run into 2 batches. Moreover, these clearly were old enemies, immediately going straight to fighting without a single word of small talk. Were the people from their past generations all here for silver coins? What exactly are these silver coins for? Is it only the newbie village where you can get silver coins? Also, how did Xiaoyuan and the others know I took the sea snake silver coin and managed to find me so accurately? These old players are really annoying. Qi Zhao wiped his face and turned off the shower. He dried himself off and changed into a fresh set of clothes. This trip yielded 38 train coins, a high-quality life potion, and 2 ats. He also got over 200 rounds of ammunition, 4 grenades, 3 adrenaline shots, a vial of zombie serum, and a long sword. In the end, Qi Zhao used the shotgun to kill zombies and packed up the supplies. Also, there was a module card. This was completely unexpected. He didn't expect the reward for breaking the high score would be a module card. This module card was black, with no text, patterns, or anything on it. Module card detected. Activate. Yes or no? Qi Zhao clicked yes. Activating special module. Anchor point reversal. Anchor point reversal. Set an anchor point on the train. No matter where you are, you can ignore any current world rules and return directly to the anchor point. Once per day, Qi Zhao read through the new special module's function carefully. This was a life-saving skill. With this, he could freely explore and, in case of danger, directly teleport out. The best part was, it could ignore any rules, forcefully escape. Qi Zhao thought for a moment, then decided to set the anchor point at the front of the train. Chapter 40, Brother Qi Zhao, you're really playing some messed up games. Kong Yu's appearance and abilities come from a costume card? Is this costume card really that powerful? Just thinking about those high heels, long legs, and the slit kapow, but it's actually a nose-picking tough guy, Qi Zhao shivered. He took out the light blue as teeth costume card, thinking that mine should be even stronger. How exactly do I use this costume card? Qi Zhao decided to level up to level 12 and see if he could use the card once he was at the same level as Kong Yu. And if I become female, it would mean that Kong Yu might really be a guy. Metal, 300 kg out of 524 kg, plastic, 150 kg out of 295.5 kg, wood, 100 kg out of 101 kg. The train's central air conditioning is on full blast, consuming quite a bit of metal. Just today, along with the refrigerated carriage, it consumed over 3 kg of metal. But the materials for leveling up are still enough. Before leveling up, Qi Zhao spent 10 train coins to modify the train's self-destruct feature. This time, there really is a self-destruct. Level up, level 10. You have obtained a regular carriage. The maximum stop time has been extended by 1 hour. You can still choose to depart at 10:50. Activated free door opening module. Free opening, all carriages can open a door, but only the train conductor can control the switch. The level 10 train stop time was extended by another hour. Now the latest departure can be at 14:00. The new module, free opening or closing, turns out that the ability to open doors anywhere, like Kong Yu, wasn't a modification. Nice, from now on, I won't have to run to the front of the train to get on and off. More surprising than these, though, is that the materials for upgrading have changed. Metal, 600 kg out of 224 kg, plastic, 300 kg out of 145.5 kg, wood, 200 kg out of 1 kg, train coins, 10 out of 0. Not only has the amount of the 3 resources doubled, but now it also requires 10 train coins. After level 10, the difficulty of upgrading has drastically increased. Qi Zhao rubbed his temples. Train coins are fine, but the resource quantities are far from enough. All the blankets and old clothes have been sold, and the food is still easy to get rid of in winter. Qi Zhao went into the trading platform. As expected, due to the low temperature, the trade prices for food and wood began to rise. Qi Zhao went to the refrigerated carriage, grabbed some pumpkins, and headed to the kitchen. After cleaning them, he scooped out the pulp and put it in the oven. He was going to trade the roasted pumpkin as materials. After all, there were more than 500 pumpkins, he could never eat them all. While waiting, Chizhao checked the updated modifications. Cold and hot at will, get a train-specific cabinet air conditioner, 3 train coins, kitchen waste recycling, get an automatic compost bin that can turn kitchen waste into fertilizer, 5 train coins, apple green, change the carriage color to apple green, 1 train coin, a cabinet air conditioner. I have the central air on full blast, okay, bro. Chizhao thought for a moment, I don't need it, but I could sell it to someone else. He went to the planting carriage and started studying the new modification, the automatic compost bin. This compost bin is about the size of a regular large black trash can, with a screen on the lid. The screen showed 3 types of fertilizer that could be made: normal fertilizer, multi-purpose fertilizer, and magical multi-purpose fertilizer. The higher the grade of fertilizer, the more variety and rarity of kitchen waste required, and the greater the quantity needed. It could even make magical multi-purpose fertilizer, which Chizhao knew had the effect of not only accelerating growth but also potentially ripening plants instantly. Turning kitchen waste into magical multi-purpose fertilizer for planting, this bin really turns waste into treasure. Chizhao poured the pumpkin pulp he had scooped out while roasting the pumpkins into the bin, chose to produce magical multi-purpose fertilizer, and closed the lid. The compost bin began working. Chizhao took out the plant pots and placed them on the floor, then picked the ripe mushrooms before leaving the planting carriage. Zhejian's station for today was called Qianxia Manor. After receiving the 3 train coins and a bunch of rotten tea leaves she transferred, Chizhao sent a message. I got a train-specific cabinet air conditioner, I'll give it to you cheaper, 5 train coins. Duoxiao. 5? Ah, ally price. This is a cabinet air conditioner, the effect is absolutely top-notch. No money. Yesterday you tricked me into buying a stove, today you're selling me an air conditioner. How about this, return the stove to me and it'll count as 1 train coin. I fucking thank you. Zhejian handed over her last 4 train coins, plus a furnace, and exchanged them for an air conditioner. Chizhao felt a little guilty, he was always tricking her and it was starting to feel awkward. He thought for a moment and sent Zhejian half a kilogram of metal as compensation. Taking back the furnace, Chizhao put in some firewood and roasted 2 pumpkins. The furnace and the oven were both working now. Chizhao boiled some water and cooked 3 packs of sauerkraut beef noodles. He served a bowl to Zhejian and ate directly from the pot. Why's dinner so early today? This sauerkraut beef noodle actually has beef. And big chunks. Wanted to eat something good? That's beef canned food I added in. Alright, I was overthinking it. The soup was sour and appetizing, the beef soft and flavorful, and the noodles chewy and smooth. Phew. Chizhao ate with beads of sweat on his forehead, then turned the air conditioner to cooling mode. After finishing the last bite of noodles, Chizhao picked up the pot and slurped the soup. Ah, so good. Instant noodles are still delicious when you have them once in a while. In the chat room. 10,000 out of 1,413. Family, Quilt Bro has new stuff. Pumpkins, pumpkins? How do you eat them, just bite into them raw? No, Quilt Bro roasted them for us. When I got them, they were still hot. Huh? What if I don't have train coins? Don't need train coins, just metal. And only 10 kilogram. Is Pumpkin Bro starting to do charity again? I love Pumpkin Bro. Holy crap, there were so many trade links earlier, how did they all disappear in the blink of an eye? If you see it, don't hesitate to make a move, what are you waiting for? The next time, Chizhao kept roasting pumpkins, trading materials, chatting, and training in the gravity carriage. After knocking down the mannequin with a punch, Chizhao jumped on top of her, breathing heavily. Huff, 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 huff. With 3 times the gravity, even a normal punch became incredibly difficult. Konyu, Ziyuan, Knife Man. Those freaks from New World, especially that Knife Man, still wants to steal my silver coins and chop off my hands. Chizhao suddenly got up, riding on the mannequin, choking her neck, and shouted angrily, I'm going to fucking kill you one day. Ziyuan stood behind him, covering her mouth with her little hand, eyes wide open. Brother Chizhao, you're really playing some messed up games. Chapter 41, Kingdom of Order. Hearing Ziyuan's voice, Chizhao's heart skipped a beat. All the things on me have already been checked by Konyu, so how did she find out? Did I miss something? Chizhao turned around, and Ziyuan tilted her head, her smile bright. The JK skirt, white stockings, and twin tails were gone. Now, she was wearing a fitted black uniform like Knife Man, with long boots and a black wide-brimmed hat. The most striking thing was the silver emblem on the hat, depicting a small figure standing beneath the gate of heaven, holding a book. She looked very competent. Looking into her bright eyes, Chizhao remembered the scene when she performed CPR on him. Was there something left behind from that time? Woof 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 woof. The black wind monster, sensing a stranger's presence, rushed over to protect him but was picked up by Ziyuan and held in her arms. Wow, so cute. Ziyuan stroked the dog's head while playing with its little paws. Brother Chizhao is so loving, you even have a little dog. What's its name? Black Wind Monster. Chizhao replied. So, it's called Black Wind Monster. The name is really Chizhao's style. Ziyuan walked into the gravity carriage with the Black Wind Monster and sat next to Chizhao. Looking at the mannequin Chizhao was sitting on, Ziyuan clicked her tongue. Brother Chizhao, so you like playing with things that don't move. 3 times gravity, and yet you act like it's nothing? The Black Wind Monster didn't react either. Does she have something on her that can counteract the gravity? What's wrong with that? I can move, that's all that matters. Chizhao rolled his eyes at her, helped the mannequin up, then adjusted the gravity back to normal. Didn't we agree to say goodbye to New World? You're already looking for me so soon. Of course, I have something to find you for, Brother Chizhao. Ziyuan put down the Black Wind Monster, took a note from her pocket, and seriously began reading. Ahem. Chizhao, I apologize for my rash behavior earlier today. I'm sorry. It's my first mission, and I was a bit impatient, thinking only of myself and not considering how you felt. I sincerely apologize once again. But I really need that silver coin, and I hope you can give it to me. I will properly repay you when the time comes. P.S. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to the best ramen as an apology. Shinra Subaru, signed. After reading, Ziyuan put away the note. Chizhao smirked. Shinra Subaru. Is that person from Sakura country? How come he speaks such fluent Mandarin? Because Mandarin is the official language of New World. Ziyuan said proudly. Then that note is something you made up, right? Chizhao snorted. I don't believe he could say such things. Really, Brother Chizhao, to show his apology, he even asked me to bring this to you. Shinra Subaru killed that monster, and this was taken from that monster. When Ziyuan took out the object, Chizhao froze for a second. Old Master Ren? That's right, it's Old Master Ren. The connection in his mind flared again. Chizhao checked him thoroughly, there were no missing limbs. Chizhao hugged Old Master Ren and began crying. The feeling of getting him back was so overwhelming. He actually killed that monster in Happy Neighborhood and got Old Master Ren back, but couldn't defeat Konyu. How strong is Konyu, really? Also, Ziyuan is so elusive. My home has practically become her backyard. Chizhao glanced at Ziyuan, who appeared harmless, but this woman was dangerous. With someone like her around, it's hard to sleep soundly at night. Chizhao pretended to wipe his tears and turned to grab Ziyuan's hand. Comrade, thank you so much. You have no idea how I've been surviving without Old Master Ren. I've been thinking about him day and night. But that silver coin. You used it up? Yeah, while I was browsing the chat room and playing, something popped up asking if I wanted to activate it, so I clicked. Once I clicked to activate it, the silver coin disappeared. He wanted it, but now I can't help. After hearing this, Ziyuan smiled brightly. It's fine, anyway, that silver coin was obtained by Brother Chizhao's own ability, so it already belongs to you. Use it if you need to. That thing is useless, right? After it got activated, I still haven't figured out what it does. To be honest, I don't know either. Chizhao. By the way, after I left, did she do anything to you? Don't even mention it, you guys ran off, and I've been suffering. She pinned me to the ground and kept asking where I put the silver coin. I swore on my life I didn't have it. Even then, she didn't believe me. She stripped me and set all my clothes on fire. My innocence. Chizhao grew more agitated as he spoke, his voice cracking with emotion. Ziyuan's eyes were watery, and it was unclear whether she was truly moved by Chizhao's story. It's fine, Brother Chizhao, as long as you can see her true nature. I was just afraid she would deceive you. She's a killer who doesn't blink when murdering. Wait, why didn't she kill me then? Could it be because I'm handsome? Ziyuan. Not it? Then, because I'm kind? No, because she didn't see your train. Ziyuan explained, she's insane, with her own set of theories. She has an obsessive, pathological fixation on the color of trains. She believes anyone with a black train is a bad person. So, if the train is black, no matter who is on it, she'll kill them. She keeps saying it's justice. Until now, who knows how many people have died at her hands. Ziyuan clenched her little pink fist, seriously saying, this freak of a killer, will catch her sooner or later and send her to the Order Tribunal. Combining Ziyuan's words with the details Chizhao recalled when interacting with Konyu, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Chi Zhao patted his chest and said with relief, "Good thing my train isn't black." "So, you really are from the official organization of New World?" Xia Yuan adjusted her hat and said seriously, "Of course, humans cannot exist without order. That's why we exist. Anyone who violates order must be punished." Xia Yuan then took out a badge from her pocket and handed it to Chi Zhao. "Brother Chi Zhao, when you get to New World, show this badge, and people from the Kingdom of Order will come to take you." Chi Zhao took the badge, which had the same emblem as Xia Yuan's hat. "So, does this mean I've joined the organization? If Brother Chi Zhao is willing, you can join at any time." "Then I'm definitely joining." Chi Zhao accepted the badge and asked, "What's the treatment like in our organization? What benefits do we get? How about insurance and pension? If I do a good job, are there bonuses? Do we get weekends off? When do we get paid each month? What are the promotion channels like? Are you my direct superior? Are there many girls in the organization? Is it easy to find a partner?" Xia Yuan looked confused by his questions. "It's getting late, I'll head back now. Brother Chi Zhao, see you in New World." Xia Yuan winked playfully at Chi Zhao before disappearing. This time, nothing fell to the ground. Chapter 42, Zijian's Ice Lake Journey. "The train is about to arrive at the station, please hold on tight." Zijian was woken up by the broadcast, reluctantly poking her head out of the blanket. She sleepily threw off the covers, shook her messy hair, got up, and headed to the initial carriage. Air conditioning is really humanity's greatest invention. Zijian left the door open. The first two carriages were very warm. She looked out the train window and saw a vast ice lake outside. "Wow, an ice lake. I don't have to go out today." Picking up the 4 train coins on the ground, Zijian took a deep breath and sent 3 of them to Chi Zhao. Holding the remaining one, she forcefully stopped herself from grumbling. "I have to give this jerk 3 train coins every day. What ally? He's completely exploiting me. Just think of it as buying food, just think of it as buying food." Zijian kept comforting herself like this every day. Chewing the bread that Chi Zhao sent, Zijian felt even more wronged. "Today I want to drink milk. Hot milk." Before she could send the message, Chi Zhao sent over a bottle of milk and a roasted pumpkin. Zijian took the hot milk, her pout from earlier fading. "Humphrey, I'll give you a little credit." "Chi Zhao, which station?" Zijian deleted the unsent message and retyped, "Extreme Ice Island, on a vast ice lake. Even if you've been there, I'm not going out. It's finally warm in here. Besides, there are no resources, I can't just go dig ice, can I?" Zijian poured the hot milk into the roasted pumpkin and dipped the bread into it. "I've actually been there. There's a level 3 treasure chest in the center of the lake, and it can open up to 12 train coins. PFFT. Zijian saw Chi Zhao's message and spit out a mouthful of milk. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. "You're not lying to me, are you? Please tell me, what reason would I have to lie to my ally? You can also stay on the train, someone might pull the treasure chest right up to you soon. Do you think I'm an idiot? There's no way something like that would happen." Zijian curled her lip, quickly finished her breakfast, changed into the thick clothes Chi Zhao sent her, grabbed her revolver, and walked out of the train. 12 train coins. And I don't have to share with this big guy, they're all mine. "Ah, let's go." "Hiss, it's so cold." Zijian hugged her arms tightly. The center of the lake, where exactly is the center? After walking a few steps, Zijian saw something box-shaped under the ice. She crouched down to take a look. Sure enough, it was a treasure chest. "I'm truly the chosen one, this treasure chest is right next to my train." Zijian knocked on the ice, and instantly deflated. "The ice is thicker than my life." Zijian immediately returned to the train and told Chi Zhao that she had found the treasure chest, but the ice was too thick. Was there any way to deal with it? Chi Zhao sent her a shotgun. "Unlimited bullets, but the recoil is a bit strong, you can try it first." "Unlimited bullets? Where did he get this from? Is it even real?" "Ah!" Suddenly, a girl's scream came from outside, and Zijian hurriedly took out the shotgun and ran out. A little girl was being relentlessly chased by a polar bear. Seeing the distance between the polar bear and the girl getting shorter, Zijian pulled out her revolver and shot. The girl fell in fright, while the polar bear turned and charged towards Zijian. Roar! Zijian raised the shotgun and fired again. The recoil knocked her back, and she fell onto the ground. The polar bear didn't fare much better, it took a shot to the chest, its fur soaked in blood. This enraged it, and it raised its paw to strike Zijian. Zijian rolled out of the way, clutching the shotgun just in time to avoid the blow. She leaned against the carriage to brace herself against the recoil of the shotgun and took another shot at the polar bear. This time, it hit the bear's stomach. The polar bear staggered, tried to escape, but after a short distance, it collapsed onto the ice and died. Zhejian held the shotgun, panting heavily as mist rose from her breath. Turns out I'm this awesome. Zhejian walked over to the girl and helped her up. The girl, clearly still in shock, kept yelling for help until Zhejian gently patted her back and calmed her down. It's okay, look, the bear is already dead. The girl looked in the direction Zhejian pointed and saw the polar bear lying motionless on the ground. My name is Zhejian, what's your name? My name is Xuriel, big sister, did you kill the bear? Yeah. Wow, big sister, you're so awesome. At that moment, a man appeared on a sled drawn by dogs across the ice, loudly calling out Xuriel's name. Dad, I'm here. Over here. Xuriel quickly got up and waved. The man stopped the sled, got off, and hugged Xuriel tightly, tears streaming down his face. Dad, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have run away by myself. Xuriel explained to Winifred what happened with the polar bear chasing her. It was this sister who saved me. Zhejian smiled at the two of them, and Winifred let go of Xuriel, wiped his tears, and stood up to thank Zhejian. Winifred invited Zhejian to his home, but she quickly refused. I have things to do, I appreciate your offer. After saying that, Zhejian walked back to the treasure chest. She had only shot twice earlier, and she still hadn't recovered. Zhejian raised the shotgun and took a shot at the ice. It left only a white mark, and a few ice shards fell off. Sister, are you trying to break the ice? Xuriel had somehow followed her. At that moment, Winifred also dragged the polar bear over to Zhejian. He seemed to be offering it as the treasure she had hunted, so she could take it with her. Dad, can you help sister break the ice here? Winifred nodded repeatedly, saying it was no problem. He just needed to go home and get some tools. Really? That's great. I don't want this bear, you can take it back. Just help me break the ice. With that, Zhejian returned to the train to wait for Winifred to come back with the tools. Sister, your train looks so unique. And it's so warm, it's really comfortable. Xuriel really liked the train, running around inside. Wow, this hat is so pretty. Do you like it? It's yours. Zhejian put the red knitted hat on Xuriel, and it looked great with her rosy cheeks. Thank you, sister. Xuriel happily hugged Zhejian. An hour and a half later, Winifred's sled appeared in Zhejian's line of sight. He had returned with the ice-breaking tools. With the professional tools, it was different. In just an hour, the more than a meter-thick ice was broken. Zhejian saw the treasure chest in the water and clenched her fist in excitement. Yes, it's mine. But just as Winifred was about to hook the chest up to lift it, a sudden undercurrent surged beneath the ice, and the chest was swept away by the current for over 10 meters. The chest was once again blocked by the thick ice. Zhejian froze for a moment, and then deflated like a punctured ball. To recover the chest, they'd have to break the ice again, but the train was leaving in half an hour. 12 o'clock. The train is departing, please hold on tight. Zhejian lay on the spring mattress, trembling from crying, tears falling non-stop. My treasure chest. Not long after Zhejian left, Winifred broke the ice again. This time, he successfully hooked the chest up. It was strange, though, the chest was unlocked, but it just wouldn't open. Dad, can we come back tomorrow? Maybe Sister Zhejian will be back by then. Winifred lovingly patted Xuriel's head, and they tied the chest to the sled and dragged the polar bear home. The next day, they dragged the chest back to the ice lake. This time, a red train was parked by the ice lake. Chapter 43, Treasure Hunter's Big Surprise. In the dense forest, sunlight streamed down to the ground, forming circular patches of light. Qizhao wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at his watch. The time was almost up. Anchor point retrogression. A flash of white light passed over Qizhao, and he retrogressed from the forest back to the front of the train. He threw the branches he had chopped into the material input zone, collecting a total of 210 kilograms of wood. It had been 3 days since returning from Dawn City, and during this time, Xia Yuan had not suddenly appeared again. This made Qizhao feel a little more at ease. It seemed she had indeed left the newbie village. What bad luck, after encountering them, the next 3 stops had all been wilderness with no resources, and to make things worse, there were no treasure chests. What a bunch of unlucky stars, even the treasure hunter has been worked dry by them. But what was interesting was that Zhejian had actually stopped at the extreme ice lake yesterday. Although she didn't manage to get the treasure chest in the end, this also meant one thing: treasure chests do refresh. Since treasure chests refresh, why would Xia Yuan and the others still come after him? Could it be that the silver coins don't refresh? After dealing with the wild chickens he had just hunted, Qizhao started making lunch. Roast chicken, paired with roasted peas, roasted corn, and mushroom soup. For dessert, there was watermelon. After eating something delicious, Zhejian forgot about the disappointment of not opening a treasure chest. After lunch, Qizhao continued to roast pumpkins for sale. In 3 days, He had traded 120 roasted pumpkins. The pile of pumpkin guts he had extracted was all thrown into the automatic compost bin, but it only produced a small amount of magical, multi-purpose fertilizer. The yield was pitifully low. He had traded for upgrade materials, 900 kilograms of metal and 300 kilograms of plastic. That was enough to upgrade by one level. Metal, 600 kilogram out of 1120 kilogram, plastic, 300 kilogram out of 445.5 kilogram, wood, 200 kilogram out of 211 kilogram, train coins, 10 out of 0. After throwing 10 train coins into the material input zone, Chizhao clicked to upgrade. Level 11. Unlocked, a normal carriage, no new functions were unlocked. Chizhao checked the refreshed modification projects. Hands-free, get a train exclusive drum washing machine, heat pump dryer, and hidden external water tank, 6 train coins. Relax, get a train exclusive fully automated massage air, 3 train coins. Lightning speed, get a train exclusive motorcycle, with a driver's license, 8 train coins. What kind of mystical motorcycle needs 8 train coins? Can it really run as fast as lightning? Although it was expensive, with a transportation tool, the range of exploration would definitely increase. The motorcycle could be customized in color, and Chizhao hesitated for a while between red and green. In the end, he chose red. A sleek, brightly colored red motorcycle appeared in the carriage. A driver's license with Chizhao's photo and a helmet were placed on the seat. Chizhao casually put the license into the boundary bracelet, swung a leg over, and got on the motorcycle. Although he was inside the carriage, he could already imagine the feeling of speeding through the air. After Chizhao entered his fingerprint and voice print, the motorcycle could only be unlocked and started by him. Wait, is that the coins lot? This motorcycle actually consumes train coins? It doesn't burn fuel, it burns coins. Chizhao immediately felt like he had been swindled. It better be able to run for a year on 1 train coin. Washing machine, dryer, and an external water tank? This modification also sounds tempting. I definitely have to get the external water tank. And the fully automated massage air, aside from being a little expensive, has no problems. After running in the gravity carriage and doing some strenuous training, my back, legs, and waist are sore, cramps everywhere. A massage air is a must-have. Not short on money. Chizhao waved his hand and threw in 9 more train coins. After moving the water and instant noodles from the 4th carriage, Chizhao installed the washing machine opposite the bathroom. He got the 4th external water tank, bringing the maximum water storage to 12 tons. He placed the massage air in the bedroom. Chizhao sat on the massage air and chose the highest and real person mode. The sensation was incredibly soothing, as if countless soft little hands were gently rubbing, kneading, and massaging him. The fatigue from the past few days of training and tree chopping quickly faded away. Chizhao twisted his neck and shoulders, the real person mode was definitely comfortable. He called up the light screen and checked the station scheduled for tomorrow. Next station, Wuxing Mountain, Solo Station, at the foot of Wuxing Mountain, Sun Wukong is suppressed, no danger. Note, only Tang Seng can remove the seal suppressing Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong has not had a drop of water in hundreds of years, giving him food can significantly increase his favorability. There is a level 8 treasure chest beneath Sun Wukong. It can open 500 train coins, 3 strands of life-saving hair, and 1 module card. No way. The Monkey King? A level 8 treasure chest, my heavens. How many train coins? 1 0, 2 zeros, 500. 500. Oh my god. The treasure hunter took a 3-day break, and now it's holding back something huge. Let me think, I need to prepare something. Chizhao opened the chat room and sent a few messages. Great sage, great sage. My Chi Tian Di A Sheng. At the foot of Wuxing Mountain, Chizhao shouted loudly the name of Sun Wukong. Damn it, where exactly is the Monkey King suppressed? Chizhao's voice was almost hoarse from shouting, and he couldn't take it anymore. It was time to use that trick. Sun Wukong had no idea how long he had been trapped here. Didn't the Bodhisattva say someone would come to release me? Where are they? He was about to fall asleep when he suddenly heard someone shouting the 3 words he hated most. He bared his teeth and lifted his head. I am the Chi Tian Di Sheng Sun Wukong. Who is calling me, the Bima Wen? Who? Soon, a figure pounced in front of him. My great sage, I finally found you. Influenced by the movies he watched as a child, Chizhao immediately started looking at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, the Monkey King was pressed under a small mound of dirt that looked like a grave. A seal was pasted on the dirt mound. The Monkey King's head was exposed in the front, and his butt was showing in the back, making it look extremely unseemly. Did you just call me Bima Wen? Who dares to be so rude to me, The king of the water curtain gave, the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. I'll be the first to not spare him. Oh, you recognize me? Great sage, your fame is known everywhere. The Monkey King nodded, quite pleased after being flattered. Unfortunately, you're not the person the Bodhisattva mentioned who can release me. Great sage, I can't try. Chi Zhao reached out, ready to remove the seal from the dirt mound. Huh? It won't budge? He gritted his teeth, stepped his foot against the mound, and pulled down hard. His face turned red, but the seal didn't move at all. It was just a small seal, and it seemed like it could easily be blown away by a gust of wind. As expected, only Tang Seng can remove it, huh? It's no use, great sage. I can't get this off. Chi Zhao wiped the sweat from his forehead, panting as he spoke. This treasure chest isn't so easy to get. It's not your fault. Once I'm free, I'll smash the flesh tumor on Tathagata's head for sure. Gurgle. Great sage, what's that sound? Your stomach growled. Ever since I've been trapped here, I haven't eaten anything. Great sage, look. Chi Zhao had already prepared, he had a bunch of food in his boundary bracelet. What's this? It's cold and refreshing, so tasty. Burp it even bubbles, this little black drink is fun. Oh. It's spicy, delicious, really delicious. Great sage, stop eating the spicy strips, here, try this. Chi Zhao pulled out a fried chicken, still steaming hot. Chapter 44, Great Sage. Monkey Brother quickly dealt with the fried chicken in a few moves. He chewed the bones and swallowed them. After shaking the chili powder on his fingers, he burped. What's this called? It's so amazing. Fatty's happy drink. Fatty's happy drink, good, I like it. Great sage, this is a small hamburger. Inside, there's a meat patty, lettuce, tomatoes, cheese slices, pickles. You should try it. This is a self-heating hot pot, just add water and it heats up automatically. This is chocolate. Monkey Brother snatched the M&Ms that Chi Zhao just took out and poured them straight into his mouth. Wonderful. It's even better than Lao Jun's immortal pills. Monkey Brother's stomach seemed like a bottomless pit, and the food Chi Zhao brought was almost gone, with no sign of him stopping. After a whirlwind of eating, Monkey Brother suddenly furrowed his brows, tilted his neck, and looked uncomfortable. What's wrong, great sage? Hurry. Get away from here. Though Chi Zhao was confused, he still obeyed and stepped back. After stepping back over 10 meters from Monkey Brother's dirt mound, a series of loud farting noises went off, followed by a yellow smoke spreading in the air, shaking the surrounding land. When the farting sounds stopped, there was a loud sound of water splashing. Monkey Brother immediately looked refreshed. The apple that Chi Zhao had just taken out fell to the ground with a loud slap. Modern human food actually made the Great Sage have diarrhea? Great Sage, are you okay? Great Sage? Monkey Brother slowly lifted his head with an expression of bliss. Comfortable, so comfortable. I always felt something was stirring in my stomach before, but now I finally feel relieved. Chi Zhao grinned. Luckily, Monkey Brother was fine, or he would be in big trouble. Hey, Master! I'm here! Monkey Brother suddenly shouted excitedly, waving his hand wildly. Bailong Ma, wearing a red cassock, it's him, no doubt. Master, here. You've gone the wrong way. Master. Chi Zhao followed Monkey Brother's gaze but saw nothing. Great Sage, where's your master? I don't see anything. 100 miles. 100 miles to the east. Chi Zhao twisted his head. Damn, Monkey Brother's 1,000-mile eyes actually work. Looking at the time, it was 10:30. There were 3.5 hours until the train would leave. 100 miles. Bailong Ma's legs would be broken before he could make it here. Luckily, yesterday, he spent 30 train coins to upgrade the boundary bracelet by 1 level, increasing the weight capacity to 400 kilograms, so he brought out the motorcycle. Chi Zhao took out the motorcycle, raised his leg, and hopped on. After unlocking it, Chi Zhao inserted a train coin, and the energy value was shown at 20%. Energy value over 50% can activate beast mode, doubling performance. Chi Zhao gritted his teeth and put in 2 more train coins. He put on the helmet and turned to Monkey Brother. Great Sage, wait here, I'll bring your master over right now. He twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared, heading toward the direction Monkey Brother pointed. Though the road here was fairly flat, it was still a mountain path. Chi Zhao tightly gripped the motorcycle to keep himself from falling off. After an hour, he finally saw the white horse and Tang Seng. Chi Zhao stopped the motorcycle, knelt in front of Tang Seng with a loud slap, and hugged his legs. Master, help. Saving a life creates a 7-level pagoda, and that's your future disciple, you know. There's no time to explain, get on the bike quickly. Chi Zhao dragged Tang Seng onto the motorcycle. My bike is fast, hold on tight. The motorcycle roared and suddenly shot off, kicking up dust. Chizhao tightened the brake, performing a perfect dragon's tail drift, stopping in front of the dirt mound. Tang Sang got off the motorcycle, spinning around, dizzy. Master! Master! I'm here, Master! Tang Sang wobbled toward the dirt mound. A gentle breeze blew, and the seal on the dirt mound fluttered and flew away. Chizhao stared, stunned. What? Doesn't Tang Sang have to do anything? Just showing up was enough? Hurry, take my master far away. I'm coming out. Chizhao glanced at Monkey Brother's small dirt mound, holding back a laugh. He pulled Tang Sang back a little distance. With a bang, the dirt mound exploded, and Monkey Brother shot into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Then he was gone. Damn, Chizhao's heart tightened. Monkey Brother wouldn't really be going to do something like that, would he? The original story didn't go like this. About 10 seconds later, Monkey Brother returned on his cloud, holding Tang Sang's white horse. Chizhao breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was overthinking it. While Monkey Brother was busy with his master, Chizhao stashed the motorcycle and went to open the level 8 treasure chest that had been crushed under Monkey Brother's weight. The level 8 treasure chest was exquisitely made, with a material resembling jade, smooth to the touch. Requires level 8 treasure chest key to unlock. It needs a key to open? Damn, how could this be? At that moment, Monkey Brother poked his head out. Oh? I still have this thing under me? Chizhao turned back and his eyes lit up. Great Sage, this chest contains something I need. Can you help me open it? Piece of cake. Monkey Brother pulled out his golden cudgel from his ear, grew it to full size, and slammed it down. Not only did it not shatter the chest, but it didn't even leave a mark. Interesting. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Monkey Brother swung his cudgel, leaving after images, but the chest was still fine. Damn, even Monkey Brother's golden cudgel can't break it. Do I really need the key? Where the hell am I supposed to get this damn key? What's that? Chizhao covered his nose. After Monkey Brother had finished his business, a sapling suddenly emerged from the ground. The sapling was glowing faintly. Chizhao took out his military shovel, dug up the sapling, and brought it to Monkey Brother. Great Sage, what is this? Monkey Brother was still smashing the treasure chest with his cudgel. He turned his head and glanced over. Oh? A peach tree. Monkey Brother suddenly seemed to realize, so it's this thing causing the stir in my stomach. It seems that when I was in the peach garden, I ate too hastily and accidentally swallowed the pit. A peach tree? This is a tree that can bear the peach of immortality. Great Sage, this. It'll take a long time to grow into a tree, and who knows when it will bear fruit again. Do you want a peach of immortality? Wait for me to climb up and pick one for you. Chizhao quickly stopped Monkey Brother. He didn't want to change the course of the original story again. Seeing that it was getting late, Chizhao put a level 8 treasure chest into the boundary bracelet. Great Sage, you've really saved many people, many industries. Especially the gaming industry. We finally have our own AAA masterpiece. Industry? AAA? What's that? Monkey Brother scratched his head, looking puzzled. Chizhao didn't know why, but suddenly a mist appeared in his eyes. Great Sage, goodbye. Anchor point backtrack. A flash of white light, and Chizhao returned to the train. The train started. Chapter 45, Planting the Peach Tree. Chizhao quickly walked into the planting carriage and carefully planted the peach tree sapling. Chizhao recalled the journey to the west he watched as a child. This was how the land described the Monkey King's peach trees. There were a total of 3,600 peach trees in the garden. The first 1,200 trees had small fruits and flowers, maturing once every 3,000 years. Eating one would make a person immortal and their body light and healthy. The middle 1,200 trees had layers of sweet flowers and fruits, maturing once every 6,000 years. Eating one would allow a person to ascend to immortality, never aging. The last 1,200 trees had purple veins and delicate cores, maturing once every 9,000 years. Eating one would make a person live as long as heaven and earth, with the same age as the sun and moon. He didn't know which type the Monkey King had brought out. Wait, no matter which type, it's just a sapling right now. It doesn't even know how long it'll take to grow into a tree. Chizhao suddenly hung his head, thinking, I won't be able to eat one of these peaches before I die, will I? The next moment, the peach tree suddenly released a visible green light, and it absorbed all the magical, multi-purpose fertilizer Chizhao had previously scattered. It then grew taller by a visible amount. From 3 centimeters, it grew to about 10 centimeters. The magical, multi-purpose fertilizer could actually promote its growth. No wonder it's the peach tree. The mushrooms and plants he had grown in the mushroom garden used up so little fertilizer after several harvests, but the peach tree absorbed it all at once and only grew this much. Zhao was overjoyed and quickly took a small handful of fertilizer from the automatic compost barrel, sprinkling it near the sapling. As soon as the fertilizer hit the soil, the sapling emitted green light and absorbed it cleanly. Great, as long as there's enough magical multi-purpose fertilizer, there's still hope in my lifetime. Zhao took out the lingzi he had obtained in the mushroom garden. He had studied it for a while before realizing it was useless and left it in the boundary bracelet to gather dust. Now, he could use it to make fertilizer to help the peach tree grow. He broke it into small pieces and threw them into the automatic compost barrel. He looked at the sapling glowing faintly, his affection for it growing. The black wind monster crouched there, sniffing wildly, looking incredibly content. You little brat, pay attention. I hereby appoint you as the guardian of the peach. Protect it well. Woof woof woof. Leaving the planting carriage, Zhao returned to his bedroom, took out the level 8 treasure chest, and flipped it over repeatedly. TSK TSK TSK. The Monkey King knocked for so long, and not even a mark was left. Where am I supposed to find a key for this? Ding dong ding dong ding dong. Come on, it's already 1 o'clock, why hasn't the food been served yet? Where is everyone? I'm starving, starving, starving. If you don't serve the food soon, I'm going to take back the train coins. I'm really taking them back now. Forget it, there's half a loaf of bread left from breakfast, I'll just eat that for now. Coming, coming, you cry like a baby over missing one meal. Zhao took the train coins and went to make lunch. He turned on the tap, but no water came out. Looking up at the water meter, it showed the water storage was at 0. Wait, what happened to my 600 liters of water? Did my external water tank leak? No way. Zhao went to the refrigerated carriage, filled a bucket of water from the water tank, and poured it near the peach sapling. In an instant, the water was absorbed cleanly. The sapling's leaves turned an even more vibrant green. Hiss. As expected. The planting carriage could automatically adjust humidity because it was connected to the external water tank. Man, is this tree a bottomless pit? That's 600 liters of water. Although the sapling absorbs nutrients and water, it doesn't seem to take from other life forms endlessly. This could be seen from the fact that the mushrooms and plant pots in the carriage were still growing normally. It seemed to be able to automatically identify the surplus moisture and nutrients in the environment, absorbing only those. Zhao held his forehead, feeling a bit overwhelmed. How many resources would it take to fully grow this peach tree? For lunch, he had instant noodles. In the afternoon, Zhao continued to roast pumpkins for sale. Tomorrow would be the last day of winter, so he needed to take advantage of the high prices while he could. He still hadn't gathered enough supplies to upgrade to level 12. He might as well check the station where the train would stop tomorrow. Next station, Shanfushi, single-player station. There are a few infected dogs at this station. Attacking them will lead to infection. Danger level 2. There is a level 2 treasure chest on the 3rd floor of the Shanfushi police station. It contains 6 train coins and a pair of running shoes. Creak. 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 Zhao fully equipped himself and got off the train. It was very quiet, with only the sound of crows. On the street, cars with shattered windows looked like toys carelessly discarded by kids, scattered all over. Various guardrails and electric poles were toppled everywhere. The wind carried the rusty, desolate scent. Shops on both sides of the street were looted, leaving only shattered glass. Zhao casually entered a store. As expected, there was no water or electricity. First, he went to the police station to open the treasure chest. 10 minutes later, Zhao successfully found the police station. Zhao got off the motorcycle and stowed it away. The front gate was locked with an iron chain. Zhao placed his hand on it, and with a thought, the entire chain was pulled into the boundary bracelet. He pushed the door open and entered. A shadow suddenly leapt out and pounced toward Zhao. Zhao dodged to the side, pulling out his shotgun and firing a shot right at the shadow's forehead. It was an infected dog with only half of its face remaining. He fired another shot, and the infected dog kicked its legs, completely breathing its last. Looking at the black, sticky liquid dripping from its body, Zhao frowned. It didn't seem like a zombie. Was it an infected? Better be cautious. Seemingly hearing the gunshot, 2 more infected dogs rushed out, both of which Zhao easily dealt with. Good, all those hardships in the gravity carriage weren't for nothing. My speed has definitely improved a lot. I wonder if I can run 100 meters in under 10 seconds. I'll test it when I get the chance. He arrived on the 3rd floor, found the office, and opened the treasure chest. Running shoes? Zhao took out the pair of pink sneakers. Running shoes, increases movement speed by 10%. Automatically adjusts to foot size, comfortable and breathable with no foot odor, increased movement speed by 10%. With these on, I'm sure I can run 100 meters in under 10 seconds. Zhao eagerly put them on. They definitely conformed to his feet automatically and were very comfortable to wear. The only downside was the color, which was a bit too pink, but other than that, no complaints. Is this what it feels like to increase movement speed? His body felt a lot lighter, and he became much more agile. He climbed the stairs super quickly. After casually searching around and not finding any useful supplies, Chizhao quickly headed back the way he came. Because on the way there, Chizhao had seen a water truck. He rushed back to the water truck. Chizhao pulled the hose free and opened the valve to release the water. The water was clear and seemed to be tap water. In front of the truck's water tank was a water level gauge, which was transparent and showed there were still 8 tons of water left. Chizhao opened the driver's side door, and the keys were still in the ignition. Nice. He started the water truck. After studying it for a while with only a C1 driving license, Chizhao finally managed to get the truck moving. This was Chizhao's first time driving a large vehicle. Accompanied by the familiar sound of the water truck, Chizhao confidently drove the truck back. The fourth carriage opened a door, and Chizhao pulled the water hose inside, connecting it to the water inlet. Being able to move freely up and down was so convenient, otherwise, the hose wouldn't be long enough. Chizhao opened the valve to release the water. Humphrey, so it's the peach tree, huh? Let's see if this 8 tons of water can't fill you up. Watching the water meter's numbers gradually rise, Chizhao placed his hands on his hips and nodded. After emptying the useless items in the boundary bracelet, he went to the street to collect car wreckage. Unfortunately, the boundary bracelet could only carry up to 400 kilograms, so it couldn't hold an entire car. Otherwise, he'd just haul all these wrecked cars off the street and dump them into the material input zone. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. After all, these were all upgrade materials. Chizhao worked hard for a long time, his waist nearly sore from exhaustion, and when he checked the water meter upon returning, he felt like the sky had fallen. Chapter 46, Cognitive Bias. The water meter displayed a water storage level of 1 liter. All 8 tons of water from the water truck were gone, not a single drop left. Okay, at least it's not a bottomless pit. At least now there's hope. Chizhao comforted himself with the thought. The peach sapling absorbed all 8 tons of water, and its leaves grew even larger. 2 new green leaves sprouted, tender and dripping with moisture. Chizhao went to the initial carriage and threw all the car wreckage he had collected into the material input zone. Metal, 600 kg out of 1,290 kg. Plastic, 300 kg out of 370 kg. Wood, 200 kg out of 9 kg. Train coins, 10 out of 0. Metal and plastic are enough. No more waiting. Let's upgrade to level 12 now. Chizhao designated the entire initial carriage as the material input zone, and all the wood he had stored disappeared instantly. A total of 198 kilograms. With 10 train coins in hand, Chizhao took a deep breath and clicked on Upgrade. Level 12. Finally, his level matched Kong Yu's. You have gained a regular carriage, just a simple addition of a carriage, no new functions unlocked. No way. Chizhao suddenly realized something and quickly clicked on his personal profile. Train Conductor, Chizhao, Level 12, Number of Carriages, 12, 1 Initial Carriage, 1 Refrigerated Carriage, 1 Planting Carriage, 1 Gravity Carriage, 8 Regular Carriage, Dynamic Concealment, Power Boost, Must Have for Lazy People, Treasure Hunter, Early Departure. This is art. Clicking on each carriage's details, it showed that carriages could be dismantled. Chizhao took a deep breath. As expected, the number of carriages never represented the level. Because he thought no one would dismantle the carriages they worked so hard to upgrade. After all, only upgrades could increase the number of carriages. In his subconscious, more carriages meant better, so he had fallen into a cognitive bias. So, what level is Kong Yu actually at? What's the max level? After struggling to reach level 12, more problems seemed to arise. Looking at it this way, compared to people from previous generations, he was still too weak. Chizhao didn't trust Kong Yu, Zijian, or any of them. Leaning on others was like relying on mountains and rivers that could collapse at any moment. The only thing he could rely on was himself. To forge iron, one needed to be strong. Only by being strong enough could he avoid being manipulated by these people. Using costume cards was out of the question. He had no idea what purpose the dragon silver coin served. The level 8 treasure chest had no key. And the peach sapling? Who knew when it would grow? Chizhao sighed deeply. He needed more train coins to increase his power. The boundary bracelet needed train coins to upgrade. The gravity carriage's upgrade and exclusive equipment also required train coins. The motorcycle and train modifications needed train coins as well. Chizhao opened his private chat and messaged Zijian. Do you want more train coins? What do you want to do now? Chizhao shared his new discovery with Zijian. Your station rewards are based on your level, so you don't need all those empty carriages. After level 10, the materials needed for upgrades not only double, but you also need 10 train coins. So, the earlier you upgrade, the more train coins you'll get. If you reach level 10 today, you'll get 5 train coins tomorrow. Think about it, my good ally. After brainwashing Zijian, Chizhao checked out the new modifications available at level 12. Basic bathroom components includes a dedicated shower, sink, toilet, and hidden external water tank. 5 train coins. Universal remedy includes a dedicated kettle, 1 train coin. Prominent package, account-based. Your messages in the chat room will be pinned, and your speaking count will increase by 10 times. 5 train coins. More bathroom components? It turns out modifications can repeat. Chizhao had always thought modifications wouldn't repeat. He only had 19 train coins left, and tonight, winter would end. The 16 train coins given by Konyu were to be saved for wind season. For now, no more modifications. Chizhao waved his hand and closed the holographic screen. So that's how it is. After reading Chizhao's message, Zijian clicked on her personal information. It really could be dismantled. Zijian understood Chizhao's meaning and decisively clicked on dismantle. After all her belongings were in the first 2 carriages, and the last 2 were empty. Carriages cannot be dismantled while the train is moving, huh? Upon seeing Zijian's message, Chizhao slapped his forehead. He had forgotten that she was level 4, and her train had already departed at midnight. He pulled the hose out of the water truck and closed the car door. He transferred 2 packs of instant noodles to Zijian and continued to go out to dismantle cars, gathering materials for upgrades. At 2:00, the train started moving. Chizhao used the oven to heat up some bagged roasted chicken, eating it with lemon water and canned food. He took the plastic he had traded and threw it into the material input zone. The long-awaited broadcast sound rang out. Good afternoon, train conductors. Tonight at midnight, there will be a season change. The season change will be to wind season. During wind season, departing requires train coins, and the number of train coins needed varies by station. Here it comes, wind season. So it works like this. Train coins are required to depart. But what if they encounter a world with no resources or a dangerous world, and there are no train coins for departure? Would they just have to stay there and wait to die? Different worlds require different amounts of train coins to depart. TSK, will the 16 train coins Konyu gave be enough? Tomorrow, I'll help Zijian level up to 10, so she can get 5 train coins every day. In the chat room. Online users, 793. Though there were few people, the chat room was still lively. What's going on? Another season change? Will the temperature rise again? My feet are frozen to bits. We need train coins to depart? Damn, I've used the last one for food. I'm done for. Whoever gives me train coins, I'll be their dog. Looking for a master online, Chizhao closed the chat room and checked his first station of wind season. Next stop, Red Hot Pot Restaurant, single-player station. This station requires 3 train coins to depart. This station is a rule horror world with hidden rules. Each violation deducts 1 train coin. If there aren't enough train coins, random body organs will be deducted. Danger level, 4. Note, poor people have a danger level of 10. Successfully finishing the red hot set meal at the restaurant will reward a level 3 treasure chest. It may contain 12 train coins, a face-changing man item. Click here for detailed hidden rules. A rule horror world? Each time you break a hidden rule, you lose 1 train coin? This is outrageous. Chizhao clicked to see what the hidden rules were. Rule 1, don't add water yourself. When the waiter adds water for you, choose orange juice. Rule 2, don't dip vegetables in the red pot of the yin-yang hot pot. Rule 3, when taking condiments, do not add more than 5 kinds in one bowl. Rule 4, don't add shrimp paste yourself. Rule 5, if the waiter asks you to try new dishes, don't refuse. Rule 6, if your chopsticks fall on the floor, never pick them up yourself. Ask the waiter for a new pair. Rule 7, if the waiter wearing a red apron adds water for you, choose sour plum soup. Rule 8, don't use the leftmost toilet stall. Rule 9, don't get into conflicts with others in the restaurant. Rule 10, make sure to pay before leaving. There were 10 rules in total, and the more Chizhao read, the more shocked he became. This place is a scam. Every rule is easy to break. It's like they're writing scam on their faces. If it weren't for the station forecast, even 10 pairs of underwear wouldn't be enough to cover the cost. Chizhao felt like he was back before his graduation exam, but this time, unlike before, he had already gotten the answers to the test. Chapter 47, Red Hot Pot Restaurant. In the cramped, dark room, there were only 2 bunk beds and 1 table. Snoring, teeth grinding, even someone talking in their sleep. Though only 4 people were there, it felt incredibly lively. Knock, knock, knock. Someone gently knocked on the door 3 times. Lao Si's eyes snapped open. He sprang up from the bed like a fish leaping from water, startling Zhang Baobao, who was on the lower bunk. Time's up, time's up. Zhang Baobao's sweet dream got interrupted. He angrily kicked the bunk board above. Big bro, time's up, get to work. Get up late and there's no breakfast left? Who the hell wants that crappy breakfast? I wanna sleep some more. Big bro, if you skip breakfast, you'll have to wait till dinner. Zhang Baobao cursed under his breath and reluctantly threw off his blanket. Fuck, I've never suffered like this in my life. Wake up Lao and Lao San. Got it, big bro. The 4 of them got dressed and headed to the staff cafeteria to line up for breakfast. A bowl of plain porridge that looked like water, a somewhat sour steamed bun that must have been left over for days, and a tiny plate of super salty pickled veggies. 3 days ago, they had stopped at this station. Seeing it was a hot pot restaurant, the 4 of them went all out stuffing their faces. 1 meal in, and they were in debt by dozens of train coins. Just when they were about to have their organs taken as payment, the manager showed up. He offered Zhang Baobao and the others another option. Sign a contract of servitude and work at the restaurant to pay off the debt. Big bro, with meals like this every day, we're gonna starve to death before we earn anything. Yeah, big bro, how about we just run? Lao San and Lao Si chimed in together. Run? Run where? They're still holding our servitude contracts. Don't forget, we didn't just sell our bodies. We sold our souls. Whether we live or die is up to them. They remembered that the manager wasn't human and shivered instinctively. Lao who was big and stuttered a lot, didn't talk much. He had already silently finished his breakfast. Only 3 days in, and Lao already looked like he'd lost weight from hunger. Zhang Baobao tossed his steamed bun to Lao. Here, you eat it. I don't like it. Th thank you, big bro. Lao San quickly reached out, trying to split it in half. But after getting a glare from Zhang Baobao, he pulled his hand back. Just then, the supervisor walked in and pointed at Lao. Short on prep cooks. You'll be transferred to the kitchen for prep duty. He then looked at Zhang Baobao. There's a guest in a private room on the 2nd floor today. You'll be serving them. Alright, finish up and get to work. With that, the supervisor left. Big bro. Lao looked a little nervous about being assigned alone. Zhang Baobao patted his shoulder. Go ahead, it's fine. I trust you. If it were Lao San going, I'd be worried. Lao San pouted. Yesterday, a woman in the kitchen got caught sneaking food during prep. Her fate was tragic. Could have made mapo tofu out of her. Lao San, Lao Si, keep your eyes open in the main hall. Let's hustle and scam as many people as we can so we can buy back our damn servitude contracts. This place is hell. Got it, big bro? 2nd floor private room, listening rain pavilion. Hello, sorry to bother you. Here's your lubricating oil and engine oil yin-yang hot pot. Zhang Baobao placed down the pot base and turned on the heat. Here are the cold dishes, screws with nuts, 5 spice button batteries, and cold display screens. The hot pot ingredients will be out shortly. He poured 98-octane gasoline into their cups, wiped his sweat, and smiled as he left the private room. Fuck me, the customers are getting weirder and weirder. Just had a bunch of octopus head people the other day, and now it's robots. Gasoline, engine oil, batteries. This shit better not explode. Fuck, that supervisor's trying to kill me. Big bro. Lao Si stumbled and tumbled all the way over to Zhang Baobao. What the hell are you panicking for? How many times do I have to tell you? Keep calm, keep calm. Chi Zhao. Chi Zhao is here. No shit? That guy? Zhang Baobao walked over to the stairs and looked in the direction Lao Si pointed. Sure enough, it was Chi Zhao. What do we do, big bro? What do you mean what do we do? That guy used to sell frozen water and blankets. He's gotta have a ton of train coins on him. Scam the hell out of him. Whether we can buy back our servitude contracts depends on him. You and Lao San be sharp. Take turns working him. I can't leave this spot, it's all up to you guys. Don't worry, big bro. We'll scam him so hard he won't even have his underwear left. 7:50, the train stops. Chi Zhao opens the door. Everything around is pitch black, not even a hint of light. Only the hot pot restaurant in front is lit. Red hot pot restaurant. A pair of stone lions stood at the entrance, with red lanterns hanging above them. At the door stood a female server in a black apron, a professional smile on her face. Chi Zhao stepped forward and approached the entrance. The female server bowed deeply. Hello, welcome to the red hot pot restaurant. Hey there, pretty. Would you like to dine with us, sir? Chi Zhao smiled. Of course. He followed the server into the restaurant. Inside, the furniture was all wooden, lanterns hanging from the beams, and the decor had an old-school vibe. Chizhao casually picked a spot by the wall and sat down. "What's in this red-hot hot pot set, and how much is it?" "Hello sir, this set includes free condiments, 1 portion of yin-yang hot pot base, 12 kinds of meats like beef rolls, lamb rolls, beef tripe, duck gizzards, shrimp paste, etc. 12 kinds of vegetarian items like frozen tofu, crispy bean curd rolls, enoki mushrooms, spinach, glass noodles, and more. As a new customer, you get half off your first order. Just 1 train coin. Nice, 1 set and it hits every trap imaginable. Genius." Chizhao nodded. "I'll take it." "Alright sir, please wait a moment while we serve your dishes." While waiting for the food, Chizhao went to the condiment section to get some dipping sauce. Gotta say, the selection was impressive. Even had some he hadn't seen before. Rule 3, when getting condiments, no more than 5 types per bowl. Chizhao scooped a bowl of beef sauce and added some chopped celery. "Hey there, little bro. You look new. First time here? You gotta try our house specialty sauce." A man wearing a mask and holding a wooden bucket stepped up to Chizhao. "Exclusive flavor of red hot hot pot. Can't get it anywhere else." Chizhao glanced at the sauce in the bucket. Chili bits, cilantro, celery, minced garlic, dried shrimp, black vinegar, beef sauce. Just a glance and it was already more than 5 condiments. Come on, let me scoop you some." Lao Si's eyes sparkled as he scooped a ladle full of sauce and went to pour it into Chizhao's bowl. Chapter 48, Store Manager. Just as the sauce was about to be poured into Chizhao's bowl, he flicked his middle finger upward and sent the bowl flying. Lao Si was dumbfounded. The whole scoop of sauce splattered onto the floor. "Sorry, hand slipped a bit." The supervisor rushed over upon hearing the noise, quickly apologized to Chizhao, then ordered Lao Si to clean it up. What a fucking shady shop, always trying to trick guests into breaking the rules. Chizhao glanced at Lao Si, who was crouched on the ground cleaning, then went to get another bowl of sauce. When he got back to his seat, the soup base had already arrived. 1 red, 1 white. Yin-yang hot pot. Rule 2, do not cook vegetarian ingredients in the red side of the yin-yang hot pot. All kinds of hot pot ingredients were served in turn. Chizhao gave them a quick look. Good, this amount was manageable. If it were too much, he'd have to consider using the boundary bracelet. The station forecast said you had to finish the set meal to get the level 3 treasure chest. Best not to risk it. No time limit anyway, he could take his time eating. "Hello sir, would you like something to drink?" Rule 1, do not add water yourself. When the server offers, choose orange juice. "Orange juice, thanks, pretty lady." "You're welcome. Call me if you need anything." There were quite a few others dining in the restaurant too. Chizhao couldn't tell if they were real people or NPCs. Chizhao picked up a plate of lamb rolls and dumped the whole thing into the pot. "Hey, second bro, what's today's sample dish?" "PPP. Forget it, I'll go see for myself." Lao San headed to the kitchen and saw a dish that looked like sea cucumber, covered in a thick yellow sauce. When he got closer. Holy shit, candied rebar? The criminal department minister came up with a new dish again? Lao San remembered the day they arrived. A server had brought them a plate of raw pig intestines and said it was a new dish for tasting. Naturally, they refused, and boom. Lost 4 train coins. This candied rebar was brutal too. "Zio, quick, today's new dish is ready. Help your big bro out, take it to table 10. Tomorrow I'll split my steamed bun with you." "Really? Don't lie to me." "If I'm lying, I was raised by a dog." Lao San patted his chest in assurance. Zio happily picked up the plate and headed for table 10. Lao San and Lao Si crouched in the corner, peeking at Chizhao. The store's hidden rule number 5, if a server offers you a new dish to sample, don't refuse. How do you even eat rebar? He'll definitely refuse it. Then he'll break the rule. Hey. Just as Zio walked off, Zhang Baobao burst into the kitchen. "What the hell? Why isn't the candied rebar ready in Lessening Rain Pavilion?"